Chapter 1 Just to Fall. Asamodeli Althof the Neura, Luja abstained from both tobacco and alcohol, and Hinover frequent Tedens halls at the age of 30, Hermain single, leading gamma not in a sly fof commuting between work canom, with only the occasional detour during meal times. On the morning of October 2 ND, at 6:30, Lugiaro Deha slittle electric scooter eastward, embracing Therizingson, heading towards Shasarjuis Daskov working 11 horso over time Ewa, thou pay following his usual routine. Hein 10 dead to buy meat before breakfast at throwing up a sing under the bridge however, duetto thetwo day holiday for breakfast shops. Hakuden la porcha set wob waldig fromasmal shop nearby, which hatukadinto hispaketoi at ladder at work. Perhaps duetto stay in ga play te playing games with friends the previous night, Lugia fell tasons off atiga thought day the streets, swear relatively empty on the shola damerning, Andarata he's electrics guitarra to breakneck speed, eager to arrive at the factory or Lionado grababiten dressed before his shift, heel saluked forward to spending with friends Slater the tevening his thoughts bounced around like litterabits, chaotic and disorganized however, have failed tonita sethatash shemerjed from the shadow wolf te bridge, theblending morning light structuses, winded, and in that moment of distraction, Thweloff fist scooter collided with the curb. Wow, he exclaimed, accompanied by a thudandastringo fexpletives, as theme tie rescooter lawn shed forward like Ianero, and Lujaya tumbled besidiot, Hishelmet flung for way after considerably time. Heshu kissed dazed head and unsteadily stood up, muttering, oh dear, I feel like him going toppus out a third so much hebbling ket repeatedly while rubbing his ship, assessing his condition hisserm simid fine, and his legs scowled still move, but the shifted taken honesty heat. Swelling painful lilically a contagion with some fluid build-up he would havito and do right for nog glancing around casually. Hessenu and Nielsen Irby, so hus low limb made highs way to the roadside, lying down to rest for a while, hoping the pain would subside as soon since still did to gatar quapadluck. Just a litlerist, and in Sethapanius's, ilja to pand head to work, Lujaya thudda himself. Uncertain how McDemi had passed, Lugia's Sudan lie sat upright with a jolt. Followed by another Creof pain, and he collapsed back down the grass beneath him wasof tan surprising like comfortable he had suddenly moved, aggravating his injury, and fell heavily again after a while. Thepan had listened a bit squinting, Lujaya began to think, and as she shifted disposition, Hinata said something unusual where was she's electric scooter? And we had Thero ad transformed into at her path? How strange, moreover, after such a long time. He had no theer day single vickle pass by slowly opening, Isaiah sand glancing to the left, Huey staken aback be the breathtaking view. Thesky wason exquisitable, avast expansio clear, with sunlight filtering through a few fluffy white clouds, casting a brilliant glow it felt as thof hehed tad myrid theskians chelontamethesky lanoff these industrial citisimid to havenote lukid this beautifulinages. Looking further down, Hesaver damp montane sand boundless green grass extending towards distant hills trode stretched from beneath his feet in tothy horizon, disappearing from sight slightly raising his shed, Hinata Sedasmal river flowing gently on the opposites I dofterode of everything waso sirenia. Lujaya close set aside some more, enduring the pain while excellent lamenting the scenery was delightful, yet so mething felt him swear wash a scooter. He had purchased the telectric vehicle in Lion August for Fort House and Iuan, nearly a month's salary. And where had the bustling road gone? Where were elf the vehicles? How to ribble strange. Hiss, Lugia gritted his teeth and slowly stewed a pouch, it third so much. What the heck, how did the plot of Fastgeiten dupen reality? Immis they've broken me hip. Head hot, grumbling to himsel fashy cautious slicer vey dis surroundings to his dismay. Theruis nosig na fees electric scooter, nor van Hishelmet the scenery around him was splendid, but he could not find a single modern object suddenly, has slapped himself hard. Grimacing from the pain indeed. These wasn't had dreams something, had Jonah terribly wrong wathed heffelin At noon, the sun shone brightly, warming thirtha suffage until he twas onader trode, Ammon limped along, his left garment triddled with tears, evidently torn from panting heavily, Thepan and Hishapan Thurkingson drained strength and spirit, Ythegrid distethan precedent all that Henry was pleasant. Itway zero lit avoid off human presence, Hiship felt as if it were, fractured honey deto finsimion for help, and Huazel soind irony at off sustenance. Hehadel reedy consumed and off tetwo eggs and hispaketer plenishes energy, and wood havito hold danto theatherun till he found people their wasserode, and water following thispeth mosly to village, and whereth there wace a village, there were a people where there were a people, there washope before salvation. Itway zapatya about his electrics guitarra brand of Hickleworth Fort House and Iuan. Justicia trudged along. A procession came into view, seeming liadas and orso vehicles, and from Ishazi perspective, there appeared to be quite a number of people, all dressed in Nancy and attire. Those outfits are far uglier than those from the recent released films. Hey Moost, observing thought Mustafti clothing weighs in hue soft blue, gray, and brown. Surely, the production team is thave some ointment for bruises. Lugia had hoped before losing consciousness. Chapter 2 I have become a slave. The cheerful clangen go firon bells filled thieras Lugiaslo lirigained consciousness wow, the sky wastillas buasaver, thoth mucho fisvuas obscure buin structures has shook his head. Wow, theriera so mana people. Where am I? What am I doing? Supporting himself with his left hand, hesitant lispering up. Ouch, and collapsed back down. It's definitely broken. Lugia thought to himself fast the pain in his left thip way, excruciating gritting his teeth. He surveyed the surroundings since Marie. He found himself in a erstron carriage, encircled by wooden frames, with at least a dozen individuals surround him. Many were dressed in brown garments. Their arms bare, face expressionless as this satin yellowed. Mold de grass then emitted a faint odor. Albeit not overly offensive enduring the pain. Lugiaslo lie propit himself up, leaning against wooden frame, and began to ponder. Agenal breeze caracidis face, some weight alleviating the agony fees and jury Lugia began to reflect in the bizarre hate experience. This full from the scooter, the unfamiliar environment, that people cladine archaic clothing, and the confining structure of the carriage. Wow, that pain from me endure confirms that the sizal realings have traveled through time. The individual sin the carriage appeared lackluster, mistwits allow complexions, leaning against an another, while ether slamatution lesson the grass carriage after carriage stretched out before him hakud not in surrounding them. Soldiers some magnificent steeds, robustandfully armed, wheel-dead long spears and darts word sat thire waists, some even had longbow slung over their saddles. I wonder how far they should have failed. I will den tandicants, Lugiamist. Hey, young man, where do you hail from? You certain don't look like y'allical. An elder lemon sitting next to Lugia inquired, reaching out top of him. However, perhaps due to the different style soft clothing, the old man was suitable to locate Lugia's pockets, letting Guda sigh of disappointment before continuing. You seem to be offinage either young or old. How did you end up captured by the slave catching team? Lugia squinted, scrutinizing the old man head graying hair, tattered clothing, aceto flargiello teeth, and a thin frame on his feet re a pair of oversized block sneakers, mismatched with his small feet, which wobbled dashes at. Thes sneakers making a thud sound weight. Those earmishas. Lugia muteregenderis breath, glancing down at his feet. Only to find disto spoking through a pair of worn black socks. Old man, why did he oust the alma shoes? Lugia whispered sharply, giveth them back. Here it shed for the old man's feet. Boot with thalp. He was reminded of fees and jury and refrained from making in his sudden movements. The old man, up and catching sight of Lugia's comically exaggerated movements, erupted into hearty laughter, drawing the attention off to men confined within thickage. Hoder Ned de Gland Saint. His direction. Hey, kid, I feel don't wish to jet better. Feel free to squirm me administered some medicine and Ike. Y'all be lively and sprightly, and in a month, you'll be fully recovered. That pair of shugia possess shall servir payment. You wouldn't believe how many people outside have azuft measure vices and dofferetta fortune with you've managed to quorum expertise. Formerly a pair of shoes weighed a splendid bargain. The old man grinned, revealing his large, yellowed teeth, and bellowed loudly, not forgetting to pat Lugia's halter with his calloused hands, causing Lugia to grimace in pain, silencing him immediately. Hearing this, Lugiaria head down to touch his ship, sensing some thinged hearing to the fractured area damn pan sticky tapered that the old man hadn't applied some medicine at efficacy, however, remained in certain hecastay. Sit along land sought the old man well, not bad thof some watten kimped, his eye sparkled with vitality, suggesting, certa competence. Lugia silent lyria assured himself, hoping for a swift recovery from his injury. The subsequent journey was marked by an oppressive excellence. Lugia lay comfortably amidst thieves, his gaze fixate donthibile top thickage, swaying rhythmically as his thoughts drifted far away the slave-catching brigade, each member armed with guns and knives, donned an imposing armor. What a formidable sight. Then, glancing at himself confined within thiskage, he couldn't help but concludeth thuis thes live in the so-called slave-catching brigade. Alas, how had it comatothis? Here he was, Ian Manoff tet one of fierce century, and dieth he found himself in such dire strait. Sothers what traversed timeo fun emerged as princes, nobles, martial arts masters, or wealthy merchants. Then, Washid esteemed to begin his journey a samer slave. System, Arialthier, Great One, Deity, Sage, Jesus, Buddha, Allah, had called out for what felt like eternity, yet it seemed Nuna responded with a sense of helplessness. Hester Dadabel, utterly at a loss, and Thes lightest movement synthwave so fagana thruffum before Hecknowit, he drifted off into a fitful slumber. Inades, he heard a voice commanding, stop, remain still Lugius Lolio Penidas, Peringa head to his surprise, Hessa twarmerd soldier Sandamidali Gedman Cladin merchants garb gallopin forward to horseback cluking further into the distance. He discerned wisp soft smoke arising from several miles away, accompanied by a cluster of flow, brownish dwellings it seemed Hayhead finally reached a populate Daria. Lugia calculated in his mind since Thesson had risen. They had been traveling until dusk, and Itapared Hay had spent an entire day to reach this village, my goodness. This placestrally vast. Look at you, Aldays Dan confused one swear of ain't the village, remember to keep our mouth shutty at, wherever's given toy and refrain from speaking gutoff turn, or you might find door sell fontherative and jindafe beating, the old man Chemedin, scrutinizing Lugian Semer Urialia requite, simple-minded can't even speak, properly thank you. Oldman, Lugia murmured softly, not quite how ended up harem ahead still feels muddled. Anna havenoidia wadado hequacan dispacio of speech. Where are we? What is this slave-catching brigade? Eratherian Laveshire? Where we headed? Had poured forth his questions in a torrent. The old man fell silent for a moment before responding, if my memorizer Vesmerite, should be in Thesity Statov Doli if I'm not mistaken about that flag. This is like Clith's slave-catching brigade off 7 blessings, merchant guild Dallofusen Thiskirter slaves, Antheresa Kenselb sold somewhere in Thesity Statov Doli where exactly, none can say for certain it could be mean, a farm, or even the Statov some a prominent figure. Perhaps Savin Theraneo Thesity state, hizide for Somion Likiu, Onsiuva recovered. Thepis ability is serene less sason ageltmally, you'll want be to loss where aviri, will yearn back 30 silver soints in a lift at time. Chapter 3 The first encounter with Kongju village. The caravan of the Shifuku slave-catching team paused briefly, and soon 3 riders returned at a swift gallop, bringing tidings of good news. The caravan promptly resumed its journey towards the village. Among them was a tall figure, the leader of the merchant group, riding a horse as he slowly fell back along the caravan, wielding a wooden staff while bellowing. Listen well, my fellow slave companions. Ahead lies Kongju village of the Doli city-state. Once we arrive, you may dismount and stretch your legs. However, do not stray more than 5 meters from the caravan, lest you risk your very lives. And refrain from engaging in conversation with the villagers of Kongju, for that too could be perilous. Moreover, do not congregate around your respective carts, as it could also jeopardize your safety. Lastly, no quarrels or disturbances, or you shall face dire consequences, as he shouted. He continued to ride forward, noticing someone still asleep in a cage, and prodded them with his stick, muttering a reprimand. Lugia listened to the fading sounds and sighed inwardly. Noting the caravan appeared to be quite numerous. If each cage held a similar number of captives, the caravan could easily harbor 200 to 300 slaves, according to the old man's reckoning. A male slave fetched 30 silver coins, even at a conservative estimate of 200 individuals, that amounted to 6,000 silver coins. Yet, he pondered how much that silver could be exchanged for in dollars, and how many sumptuous meals it could afford him. He cast a sidelong glance at the old man, who, after the ruckus, had resumed leaning against the wooden support, seemingly at peace as if everything was under his control in this entirely unfamiliar world. It seemed that he could glean information about this place only from the old man. The caravan swayed forward, and the village gradually unveiled itself before their eyes. The uniform chestnut-colored walls stood densely clustered, presenting an appearance of order intertwined with a hint of chaos, stretching beyond sight, leaving one to wonder how many households resided within it. The forefront of the village towered a high wooden fence, estimated to be around 3 meters tall. Flanking the gate were 2 wooden towers, each 4 to 5 meters high, resembling watchtowers. A dozen armed warriors stood at the gate, dressed similarly to the slave catchers but lacking iron armor. Donning instead light leather vests. 4 others were stationed atop the towers, wielding longbows and sheathed swords, with a gong hanging in the middle, presumably for signaling alarms. Lugia mused to himself, recalling how such scenes were often depicted in television dramas. Before long, they reached the gate. The caravan leader lightly tapped his horse's back end, sharing a jovial exchange with one of the armored guards, hastened to the entrance. Dismounting gracefully, he spread his arms wide with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Ah, my old friend, Fuan, I have returned." The middle-aged warrior at the gate, upon seeing this, handed his spear to a companion and joyfully opened his arms in return, shouting, "My dear friend, Kongmu, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. The finest wines of the village are prepared for you and your companions." With that, the two embraced tightly, oblivious to the caravan behind them, and walked into the village, still engaged in lively conversation. Meanwhile, the others in the caravan, nearing the gate, dismounted as well, hanging their weapons on their horses and entering the village empty-handed, leading their steeds. The slaves in the cages, having received prior warnings, dared not utter a sound and silently followed the carts into the village. The expanse of the village was remarkable. Its roads were paved with bluestone, and the sound of hooves echoed as they trod upon it. The village itself was remarkably clean, with most doors facing the road wide open. And villagers stood at their thresholds watching the caravan pass, men, women, elders, and children, though the presence of young adults was scant. The 10 or so warriors at the entrance seemed to be the largest group of able-bodied men in the village. Shortly after the caravan entered, it halted in a large square. The overseer began unlocking the cages, fastening shackles upon the slaves before ushering them out. When it was Lu Jia's turn, he stumbled out of the cage due to the pain from his fractured limb. Crying out as he fell to the ground, the overseer cursed him as a worthless fool and swung his stick. Lu Jia, unaccustomed to such treatment, pleaded for mercy, "Please, spare me." Yet the leader paid him no heed, intent on instilling fear in the other slaves, and continued to strike Lu Jia. Pain coursed through him, causing him to forget his broken arm as he rolled about in a desperate attempt to evade the blows. After several more strikes, the overseer's anger began to subside, and he barked at all the slaves. "Anyone who causes trouble will end up like him." With that, he proceeded to unlock the other cages, shackling the slaves before releasing them. Once the overseer moved on, the old man quickly approached Lu Jia, grinning as he said, "Endure it, young lad. Consider it bad luck." He patted Lu Jia's arm, and with a sudden, forceful motion, there was a crack as Lu Jia's arm was set back into place, causing him to nearly faint from the pain. After a considerable time, Lu Jia gradually regained his senses, inhaling sharply as he addressed the old man. "Thank you immensely. Had it not been for you, I fear my arm would have been broken again." Taking a deep breath, he continued, "Old sir, though I may not possess great abilities or status, I shall remember your kindness. If ever there comes an opportunity, I will surely repay you. May I inquire your name?" Lu Jia pondered, recognizing that if the old man could mend his arm, perhaps he could also assist with his hip and elbow. Thus he owed him 2 favors, and he mused that a pair of sneakers might only suffice as repayment once. His thoughts began to wander, and he couldn't help but break into a silly grin. The old man, observing the foolishness of the lad, wondered to himself, could he truly be that simple-minded? He raised his hand and playfully smacked Lu Jia on the cheek. "Silly boy, we share the same cage. That alone is fate. Healing the sick is my duty as a physician, so there's no need for talk of repayment. My name is Huang Taiping. Those who know me call me Huang Yi." Huang Yi adjusted his clothing and lowered his voice. "Lu Jia, seeing you so bewildered, having been captured and still dazed, since we have some time, allow me to share a few more words with you." As Huang Yi spoke, Lu Jia nodded attentively. They continued their hushed conversation until mealtime arrived, at which point they finally paused. Lu Jia stared at the 2 dark, hard lumps he had received, his brow furrowing in distaste, utterly unsure of how to consume them. Meanwhile, Huang Yi had already popped one into his mouth and was eagerly preparing to eat the other. Chapter 4. The sleepless first night. The sun slowly sank in the west, and the crescent moon quietly ascended overhead. Lu Jia gazed at the 2 dark morsels in his hand, his stomach growling with hunger. Remarkably, aside from a boiled egg in the morning, he had not eaten anything all day. Thankfully, he had been lying in the slave cart, and his hypoglycemia had not yet flared up. He recalled his early days in high school during military training when, having skipped breakfast, he collapsed after merely 20 minutes of standing at attention. Losing consciousness entirely, that a good friend had recounted how he had fallen so abruptly that it startled his classmates behind him. Fortunately, Someone reacted swiftly, catching him and dragging him to a shaded area, splashing cold water on him and administering sugar water, which he later learned had caused him to vomit, though he had no recollection of the event. Throughout his 3 years of high school, he had never quite straightened his back, becoming the source of amusement among his peers. In university, he had once again fainted due to hunger in the steamy bathhouse. Thankfully, as he felt himself losing consciousness, he managed to sit down slowly, preventing a serious injury. Reflecting on these mishaps brought forth a wave of bittersweet nostalgia. With that thought, Lu Jia popped the entire dark lump into his mouth, biting down hard. He felt as though he might choke. The moment the lump entered his mouth, it turned to powder, coating his entire oral cavity and throat, causing him to cough violently. Tears streamed down his face as he struggled to breathe. Huang Yi, watching from the side, chuckled and patted Lu Jia's back. "Is this your first encounter with black bread? Planning to choke yourself to death, are you?" The other nearby slaves also looked on, stifling laughter, and the atmosphere in the slave cart brightened considerably. After a prolonged bout of coughing, Lu Jia's vision began to clear, and he wiped away his tears, mumbling, "This black bread is utterly inedible. One bite and I was overwhelmed with flour, nearly costing me my life." He glanced at the others around him before turning to Huang Yi. "Is this what you all have been eating on the journey? Is there nothing else? This black bread is just too horrible." Before Huang Yi could respond, a burly man to his left interjected, "Little brother, judging by your reaction, you've never had black bread before, have you? You seem quite tender and unused to hard labor." The man was robust, with a short crop of hair and a long scar running down the left side of his face, extending from his ear to just below his mouth, the wound curling outward like a fleshy caterpillar across his rugged visage. His forearms were nearly as thick as Lu Jia's thighs, and his legs were even more robust, surpassing the combined girth of both of Lu Jia's legs. The burly man, rubbing his leg, continued, "You can't possibly be some young master from a wealthy family. Can you? Not knowing this? This stuff is only eaten by slaves. You can buy a dozen for just a copper coin at the market, quite a bargain. I've gotten used to it on this journey with the caravan." "Wow, this black-faced bun is absolutely dreadful." Luo Jia furrowed his brow, sighed, and stuffed the remaining one into his pocket, pondering that he might not find it so unpalatable once hunger set in. "Big brother." "My name is Luo Jia. May I ask your esteemed name?" Luo Jia inquired curiously, glancing at the burly man to his left. He thought for a moment and casually fabricated a few words. "I am merely a child of an ordinary family. We don't have such things where I'm from. It's my first time eating this, and I'm really not accustomed to it. However, judging by the looks of it, I will have to rely on it to fill my stomach in the future. So I must adapt quickly." The burly man scratched his head and chuckled. "What a steam name. I'm Zhu Urge, the second son in my family. You can just call me Zhu Urge or Old Zhu." He glanced around to see if the caravan guards were nearby and continued, "Don't laugh at me, but my home is on the other side of the mountain in the Dongshan City state. I accidentally killed someone back home and had to flee. Along the way, I encountered a slave-catching team. Those martial artists were all clad in iron armor. I couldn't even touch them, and I couldn't outrun their arrows. This scar on my face," Zhu Urge pointed to his cheek, "is from an arrow when I was running away. Just one shot. If I hadn't dodged quickly, it would have pierced right through my skull. I was truly lucky. I was so frightened that I immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. If I hadn't, the next arrow would have struck me." As Zhu Urge spoke, his teeth clenched, and his smile took on a somewhat sinister edge. The others who had gathered introduced themselves as well. The slender, sallow boy was named Li Dabai. Due to his mother's early demise, his negligent father, and an unwilling stepmother, he had been sold off at the age of 14. Next to Zhu Urge was a man named Niu Si, a compulsive gambler who lost everything, ultimately being sold to the slave-catching team to pay his debts. The simpleton next to Huang Yi, named Suanan, felt particularly wronged. His family faced food shortages, so he had thought to gather firewood and catch some wild game for money, but instead, he cast a fierce glare at the guards of the slave-catching squad. Old Heir's words serve as a reminder for you all. If you are mere commoners, without absolute certainty, do not foolishly contemplate opposing a martial artist. Old Heir is merely a first-tier martial artist. A second-tier martial artist can deliver a force of 200 pounds with each punch, while a third-tier martial artist can unleash 500 pounds. Moreover, second and third-tier martial artists possess corresponding martial skills. A formidable third-tier martial artist could obliterate everyone here, including the 19 first and second-tier martial artists. Huang Yi continued in accordance with Zhu Old Air's remarks. As for those above fourth tier, well, there's no need for you to concern yourselves with that. Get some rest. Tomorrow is another new day, and this life of servitude stretches on. Liu Jia lay quietly on the cold, hard ground, his somewhat weary body pressed closely against the earth. He slowly raised his head, gazing intently at the night sky. A bright, radiant moon hung above, resembling a flawless piece of jade, casting a soft and cool glow. This moon appeared neither so distant as to be unattainable, nor so close as to seem within reach. An impulse surged within Liu Jia, urging him to stretch out his hand to touch the seemingly nearby moon. However, no matter how earnestly he extended his arms, he could not truly grasp the lofty moon. Chapter 6. The goods of Fuan. Inside the village tavern, the lighting was somewhat dim, and the main hall was furnished with 7 or 8 tables. At a table on the left, Fuan, the caravan leader, and the village chief, Kong Mu, sat firmly in place, with a brown outer garment draped over a nearby stool. The table was adorned with 4 or 5 small dishes, and a jar of aged wine had already been half consumed. Aside from the two of them, only an old shopkeeper stood behind the counter, head bowed as he fiddled with an abacus, seemingly calculating the wine expenses. "Hey, old friend, your village is truly bustling with life these days, and I couldn't be happier for you," Fuan exclaimed with a smile, pouring himself a full cup of wine, raising it in a toast to Kong Mu. "Under your leadership, Kongju Village has transformed from that impoverished corner of the past into such a thriving settlement. Your contributions cannot be overstated." With that, he tilted his head back and gulped down the wine, gently setting the cup down. "Hee, Fuan brother, we have been long-time acquaintances, so there's no need for such formalities. The transformation of the village is largely thanks to the efforts of your 7 fortune merchants. I must express my gratitude to you all." Kong Mu chuckled lightly before lifting a cup of wine, preparing to return the gesture. Kong Mu, a man in the prime of life, was robust and muscular, towering and imposing. Yet, his eyes were particularly agile, revealing a keen intelligence. As a martial artist, he still found the energy to manage the village, something many could not achieve. In the Empire, most individuals had clearly defined roles. Martial artists focused on honing their skills and wielding military power, while administrators were mostly common folk, burdened with the complexities of daily affairs, leaving little time for cultivation. Kong Mu lowered his head like a chastised child, rubbing the wine cup in his hands, and spoke solemnly. "Fuan, for this shipment, I want everything except the slaves. Whatever you brought, I will take, and I have prepared the silver coins." With that declaration, he suddenly raised his head, his gaze piercing as he fixed it intently on Fuan. "Hey, old friend, thank you for your trust. However, most of this batch has already been reserved, as it was ordered by a significant figure from Duoli City. Nevertheless, I can negotiate for the remaining items. We can trade for whatever you desire." Fuan chuckled softly, his crafty eyes darting like lightning as they scrutinized Kong Mu. "You must understand, even the remaining goods are worth nearly 1,000 silver coins. Salt, sugar, spices, and your favorite weapon, 10 East Mountain curved blades, along with some other items that you often require. Surely, this is enough for Kongju Village to manage." After speaking, Fuan fell silent, attacking the small dishes before him with ravenous enthusiasm, particularly enjoying a plate of peanuts, oblivious to whether Kong Mu partook. His chopsticks moved with the speed of a tempest, swiftly delivering food to his mouth. In contrast, Kong Mu sank into contemplation, the atmosphere at the table suddenly heavy. As if a dense cloud had descended. Fuan's chopsticks gradually slowed in their pace. After a long silence, it was Kong Mu who finally broke the stillness. He lifted his cup, saluting Fuan with it, then tilted his head back to drink it all in one go, casually wiping his mouth with his sleeve. "Can't we sell a bit more, my old friend?" Kong Mu inquired, his piercing gaze fixed intently on every move of Fuan. "My old friend, this is beyond my control. When I return next time, I will certainly bring you more fine goods. Fuan responded swiftly to Kong Mu's words. This situation is truly unfortunate. The goods have already been pre-ordered, all dictated by the orders of those in high places. I, as a mere small leader, can only bow my head in obedience. There is no room for someone of my stature to interject. Upon hearing this, Kong Mu seemed indifferent, merely pouring himself bowl after bowl of wine in silence. Fuan, feeling lost and uncertain of how to respond, could only accompany him in raising their cups. Soon, the old shopkeeper brought over another jar of wine, which was also nearing its end. Suddenly, Kong Mu lifted his head, his eyes sharp as an eagle, fixating on Fuan. Then it is settled. I will take everything you can spare. Salt, sugar, blades, aside from the slaves and the reserved goods. Sell me everything else. Tomorrow morning, I will have the villagers bring money to the square to purchase the goods from you. With that, Kong Mu abruptly stood, donned his outer garment, and tossed 80 copper coins to the old shopkeeper as if discarding trash. He strode out of the tavern with long strides, declaring, "Get some rest early tonight. The mountains around the village have been unsettled lately, and the martial artists have gone up to patrol. The village's defenses are lacking. So be cautious at night and avoid any petty thieves." Before he could finish, he had already vanished like the wind outside the tavern. Fuan picked at a few more dishes, muttering to himself, "Ambitious fool, wanting everything. Bah!" Then he slowly rose, his expression dark as if he could drip water from it. He intended to return to the caravan and scrutinize the situation closely. Kong Mu's words had a hint of peculiarity, and he needed to investigate thoroughly to ensure nothing had gone awry. After he exited the tavern, he remained oblivious to the old shopkeeper's eyes, which glimmered with the lethal gaze of a venomous snake. As if observing a man on the brink of death, the caravan in the village square lay silent as a sleeping giant, shrouded in the dark veil of night, with only 7 martial artists standing guard like statues. While the rest had succumbed to the embrace of slumber, the slaves, with scarce food, hurriedly consumed their meager rations before collapsing into deep sleep to conserve their strength. Fuan nodded at the vigilant martial artists, his gaze lingering on the slumbering slaves, and then swept over the heavily laden carts, pacing back and forth like an ant on a hot pan, deep in thought, with a week's journey to Duoli City. Passing through 2 villages along the way, he, as the caravan leader, needed to have a clear understanding of how much merchandise to sell and how much to retain. Gradually, he made his way to the fire pit where Lu Jiao was. Noticing that the old man Huang had not yet fallen asleep. This old man was no ordinary figure. Earlier, Fuan had felt a slight discomfort with Kong Mu, but upon reflection, he directly sat beside the fire and spoke to the old man in a lowered voice. "Huang Yi, you haven't rested yet? We've been on the road all day, and I truly apologize for the inconvenience." Fuan's voice was barely above a whisper. "This is the custom of the caravan. I find myself quite helpless. I hope you will be understanding. You scoundrel, is it that you've encountered some trouble?" Huang Yi shot him a sidelong glance, his gaze sharp as a surgical knife, seemingly able to pierce through everything. "I was captured in East Mountain City over a month ago. You only come to speak with me now. Had it not been for some pressing issue, you likely wouldn't have shown yourself. Would you? Ha ha, Huang Yi, no wonder everyone calls you the old immortal. You truly possess discerning eyes." Fuan smirked slightly. "You offended the powerful in East Mountain City. They dared not kill you outright, so they instructed martial artists to capture you and send you to our slave-catching squad. You are well aware of the rules here. Once you enter the slave cage and the transaction is completed, there is no chance of release unless someone is willing to pay a higher price for your redemption. Our steward is concerned for your safety and has arranged to send you directly to Duoli City. With your capabilities, it would only take a slight display of your skills for numerous nobles and wealthy merchants to vie for your redemption, and you would regain your freedom." Huang Yi glared at Fuan like an enraged lion, snorting disdainfully. "Humph, so I should thank you then? Speak plainly, what trouble have you encountered?" "I cannot guarantee a solution." Fuan, akin to a frightened rabbit, quickly scanned his surroundings before lowering his voice cautiously and saying, Chapter 7. The underlying crisis. The night was as dark as ink, and the fierce wind howled like a raging beast. By the roaring fire, Fuan carefully extracted a blue wine gourd from his bosom, treating it as a precious treasure, and reverently presented it to Huang Yi. Then he continued, Huang Yi, you know that our caravan shipments consist of slaves as only a part of our cargo. We also carry local specialties, akin to dazzling pearls that emit an enchanting glow, as well as some precious items that resemble rare treasures, leaving one yearning for more. As Fu Wen spoke, he turned back to glance at the carriages at the center of the convoy, as if appraising his meticulously crafted masterpieces. This time was no exception. With nearly 300 slaves and a plethora of specialties from Dongshan City, transporting them to Dori City promised substantial profit. Furthermore, returning with Dori City's slave goods would surely fill their coffers to overflowing. Old Huang took a delicate sip from the gourd, the sound of his slurp akin to a melodious symphony, a tribute to the exquisite wine. Ah, Dori City's Huangshan wine. It has been years since I last savored it. You, my boy, truly have a thoughtful heart. Old Huang, your ability to indulge so freely is simply marvelous. Enjoy this wine at your leisure. I shall bring more to you tomorrow, Fu Wen replied, rubbing his hands together like a sycophantic pup, his face beaming with obsequiousness. Enough, enough. Do you think I would drink your wine for free? You seemed fine just earlier. What has caused you to become so anxious tonight, akin to an ant on a hot pan? This Kongju village appears to be no ordinary place, Huang remarked, taking another blissful sip of wine. Pray, tell me, what is the situation in Kongju village? What have you seen and heard? I have traversed this trade route for nearly a decade and have visited Kongju village several times. The village chief, Kong Mu, is as steady as a towering mountain, methodically conducting his affairs. Each time we arrive, he procures a vast quantity of goods. The development of Kongju village from nothing to its current state is a testament to Kong Mu's relentless efforts. Our caravan has provided him with numerous conveniences. Many of the agricultural slaves in his village were purchased from us. However, this time, something feels amiss. Like trying to see through a fog, he audaciously attempts to swallow all my goods. The total value of our cargo exceeds 1,000 gold coins. For a village of his stature, such ambition is akin to an ant trying to shake a tree, utterly implausible. Yet he persistently makes this demand. After my refusal, he sought to purchase all my remaining sellable goods, which amounts to over 1,000 silver coins. How could a village possibly buy such a surplus all at once, especially without necessity? Fu Wen's eyes brimmed with confusion. Kong Mu's behavior was indeed peculiar, akin to a shooting star appearing unexpectedly in the night sky, leaving one bewildered. As a merchant, he possessed his own standards for assessing changes in individuals. And Kong Mu's aberrant conduct filled him with trepidation. If your judgment holds true, then he must harbor ulterior motives. He is intent on acquiring your goods, either to fulfill some insidious purpose or because someone in his circle is in dire need of them. As a parched land yearns for rain, your rejection has not deterred him. He continues to expend wealth to procure your remaining goods, indicating his relentless desire for your other merchandise, much like a famished wolf fixating on its prey. Huang took a few more sips of wine, concealing the gourd in his bosom. Exercise caution. Being targeted by such a person can make life exceedingly difficult. Lacking the strength to purchase outright, he must have a benefactor backing him, a hidden serpent poised to strike. Upon hearing Huang's words, Fu Wen's apprehensions were validated, and he sighed deeply. I understand. Old Huang, I shall make another round of inspections. You should rest well. With a respectful bow, Fu Wen rose and departed, already formulating his plans. No sooner had Fu Wen stepped outside than Huang, like a gust of wind, slapped Lu Jia across the face, exclaiming, "You foolish boy! Have you finished eavesdropping? Be careful not to lose an ear." Lu Jia, resembling a jovial Maitreya, merely chuckled foolishly, unperturbed, and retorted, "Old Huang, you two were speaking openly, and I was merely lying here. How can that be considered eavesdropping?" With two crisp slaps, Huang reprimanded Lu Jia again. "You dullard, heed this well. Since you overheard our conversation, stay alert on the road ahead. Pay attention to the slightest movements around you, lest you find yourself with a head full of holes one day." Seeing Lu Jia still in a daze, Huang suddenly lunged towards his injured hip like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey. Lu Jia let out a blood-curdling scream, quickly conceding, "Old Huang, I was wrong. Please stop." He cradled his injured hip. pleading with desperation. Huang, observing Lu Jia's pitiful state, chuckled softly before gradually ceasing his assault. Listen well, you fool, I am not jesting. If this matter is true, lives may be at stake. Do not take it lightly. Huang's demeanor turned serious, recognizing the potential for great loss of life. Yet, he continued, this may also present an opportunity for you. If you can successfully escape and shed the shackles of slavery, you might attain true freedom. Upon hearing this, Lu Jia felt as though he had been struck by frost, slowly lowering his head in contemplation. Moments later, he raised his gaze. Old Huang, you are well aware of my situation. Unless a calamity befalls us that wipes out everyone and leaves only the slaves, my disabled body stands little chance of survival. Any living warrior could easily crush me, as effortlessly as squashing a bug. Huang squinted, assessing Lu Jia from head to toe, and chuckled lightly. At least you possess some self-awareness. My boy, that I did not misjudge you. Remember, regardless of how the world shifts and changes, your own strength is the most tangible reality. If you do not heal this broken body, you will remain a burden wherever you go. Any thoughts of escape will be mere fantasies. A bitter smile crept onto Lu Jia's lips, and he remained silent, lost in thought. He mused that if disaster truly struck, he would have no way to escape this prison. Ah, my electric scooter, how I long to return home. Huang, gazing at the simpleton before him, suddenly inquired, have you ever considered the possibility of survival? Lu Jia froze at this question, his eyes fixated on Huang. The intensity of his gaze sending shivers down Huang's spine. In a swift motion, Huang raised his hand and delivered another slap. Listen well, fool. In this world, strength is the cornerstone of survival. With your current disability, you can only wait for your fate. But if you possess formidable power, if you could become a warrior like Lao Er, capable of fleeing 50 or 60 li in one breath, at the very least, you would secure your own life. Huang spoke deliberately. You have indeed stumbled upon a stroke of luck, encountering an old man like me. He rummaged through his garments and produced a stone bead. The instant the bead emerged, it captivated Lu Jia's gaze as if it were a magnet. This brown stone bead, indistinguishable from ordinary pebbles, bore an inexplicable allure. Holding it felt vastly different from grasping an unremarkable stone. Though it lacked dazzling brilliance, it seemed to radiate a mysterious glow. This is the heart of a warrior, akin to a brilliant pearl. Possessing it, even the most mundane individual can embark on the path of a warrior. Your broken body can swiftly heal, akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes. Huang observed Lu Jia, who was awestruck, and with a swift motion, tossed the stone bead into his mouth. The suddenness of the act left Lu Jia gagging. Yet he found himself unable to expel it. Huang, noticing Lu Jia's retching had ceased, swiftly pressed several acupoints on Lu Jia's body in rapid succession. With each strike, Lu Jia appeared to be entranced, slipping into a deep slumber, plunging into an unfathomable realm of dreams. Chapter 8. Once more, the journey begins. Lu Jia felt as though he had traversed a tunnel through time, returning to the modern era, where he witnessed wondrous scenes unfolding on the television screen. Countless powerful figures soared through the skies like birds, their blades flickering like shooting stars in a dazzling display. One figure wielding a sword descended like a battle god from the heavens, swinging his blade as if it were a silver serpent in a wild dance, cleaving a towering mountain in twain. Yet, from the mountain emerged a figure, ghostly and swift, launching a punch that roared like a raging dragon, obliterating the sword-wielding warrior into mere dust. The aerial combat was fierce, akin to a volcanic eruption, while the ground below resembled a hellscape where two armies clashed in chaos, unable to determine a victor. One side, clad in black armor, loomed like dark clouds over a besieged city. The other, draped in crimson armor, surged like a tide of blood, entirely entangled in conflict. Each warrior possessed the strength to move mountains, their every strike generating gusts of wind that swept the surroundings like a tempest. Not far off, mounted warriors brandished long spears, their momentum akin to a dragon emerging from the sea. With a single thrust, they sent 4 or 5 warriors flying as if they were leaves caught in a storm. Before long, the ground within a 10-foot radius became devoid of any standing figure. the warhorse neighed. And the nameless warrior raised his lance high, akin to a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain, exuding an unparalleled ferocity, poised to charge forward. Suddenly, an arrow shot forth from the distance like a meteor racing across the night sky. Aimed directly at the warrior's chest, with a thunderous roar, the mounted warrior welcomed the challenge, channeling all his strength into his lance, which met the arrow with the force of a mountain crushing an egg. In that fleeting moment of contact, the warrior's expression transformed dramatically. His eyes widened in horror as the lance unexpectedly shattered in a brilliant explosion, akin to fireworks illuminating the night. The arrow, undeterred in its speed, pierced through the warrior's chest as effortlessly as cutting through mist. The nameless warrior, despair etched on his face, plummeted from his steed like a kite severed from its string, devoid of any semblance of life. As if the flickering flame of existence had been extinguished by the wind, Lugia's eyes sparkled like resplendent stars, his gaze intense and entranced. Such a scene was indeed rare on television. Since he had been toiling like a beast at work, it had been ages since he last set foot in a cinema to relish the grandeur of the silver screen. His once admired martial arts idols, Jackie Chan and Jet Li, had aged, and he learned that the child stars of yesteryear, Shi Xiaolong and Xian Miao, had grown up and returned to the silver screen. He lamented the vexing demands of his job that continually denied him the pleasure of watching films. After observing the screen above, Lu Jia glanced below and could not help but sigh, wishing he had some sunflower seeds and snacks in hand, for that would surely enhance his enjoyment of the show. He clapped his hands and then his thighs, and then, with a sudden realization, he found himself standing in midair, his feet suspended as if liberated from the grasp of gravity. Upon recognizing this peculiar state, he felt akin to a kite set adrift, plummeting downwards. With a start, Lu Jia woke, gasping for breath, and it took a moment for him to gather his senses. The dream felt so vivid, as if he had lived through it. He surveyed his surroundings and noted that the fire had dwindled to embers, with a few individuals who had slept little already awake, while others stared at him. The eastern sky had begun to lighten with the first hints of dawn. Indeed, daybreak was imminent. This sleep was quite the experience, Lu Jia murmured to himself, suddenly recalling something. He reached down to his left hip bone and pressed firmly. A sharp intake of breath escaped him, and he gritted his teeth, letting out a low groan, though it seemed he had improved considerably. After all, it takes 100 days to recover from a serious injury, and this was merely the second day. The efficacy of the medicine was truly remarkable. "Hey, you little rascal, awake at last." Huang Yi stirred, gazing at the still-dazed Lu Jia with a slight smile. "Since you're awake, you'd best obediently climb into the cage. With your legs in such a state, if you dawdle, you might find yourself on the receiving end of a whip." Lu Jia vigorously shook his head, gradually regaining his senses. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet and knelt before Huang Yi with a thud, exclaiming, "Huang Yi, your life-saving grace is something I will never forget. From now on, you are my dear grandfather, and I bow to you." After speaking, he performed 3 deep bows, the sound echoing like a heavy hammer striking a drum in the air. Huang Yi looked upon Lu Jia with great delight, his heart swelling with emotion. For so many years, he had wandered alone, unburdened by attachments. Now, out of the blue, a grandson had appeared. Was this not the result of fate? A karmic cycle? The seeds of his warrior's heart had finally borne fruit. What lay ahead, however, remained uncertain. "All right, rise. I'm no spring chicken. You think you can still call me grandfather? Hurry, get into the cart." Lu Jia's kneeling had startled Zhu Urge and the others awake. Knowing Lu Jia's injuries, Zhu Urge quickly supported his left arm, while Suanan hastened to grasp his right arm, both exerting their combined strength to lift Lu Jia onto the cart, and then assisting Huang Yi aboard as well. On even ground, Lu Jia managed to walk relatively well, but after taking a few steps, he sought a patch of level grass for Huang Yi to sit upon, before lying down beside him. Zhu Urge, Niu Si, and the others gradually climbed onto the cart as well. A dozen individuals were seated in the dual horse-drawn carriage, and surprisingly, there was ample space. One could not deny that the treatment of slaves here was far superior to the abject conditions in certain other realms. The morning for the slave-catching team began without food. To conserve the slave strength, they were afforded only a single meal at dusk, 2 black buns, while water was provided only every other day. Deprived of both sustenance and hydration, the slaves naturally lacked the energy to escape. However, beyond this, they faced no excessive hardships. As most of the slaves returned to their cages, the overseer of the caravan emerged to conduct inspections. He approached those who had yet to return, delivering a kick to drive them onto the cart, as if herding livestock. For those lagging behind, the overseer's stick fell mercilessly upon them. Gradually, the sun fully ascended above the horizon, awakening the entire village under its warm embrace. Waves of villagers, brandishing local specialties, surged toward the caravan like a tide, silver and copper coins in hand. The leader, Fuan, waved his hand, and the 2 carts of goods were magically released, emptied within half an hour. Observing this spectacle, Fuan felt a mix of joy and concern. He gestured for the caravan members to pack up and prepare for departure. The convoy, resembling a colossal dragon, slowly made its way out of Kongju village. Only then did Fuan's anxious heart find some measure of relief. It seemed that Kong Mu had yet to decide to turn against them. As long as they departed swiftly, leaving the confines of Kongju village, they would be safe. When they returned next time, Kong Mu would likely still be a good ally. The caravan faded like a phantom from view, and atop the arrow tower by the side of Kongju village's gate, a tall, imposing figure stood like a statue, gazing in the direction the caravan had taken. Letting out a heavy sigh, "Mr. Gong, are you certain you wish to proceed with this course of action?" His voice echoed in the shadows of the arrow tower, as if emerging from another realm, and in that lofty tower, only his solitary figure remained, seemingly engaged in a conversation with his own soul. That moment, the shadows of the arrow tower rippled like the surface of a calm lake, and a figure emerged like a wraith. Clad in a green cloak, he appeared gaunt, like a candle flickering in the wind, his voice raspy as if sandpapered. "Lord Kong, this cargo has been specifically requested by my master. It absolutely cannot fail. Since that Fuan is so ungrateful, we need not be polite." Kong Mu, towering like an unmovable mountain, looked down upon the enigmatic figure in the cloak and spoke solemnly. "Kongju village has come this far with great difficulty. If this operation leaks, we will face utter catastrophe." "Kong Mu," the cloaked figure's voice thundered, reverberating in Kong Mu's ears like a clap of thunder. "Consider your own position and that of your village. Without my master, how could you and your village enjoy such fortune today? Your strength as a 4th-tier warrior and the backing of over 100 martial artists are gifts from my master. It is time to repay the debt." Kong Mu felt as if struck by a heavy blow, his body trembling as silence enveloped him, as if he were engaged in a fierce internal struggle. After a long pause, he slowly nodded, his tone resolute. "Mr. Gong, you speak the truth. I, Kong Mu, will repay my debts. I will ensure this cargo is returned to you." A sinister laugh echoed from the green cloak, as if it originated from the depths of hell. The figure slowly retreated, gradually vanishing into the shadows, leaving no trace, as though he had never existed. Chapter 9. The first training in the early morning. Sunlight cascaded over the fields like a golden veil, exuding the fragrance of earth, the very essence of the land. The boundless wheat fields swayed gently in the breeze, resembling a green ocean dancing joyfully, heralding the arrival of an abundant harvest. Wildflowers by the dirt roads sparkled like stars in the night sky, persistently blooming, infusing the entire landscape with vitality and vigor. The lengthy slave-catching caravan creaked as its wheels rolled along the dirt path through the wheat fields, akin to the tortured moans of imprisoned souls. Were it not for this cage, Lu Jia might have rated the scenery a perfect 10, yet now, the confinement evoked nostalgic memories of his carefree, liberated youth. Lu Jia hailed from a remote northern village, a forgotten corner akin to a hidden paradise. Nestled in a valley were merely a handful of households, the folk as honest as the clear springs in the mountains. Throughout his youth, life resembled a cheerful melody, brimming with joy and laughter. The village was like a dainty pearl nestled in the embrace of the mountains, positioned within a smaller valley. Scattered throughout the hills were 1 or 2 households on each side, with numerous winding paths interlinking them like serpents. Whenever it rained or snowed, villagers carried shovels to dig small pits at intervals, To prevent slipping on the slick ground, at the heart of the village stood a small temple. Now in ruins, its deity long lost to time, leaving behind an empty shrine. The gates remained tightly shut, as if guarding some secret. In front of the temple lay the only sizable flat area in the village, where children, like a flock of joyous birds, gathered to play after completing their homework. The lower portion of the temple was adorned with a myriad of colorful drawings, where children, akin to little artists, freely sketched, wrote, and doodled. Each time one passes by, a vast expanse of vivid and colorful artworks comes into view. On the upper tier of the temple, above the entrance, exquisite murals are intricately depicted in places beyond the reach of the common folk. Although the children do not recognize these murals, they are aware that they feature the 18 arhats, yet they are perplexed as to why only 17 figures are portrayed. To the right, a breathtaking landscape painting graces the wall, one that they had never paid heed to in their childhood. It is only upon maturation that they come to realize the enchanting scenery depicted within, resembling an idyllic paradise, with quaint bridges and flowing streams, a sight of unparalleled beauty. One day, a group of mischievous children, akin to little monkeys, stealthily opened a window of the temple and quietly slipped inside. Bathed in the meager rays of sunlight filtering through the eaves, the children finally beheld the temple's interior murals. There were 2 grand murals in total. The first depicted the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara, her jade-like pure vessel shimmering like crystal, seemingly adorned with vibrant green willow branches, an exquisite sight to behold. The other mural, however, struck terror into the hearts of the children. Liu Jia vaguely recalls that the moment he glanced at this terrifying painting, it felt as if he had been struck by lightning, causing him to tremble and fall onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. What a horrifying scene it was! At the bottom of the mural lay a colossal oil cauldron, within which live humans were being boiled. The heart-wrenching screams seemed capable of piercing through eardrums, while to one side, a fierce night demon wielded a massive tool, appearing to inflict even greater torment. Above, countless little demons grinned wickedly, baring their teeth as they gathered, while dismembered limbs floated grotesquely in the cauldron, sending chills down one's spine. Upon their first sight of this painting, the children were left petrified, and once they regained their senses, they burst into tears and fled in panic. After emerging from the temple, Liu Jia endured several nights of nightmares before he could scarcely erase those horrifying images from his mind. Suddenly, Liu Jia felt a sharp pain in his hip, as if struck by a hammer, causing him to gasp involuntarily. The chain of memories snapped, and he abruptly opened his eyes, forcing a bitter smile at Huang Yi'er, saying, "Grandpa Huang, are you looking for your grandson?" With that, he ingratiatingly sat up and began to massage Huang Yi'er's shoulders. "You little rascal, did you think that yesterday's meal was for free? Listen closely, follow my lead," Huang Yi'er said sternly, giving Liu Jia a serious glare before lifting him as if he were a chick under an eagle's grasp. Continuing in a low voice, "You have consumed the heart of a warrior, and it will not grant you the powers of a warrior without effort. You must learn to harness your energy and how to swiftly absorb the heart of a warrior in order to break through and become one. Watch closely." Before his words fell silent, Huang Yi'er sat cross-legged, placing his hands below his abdomen, his eyes shut, resembling a steadfast mountain. Liu Jia focused intently on Huang Yi'er's movements, thinking to himself, "I must not allow even a moment of negligence." Thus, he hurriedly mimicked Huang Yi'er, crossing his shoulders, placing his hands below his abdomen, closing his eyes, and enduring the pain in his hip as he began to concentrate. However, Liu Jia's stomach grumbled unexpectedly. Protesting against its owner's hunger, with a resigned sigh, he rubbed his belly and discreetly opened his eyes to glance at Huang Yi'er, only to be met with a swift slap to his head. "Do not lose focus." Terrified, he quickly shut his eyes again and resumed his concentration. Time passed without notice, and suddenly Liu Jia felt a warm sensation in his abdomen, as if a flame were igniting within. He rejoiced inwardly. This must be the energy that Grandpa Huang spoke of. It truly exists. He dared not move, merely taking slow, deep breaths, feeling the energy sway within him. Gradually, he sensed a mysterious force at the center of this energy, continuously emanating more energy, filling his abdomen with a powerful force. Eventually, he released a sigh of relief, awakening as if from a prolonged and enigmatic dream, and exited that mystical state. The energy within his abdomen dissipated like mist, and he opened his eyes to find them sparkling, scanning the surroundings as if seeking to pierce through the veils of this world. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Huang Yi, excitement radiating from him like a child. "Grandpa Huang, it seems to have worked. I have become one." Huang Yi looked at Lu Jia's naive expression with disdain, replying, "Do not rejoice too soon. You are but at the beginning." With a deliberate tone, Huang Yi continued, "You must remember to diligently practice every day, like an old workhorse, never allowing yourself to become lazy or complacent. One day, you shall discover that you are growing stronger, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, enabling you to safeguard your very life." Zhu Lao, having observed the exchange for a while, eagerly approached, respectfully inquiring, "Forgive me, Grandpa Huang, but I have been watching for some time. What you are teaching Lu Jia is the cultivation method of a warrior, correct?" "Ah, Lao, you have trained hard in external martial arts since childhood, and it has not been easy for you to become a first-tier warrior." Huang Yi surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, scanning over Li Dabai, Suanan, and the others, finally resting back on Zhu Lao. "Since I am imparting this knowledge in your presence, I am not fearful of your learning. This breathing technique is as common as cabbages in the city. 1 gold coin grants you the opportunity to learn it. You may as well give it a try. If you feel a connection, it indicates your potential to become a warrior. And for you, Lao, already a first-tier warrior, this technique will be of great benefit. And should you have the chance to break through to the second tier, it would indeed be your fortune." Upon hearing this, Zhu Lao and the others were overjoyed, bowing repeatedly to Huang Yi. Such knowledge, while perhaps trivial in the city, was akin to a heavenly manuscript in this barren countryside. An immense opportunity. Observing Huang Yi wave his hand, Zhu Lao and the others mimicked Huang Yi and Lu Jia, gradually settling into a meditative posture, embarking on their journey of cultivation. Huang Yi squinted at Zhu Lao and the others, pondering whether this opportunity could indeed save the life of this foolish boy. Then glanced at Lu Jia, who was still absently rubbing his abdomen in delight, and gave him another slap, saying, "What are you daydreaming about? Continue your practice." Chapter 10. The emergence of crisis. The journey from Kongju village to Duoli city was long and arduous, with the caravan moving forward slowly like a snail. After half a day, they finally emerged from the fields of Kongju village, entering the borderlands between Kongju village and Yojia village. In this area, apart from the serpentine yellow earth road, no signs of human activity could be found. Even the farmers who had occasionally worked in the fields had vanished without a trace. As far as the eye could see, small hills dotted the verdant landscape like green spirals, with a winding river flowing gracefully, resembling a silver ribbon, bringing a sense of tranquility. However, Fuan's brow furrowed tightly upon entering this area. As if shrouded by an invisible gloom, a wave of indescribable unease surging within him, he summoned the captain of the guard, Tian Wu, for counsel. Tian Wu removed his helmet, his long black hair cascading like a waterfall, exuding vitality and standing tall and robust. Appearing to be in his 20s, in modern terms, he would undoubtedly be described as a quintessential wolf dog. Wu. "I feel as if there's a rabbit trapped in my chest, restless and anxious. You must stay vigilant. The road to Duoli city may not be smooth sailing," Fuan said, riding alongside Tian Wu. "Uncle Fu, are you overly worried? Our merchant caravan has traversed this route for many years. You alone have been running it for nearly a decade. Along this way, which village has not warmly welcomed us?" Tian Wu waved his hand dismissively, adding, "Besides, our caravan is fortified with 20 robust warriors. Like an iron fortress, even a mere cat or dog would find it difficult to shake us. Duoli city has enjoyed peace for many years. I have never heard of any bandits causing trouble. Could it be that a band of rogues from elsewhere just happens to cross our path?" Fuan's brow deepened as he spoke in a hushed tone. "Ah Wu, listen to me. The village chief of Kongju village is quite strange, and I worry he harbors ill intentions." After saying this, Fuan nervously glanced around, as if like a startled bird, before continuing, If he plots against us, it could spell dire danger. Over the years, Kongju village has developed rapidly, with the number of warriors rising like stars in the sky, undoubtedly surpassing our caravan. That Kong Mu himself is a third-tier warrior. I recall last year at this time, during his training, he effortlessly lifted and wielded a boulder weighing 500 to 600 pounds, while the 10 or so warriors from the village could not even approach him. Third-tier warrior? A glimmer akin to starlight flashed in Tian Wu's eyes. Uncle Fu, I have taken your words to heart. I will instruct the guards to be doubly cautious and prepared. But how could a mere village chief dare to act against us? With our 20 well-equipped warriors, even 40 or 50 warriors would find it difficult to take us down. As for that Kong Mu, I am also a third-tier warrior. Do you think I would fear him? He should be wary of me as well. Tian Wu twirled the iron spear in his hand, letting out a cold chuckle. What qualifications does a man in his 40s, barely scraping by to reach third tier, have to challenge me? Upon hearing this, Fu Wen felt a heavy stone in his heart slowly lift. Tian Wu, this young man, possesses an extraordinary talent for martial arts. At merely 24 years of age, he has already ascended to the rank of a third-tier warrior, wielding the 8 directions blade with an unmatched prowess. With him at the helm, there is indeed no need to fear Kong Mu. Perhaps finding solace in his own thoughts, he gradually calmed down while surveying his surroundings, beginning to reconsider the likelihood of an ambush. Although Kongju village boasts over 100 martial artists, it is improbable that they would all emerge at once. If only half were to mobilize, they would likely find themselves evenly matched against the merchant caravan's guards. Should they deploy more personnel, the moment their intentions are revealed, Kongju village would inevitably expose its vulnerabilities. At that juncture, whether the Seven Fortunes caravan intervenes directly or calls upon Doli City for retribution, Kongju village would face utter devastation. Viewed in this light, the potential loss far outweighs the gain. Kong Mu is a practical individual, and such a significant loss for mere supplies would be utterly foolish. Surely, that fellow would not be so irrational. As Fu Wen's thoughts lingered, the caravan began to meander into the mountainous terrain between Kongju village and Yoja village. The hills were not particularly towering, yet the winding paths resembled a serpentine creature, stretching the caravan into a long line. The cart of Lao Huang was positioned centrally, with no end in sight ahead and no rear in view behind. Lao Huang, just how vast is Doli City? One Kongju village is already so immense, and we have yet to leave a single village after a whole day. The injuries on Lu Jia's body have mostly healed. He leaned against the wooden cage, murmuring softly. His swift change in mentality was astonishing. A slave is a slave, and surviving in the present is of utmost importance. Doli City is a major city in the southwest of the empire. Surrounded by more than 10 city-states, with Doli City reigning supreme, boasting a formidable military and vast territories, stretching over 10,000 miles, encompassing over 60 villages. Lao Huang shook his head and remarked, the lineage of the Doli City Lord has existed for over 1,000 years. With profound strength and a continuous alliance through marriage with the noble families of the imperial capital, making them the dominant power of the southwest. After finishing his words, Lao Huang glanced at the mountain peaks on either side. A subtle smile gracing his lips, "You lot, quickly crouch down and hold on tight." And no sooner had Lao Huang spoken than dozens of masked individuals suddenly emerged from the mountain tops, each bearing a massive stone that plummeted like meteors. Many others, also masked, armed with longbows, pounced upon the caravan members with the ferocity of hungry tigers. The guards were caught off guard. The boulders descended in an instant, akin to sharp swords cleaving the caravan in two, blocking the paths ahead and behind. The ordinary members of the caravan suffered devastating blows, toppling from their mounts. Tian Wu's anger flared, his voice hoarse as he shouted for the guards to form ranks against the enemy. While he reached for a powerful bow on his steed, drawing the bowstring with fluidity, he loosed an arrow that struck down a masked assailant like a shooting star. Everyone heightened their vigilance, shielding the carriages and preparing for battle, 3 per group. After shooting an arrow, Tian Wu swiftly turned his horse around and sped toward Fu Wen like an arrow released from a bow. Fu Wen was the caravan leader. If any harm were to befall him, all the guards would face dire consequences, and he could not allow Fu Wen to be endangered. The masked assailants surged forth like a tidal wave, launching an assault before charging in. Their weapons varied greatly: long spears, broadswords, long swords, and spiked clubs. Rushing towards their respective targets with the fury of a tempest, Fu Wen huddled behind a slave cart, casting a hurried glance at the nearly 80 masked figures, and couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, shaking his head. If all these were martial artists, we would truly be in grave danger. Tianwu had already dismounted, and upon seeing Fu Wen unharmed, he did not hesitate. He turned and lunged at the masked assailants like a tiger descending a mountain, disregarding his unremarkable appearance. In this critical moment, his decisiveness was remarkably bold. As a third-tier warrior, Tianwu stood out in the fray, commanding attention. With a powerful sweep of his arm, he hurled his spear with a thunderous roar, piercing through two masked men and impaling them together like candied hawthorn. Next, he drew his long blade, roaring in fury as he accelerated once more, plunging into the ranks of the masked assailants. The glint of his blade danced as the sounds of clashing steel resounded through the air. Other guards, taking refuge behind the slave cart, formed groups of three, bracing for the onslaught. In mere moments, they were engaged in close combat with the ferocious masked assailants. Thanks to their armor, they were temporarily able to hold their ground. Lu Jia and the others looked on at the chaotic scene, huddling together like startled birds, trembling beside Lao Huang. Lao Huang, perhaps we should flee swiftly, they said anxiously. They're in such disarray. I feel my fists could easily shatter the slave cage. And we could simply. Tianwu's swordplay was as fierce and relentless as a tempest, having undoubtedly become the MVP of this battle. He had already claimed nearly 10 souls under his blade. Yet regrettably, he was growing increasingly impatient, his techniques becoming disordered. The brawny man's long sword slithered like a venomous serpent, darting forth with deadly precision at any opportunity, compelling Tianwu into a state of disarray. Resembling a quintessential villain. Meanwhile, Huang Yi remained as steadfast as a mountain, his gaze fixed upon the mountainside, muttering, "Faster, faster." Lu Jia, bewildered, inquired, "Grandfather Huang, what do you mean by faster, faster?" Huang Yi offered no reply, continuing to gaze intently at the mountains. Lu Jia, perplexed, turned to look as well, only to be startled by the sudden disappearance of the masked figure atop the peak, leaving only a solitary old man in green standing at the summit. The old man took a single, nonchalant step forward, and as if conjured from thin air, a mountain eagle materialized beneath him, propelling him downwards like a bolt of lightning, diving towards the slave convoy with the ferocity of a starving tiger. With a mere wave of his hand, several masked figures were toppled like leaves in a tempest, spewing blood and struggling to rise. The brawny man, engaged in combat with Tianwu, upon witnessing this, leaped back in alarm, creating distance between them. Simultaneously, he lunged towards the green-clad elder like a ravenous wolf, while signaling his subordinates to continue their assault on Tianwu, denying him a moment's respite. As the brawny man surged forward like the wind, he darted his eyes around like a startled rabbit, scanning for any additional combatants. Finding none, he thrust his sword toward the green-clad elder with the speed of lightning, only for it to halt before the elder's chest as if ensnared by an immobilizing spell. The elder snorted disdainfully, and with a flick of his sleeves, which seemed to be forged from iron, he sent the brawny man hurtling away like a cannonball. Yet he did not pursue but gracefully leapt onto the cart, his voice booming like thunder, commanding, "Everyone, cease your actions. I am Carlos, the green-clad priest of Dalek City. This plunder must come to an immediate halt. Otherwise, I shall show no mercy. Should anyone dare to defy my words and persist in their villainy, they will face my ruthless wrath and be slain without exception." His voice resonated through. At that very moment, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, and a shadowy figure, akin to a specter, arrived in the blink of an eye. With a single strike, it repelled Kong Mu as effortlessly as a mountain crushing an egg, causing his chest to cave in and blood to erupt from his mouth, sending him flying like a kite severed from its string. This sudden turn of events struck the battlefield like a bolt of lightning, rendering it eerily silent. Tianwu found himself utterly alone, while the masked assailants lay defeated, and the remaining ones, trembling like startled quails, huddled closely behind the imposing figure. The display had left everyone in a state of shock. The shadow gradually revealed its true form, a tall figure clad in black, with sharp eyebrows and piercing eyes that surveyed the battlefield like arrows, instilling fear in all who dared to breathe loudly. A sixth-tier warrior, the vice-captain of the 1st Patrol Team of Doli City, He-Sha Yu-Ji, had appeared in this valley, exerting his terrifying strength to dominate all present. General Yu-Ji, an elderly priest, hastily approached the black-clad general. Trembling as he spoke, "If you had arrived even a moment later, I would have lost my life here." Carlos grumbled in frustration. "Now that you are here, it's much easier. Leave no bandit alive. Eliminate them all, and let us hasten our return with this cargo." "Where is the cargo?" Yuji's gaze pierced through Carlos before he began to search among the merchant convoy in a moment. He spotted the leader, Fuwen, quaking like a frightened rabbit. "Where is the cargo destined for Auspicious Alley? I must see it with my own eyes." Yuji, as light as a swallow, leapt beside Fuwen, who shrank further, resembling a candle flickering in the wind. "Yes, it's at the back of the convoy," Fuwen stammered, pointing a trembling finger, only to be seized by Yuji like an eagle catching its prey and deftly placed atop a nearby cart. "Is this it?" Yuji indicated a red wooden box, and upon receiving Fuwen's affirmation, he unceremoniously overturned the various items atop the box, causing Fuwen's heart to bleed with anguish. When Yuji finally opened the wooden box, Fuwen came to a startling realization, understanding why this merchant convoy had encountered such a significant calamity. Inside lay 500 warrior hearts, arranged neatly like brilliant stars, quietly resting in the red wooden box. The majority were brown and green, with a few black and white ones, shining like the brightest stars in the night sky, captivating everyone's gaze. This single box contained wealth surpassing the total value of all the goods and slaves in the entire convoy. It had the potential to directly nurture hundreds of warriors, a colossal fortune that could not be overlooked by anyone. At this moment, Fuwen finally comprehended why Kong Mu had wanted to retain all their goods, why nearly 100 masked men had surged forth like ravenous wolves, and why an emerald-clad priest and a 6th-tier warrior had appeared in this inconspicuous valley. The roots of it all lay here. As everyone remained entranced by the shock brought forth by the warrior hearts, several shadowy figures emerged above the valley, unnoticed. Chapter 13. The glory of Campbell Yuji's gaze was magnetically drawn to the box of warrior hearts. Completely oblivious to the fact that the surrounding hills had been encircled like a fortified fortress, the foremost outsider of the Campbell family, his wife was the legitimate daughter of the current head of the family, granting him an esteemed status. His own power had reached the pinnacle of the 6th tier, making him a core member of the youthful faction in Doli City. The Campbell family had thrived for a millennium in Doli City, yet now, like the setting sun, it was showing signs of decline. The family possessed only one 7th-tier martial master, while Yuji, a 6th-tier martial artist from an external lineage, stood as the family's backbone. To restore the family's former glory and bolster the martial strength, the Campbell family had expended vast sums, depleting half of their resources to acquire this batch of warrior hearts from distant city-states. Should the 7th-tier martial master pass away without a powerful individual to safeguard the family, it was highly likely they would be devoured by other clans, a fate the current family head could not tolerate. Yuji reflected on the family's past splendor upon joining and found himself engulfed in profound contemplation and nostalgia. The family's ancestor, Erican Campbell, was akin to a god of war, accompanying the Dolan family, the lords of Doli City, into battle, achieving remarkable feats and ultimately becoming a 9th-tier martial master, commanding a 1,000-strong contingent for the expansion of Doli City. The second generation, Ross Campbell, was also an 8th-tier martial master. Deeply trusted by the Dolan family, and the family's glory soared to its zenith, flourishing for centuries. However, over the past 200 years, the family's strong warriors had fallen like shooting stars, suffering heavy losses in the war between Doli City and Longjiang City. With casualties among family members reaching 70 to 80%, the family was left bereft of talent, lacking continuity, and its power plummeted into an abyss, resulting in a precarious position in Doli City. In recent years, While the situation had somewhat eased, the scarcity of warriors remained a persistent ailment, leading to the reckless acquisition of warrior hearts. However, news of this endeavor had spread, attracting the covetous gaze of ill-intentioned individuals. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Yuji suddenly lifted his head, the tide of his thoughts rushing back. He realized the situation was amiss. If the Black Hands were aware that the cargo contained a multitude of warrior hearts, how could they possibly dispatch only a mere fourth-tier martial artist to lead the operation? He looked up and scanned the area, only to find several figures standing atop the high hills, some of whom he distinctly recognized from Doli City. While Yuji made new discoveries, Tianwu found himself in dire straits. Kong Mu, having regained his composure, ordered another assault upon seeing reinforcements arrive on the hills. He relentlessly pursued Carlos, while the towering man continued to lead the masked assailants in their onslaught against Tianwu. Just as Yuji regained his senses and prepared to lend assistance, he cast another glance at the wooden box, hesitant to move. After all, this was the key to restoring the Campbell family's former glory, and he could not afford any missteps, forced to watch helplessly as Tianwu fell victim to the massive blade of the imposing man. The figures atop the mountain, witnessing no further changes, leaped down from the summit like meteorites, instantly toppling several carts and raising clouds of dust. "Brother Yuji, how have you fared?" As the dust began to settle, a man of medium stature with deep-set eyes approached Yuji. "Brother, there are only a few of us here. If you understand the situation, I will not make it difficult for you. After today, we shall still be good brothers." The man raised his hands high, demonstrating his lack of malice, his words earnest. "Brother Qian, why must you be so resolute? The Campbell family has never wronged the Qian family. Why must you be so aggressive?" Yuji's eyes flickered, like stars twinkling in the night sky, as he scrutinized the individuals before him. The leader of the medium-statured group was Qian Feng, a pinnacle sixth-tier martial artist, towering like a majestic mountain, evoking awe. The other three included the robust Qian Du, resembling a fierce lion, exuding an imposing aura. To his left, the plump Henry, akin to a round ball, eliciting amusement, and to his right, the slender Paul, as fragile as a bamboo stalk, appearing as if he might snap with a gust of wind. 2 sixth-tier and 2 fifth-tier martial artists faced off against Yuji, leaving him with an exceedingly slim chance of victory. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware that the Campbell family was bereft of capable individuals. To maintain the confidentiality of this mission, he had to act alone, supplemented by the costly hiring of a green-robed priest from the temple. Yet, who could have anticipated that he would find himself trapped in such a dire predicament, difficult to escape as the two sides confronted each other? A thunderous explosion echoed from a distance, drawing everyone's gaze. It was the green-robed priest unleashing the temple's forbidden magic, summoning the flame demon. However, due to his limited magical prowess, he could not control this immense force, leading to a backlash that consumed Carlos himself. The flame demon expanded, resembling a colossal volcano, growing ever larger. Kong Mu remained unfazed, sheathing his sword and retreating as lightly as a feather. The towering flame demon crashed to the ground, akin to a ferocious beast, wreaking havoc on everything around it. The slave carts were instantly demolished and ignited, engulfed in flames. Liu Jia gazed at the devastating scene with mounting anxiety, shouting, "Second brother, act now!" He swiftly pulled Huang Yi up, preparing to flee this perilous locale. Zhu Lao wasted no time. Taking a deep breath, channeling his energy into his legs, like a poised tiger ready to pounce, and with a powerful kick, he shattered a wooden stake, quickly repeating the process to create a passage for one to escape. He urged everyone to hasten their departure, lest they fall victim to the flame demon's wrath. "If we delay even a moment, we might end up reporting to the King of Hell." Zhu led the charge, like a wild horse breaking free, as he and the dozen or so individuals from the cage hastily made their way up the hillside. Racing against time, Zhu urged Liu Jia and Suanan, along with their 4 companions, stood together like well-drilled soldiers, while a few others trailed behind them like devoted followers. Keeping a short distance, Liu Jia carried Huang Yi on his back. Although his hips and elbows still ached slightly, after a day of training, he felt no significant harm. save for occasional sharp pains that seemed to remind him of his past injuries. He gazed into the distance, where Yu Ji and the other skilled fighters remained locked in a stalemate at the rear of the carriage. Yanamo, akin to a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains, had already swept through over a dozen carts at the head of the convoy, mercilessly devouring several unfortunate slaves, now clawing and lunging towards the center of the caravan. The Kongmu faction, on the other hand, had swept through all members of the caravan like autumn leaves caught in a tempest, including their leader, Fuan, who fell by the blade of his old friend. Kongmu's black blade, as if wielded by the Grim Reaper himself, effortlessly severed his head with a single stroke, causing him no pain at all. This group, like Lu Jia and his companions, had retreated to the hillside, knowing that neither the 6th-tier Yu Ji nor the brutal Yanamo were adversaries they could confront. Huang Yi, we should make our escape swiftly. Given the current situation, if we don't flee now, once they determine the victor, I fear all here will meet their end by the blade. Lu Jia mused, rubbing his hands together anxiously as he suggested to Huang Yi. With Yanamo blocking our path, we dare not cross him lightly. This is our prime opportunity to flee. You have considered this well, yet further contemplation is required. Beyond Yanamo and Kongmu, how will the others react? Huang Yi replied calmly that a 5th-tier Yanamo is not to be feared. One among them can subdue it. However, should even one of them notice our escape, a mere swift step could seal our fates. You've seen the might of a 6th-tier martial artist. They can traverse 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. You believe you can outrun them? Huang Yi continued, mercilessly dousing the group's morale like a bucket of ice-cold water, plunging them into despair. Nevertheless, I just calculated an auspicious sign, one that indicates we have a considerable chance of survival. As the saying goes, fortunate individuals are favored by the heavens. Huang Yi consoled them after his initial discouragement, as though igniting a flicker of hope in the darkness. In contrast to Lu Jia's meandering thoughts, the black shark Yu Ji was taut with tension, akin to a bowstring drawn to its limit. Waiting for the perfect moment. Chapter 14. Worth it. The brutal body of Yanamo resembled a moving volcano, spewing flames indiscriminately, seemingly oblivious to pain or fatigue, sweeping along the long line of slave carts like a fire dragon from front to back. Seeing Yanamo approach, Qian Feng's slanted eyes, sharp as a serpent's, raised his finger like an arrow towards Yanamo, exclaiming, "Adieu, go deal with this behemoth." No sooner had he spoken than Qian Du leapt with the swiftness of an arrow, landing atop a slave cart and charging towards Yanamo like a furious gale. An opportunity, Yu Ji thought to himself, seizing the moment when Qian Feng was still distracted. He propelled himself forward with the force of a spring, lunging at Qian Feng like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, his long sword flashing like lightning, aimed directly at Qian Feng's neck. In an instant, Qian Feng's left arm rose like iron, blocking the path of the sword. A sharp sound echoed as his sleeve tore apart like paper, revealing a series of iron rings protecting his arm. Utilizing the momentum of the sword, Qian Feng was pushed back several steps, akin to a leaf blown by the wind. However, on either side, Henry and Paul approached like phantoms, their long knives striking at Yu Ji's waist with the swiftness of venomous snakes. Yu Ji's initial attack had failed. He swiftly retracted his sword, elegantly performing a flourish that deflected both knives with a crisp clink. The disparity between the 5th and 6th tiers was akin to a vast chasm. Upon collision, the 6th tier's power held absolute dominance. At this moment, Qian Feng remained unperturbed, calmly gesturing for the two to step back a few paces, then spoke with clarity, "Brother Yu Ji, we both serve in the military. Must we resort to arms against one another? The Campbell family, though high in status, possesses insufficient strength to safeguard its lands, and its demise is imminent. You have a bright future ahead. Why entangle yourself in this turmoil? My wife is a direct descendant of the Campbell family. Your words are sweet, but how could we be let go?" Yu Ji retorted, eyes wide with fury, teeth gritted. "Today, there can only be one victor. Qian Feng, I have long heard of your formidable Golden Bell shield. Today, I shall witness it firsthand." "Ha ha ha, splendid." Qian Feng laughed heartily, his arms moving like a dragon emerging from the sea, charging towards Yu Ji with the speed that left Lu Jia and the others unable to discern his movements. Come on, Yu bellowed, brandishing his sword and charging like a tiger descending from the mountains, sending nearby carts scattering. The stout Henry and the lean Paul exchanged glances, resolutely joining the fray in an instant. The four were locked in a fierce melee, with the outcome hanging in the balance. Yu faced three adversaries, his movements ghostly and agile, unperturbed as his steel sword struck with increasing speed. Repeatedly targeting the trio, Qianfeng, lips pressed tightly, fully focused on wielding his golden bell shield to withstand Yu's onslaught, while Paul and Henry likewise raised their knives, ready to counterattack. The Black Shark Yu was renowned for his prowess in Doli City. Unmatched among his peers, his steel sword had once seemed as if it were possessed by a war god, toppling numerous formidable foes, ultimately winning him the hand of a beautiful maiden and securing his place as the son-in-law of the prestigious Campbell family. Gaining abundant resources for cultivation and advancing his skills with remarkable speed, as the battle intensified, Qianfeng grew increasingly anxious. Yu was indeed extraordinary in the past. He relied on the protection of the Golden Bell shield to breach others' defenses, striking with iron fists that left opponents at his mercy. Yet today, Yu's swordplay was impenetrable, leaving no openings, and strikes against him felt akin to being sliced by a blade. His two companions seemed merely decorative, serving only to hold back Yu but unable to launch effective attacks. Realizing this, Qianfeng began to scan the battlefield rapidly. Qiandu continued his fierce battle against Yin Amo, towering like an iron tower. Qiandu wielded a hefty iron rod, its head thickened to 7 inches, delivering blows that could topple a 5 or 6 meter tall Yin Amo, yet the resilient Yin Amo, tough as leather, remained unfazed, continuing to grapple with Qiandu, indicating that it would take time to subdue him. Seeing this, Qianfeng refocused, determined to deal with Yu alone, no longer relying on Qiandu's assistance. Regardless of Yu's strength, Qianfeng was confident that his skills could counter him, especially with 2 fifth-tier martial artists by his side. If he could not subdue him, his reputation would surely be tarnished. Charged like an enraged bull, Qianfeng shouted, feeling his right arm swell like an inflated balloon, his legs propelling him forward with the force of rocket engines, launching at Yu like an arrow. Henry and Paul seamlessly synchronized with him, their long knives dancing through the air, restricting Yu's movement, forcing him to confront Qianfeng's earth-shattering punch head dash on. Yu, caught off guard, raised his sword like a shield across his chest, bracing for the impact. A thunderous crash resounded as Qianfeng's fist collided with the sword, sending Yu flying like a kite severed from its string, hurtling dozens of meters before crashing through several carts, which crumbled like paper, their unfortunate occupants unable to scream before being reduced to a bloody pulp. Upon inspection, Yu's sword had shattered into 3 pieces, leaving only a short hilt in his grasp. His chest caved in as if struck by a heavy hammer, blood gushed from his mouth like a fountain, and his eyes were bloodshot, as if they might burst. With a single blow, he was severely injured. Liu Jia gestured, noting that this punch had sent Yu soaring dozens of meters, nearly the length of 2 buses. Even at a speed of 200 miles per hour, one would struggle to achieve such distance, rendering it astonishingly powerful. Huang Yi, it seems these fellows are destined to win. What should we do? Liu Jia asked anxiously. Previously, it was calculated that once the heart of this martial artist was exposed, regardless of which side emerged victorious, all would likely meet their demise, their silence assured. Do not fret. It is not over yet, Huang Yi replied dismissively, reclining on the hillside, turning over to continue watching. Such a spectacular battle of life and death among martial artists is rare. It is beneficial to witness more and broaden our horizons. Having landed a decisive blow, Qianfeng did not dare to press his attack recklessly. He took a deep breath to steady himself, his face flushed like a ripe apple. The recent strike had drained nearly half of his strength. Had he faltered, he would have likely found himself in an irretrievable predicament. Fortunately, Paul, Henry, and he had been partners for many years, their cooperation seamless, effectively restraining Yu and leaving him no avenue for escape. He could only face his ultimate attack head-on, resulting in a grievous wound. At that moment, a thunderous explosion erupted from the center of the convoy, capturing everyone's attention. it was revealed that the Inferno demon had finally been obliterated by Qiandu. Flames soared into the sky, dazzling like a magnificent firework display. Several prisoner carts were ignited, and the slaves trapped inside emitted blood-curdling screams, sounds so piercing they seemed capable of shattering eardrums, a harrowing testament to their plight. Qiandu's clothing and hair were largely singed, his body marked with patches of black and red, resembling a charred sweet potato, a sight most distressing, yet he had suffered no significant injuries. Qianfeng, Qiandu, Henry, and Paul converged like ravenous wolves, menacingly surrounding him. Yuji struggled to rise, his appearance so woeful it resembled a flickering candle in the wind. He gazed distantly at the Inferno demon's demise, as if foreseeing his own tragic fate mirroring that of the fallen creature. Yuji, my brother, I reiterate my words. Should you abandon the Campbell family, we shall remain good brothers. Once the Qin family supplants the Campbells as one of the 4 great families of Doli City, I will approach the clan leader on your behalf, securing you a position as a guest elder of the family, which will be far superior to your current state of destitution. Qianfeng took a step forward, still hoping to persuade Yuji to relinquish his resistance, for no one could predict the power a 6th-tier martial artist might unleash in their final throes. I never anticipated that I, Yuji, would not perish upon the battlefield of the Empire, but instead meet my end in such a trivial ravine. Clutching a broken sword, he advanced slowly like a solitary shadow beneath the dying sun, murmuring softly, "In this life, marrying Blanca is enough." He raised his head, brandishing his sword, and charged forth like an arrow released from its bow. Chapter 15. The black-robed figure the narrow valley path appeared as though it had been baptized in the ferocity of war. Strewn with various fragments and debris like countless stars scattered across the sky. Within this tumult, 5 figures darted like phantoms, engaging in rapid exchanges of blows. The onlookers from both sides were rendered utterly dumbfounded. Black Shark Yuji, wielding only a broken sword, seemed to grasp the initiative, launching relentless attacks and exchanging injuries. The bodies of the 2 5th-tier martial artists, Paul and Henry, bore the marks of savage wounds, as if they had been torn apart by feral wolves. Though Qianfeng appeared unscathed, 3 serpent-like gashes marred his blackened frame, remnants of Yuji's sudden, unexpected strike, akin to a leaping cheetah. Similarly, he had retaliated with a blow, and the limp left arm of Yuji bore witness to that fact. That moment, Yuji resembled a man possessed, his eyes blood-red, his body riddled with wounds of varying depths. The gash across his chest was akin to a fearsome dragon, extending from his left shoulder to his waist, deep enough to reveal bone. His left arm hung uselessly, as if all strength had abandoned him. Yet, he remained oblivious, his broken sword flailing like a tempest. Such a desperate state struck fear into Qianfeng and his companions. To be severely injured by a dying man would be a grave misfortune. With both sides harboring differing sentiments, a brief stalemate ensued. As if time itself had momentarily frozen, Liu Jia watched in rapt fascination, wholly absorbed in the extraordinary spectacle, unaware that his lower abdomen was already beginning to churn with energy, akin to a greedy beast digesting a warrior's heart. He gazed at the 5 indistinct figures, inwardly lamenting, "If only I could possess such skill, how marvelous that would be." Yet lost in his delightful reverie, a sudden crack echoed, akin to a heavy hammer striking his skull, causing him to grimace in pain. Old Huang, you needn't think too much, for it is evident that the one striking his own head must be Old Huang," he chuckled, turning his gaze toward the source. "You lot, muster every ounce of your spirit. If anything changes over there, run at once without a moment's hesitation. Cross the mountain and scatter. Flee as far as you can," Old Huang commanded, his voice low yet resonant, akin to thunder, ringing clearly in Liu Jia and Zhu Laowu's ears. "Old Huang," Liu Jia began to reply, but was abruptly silenced by a fierce shout from Old Huang. "Run!" The cry echoed like a clap of thunder, jolting Liu Jia into action, springing to his feet and dashing up the mountain with Old Huang on his back like an arrow released from its bow. Zhu Laowu, refusing to lag behind, swiftly followed, overtaking Liu Jia in a flurry of movement, racing to the front. The others trailed closely behind, resembling shadows as they desperately ascended the mountain. In no time, Lu Jia reached the summit, agile as a leopard. Leaping over the ridge and sprinting down the slope, as he turned to glance back, he witnessed a scene of utter horror. The five who had been locked in deadly combat moments before were now arranged in two lines. Yuji kneeling on one knee, his broken sword stabbed into the ground beside him, while the four others lay sprawled upon the earth like harvested wheat, their fates uncertain. A black-robed figure stood ominously between the two groups, while to the other side, the followers of Kong Mu lay lifeless, swept away like leaves in a tempest, leaving no survivors. What manner of formidable being could annihilate 3 6th-tier and 2 5th-tier martial artists in an instant? As Lu Jia's thoughts spiraled into confusion, he was jolted back to reality by another sharp blow to his head, prompting him to hastily adjust Huang's position on his back and race down the mountain without pause. Meanwhile, as Lu Jia fled for his life, the battle on the narrow valley path had reached its grim conclusion. A black-robed figure, powerful as a demonic deity, had swiftly dispatched all 40 of Kong Mu's subordinates. "Who are you?" Yuji strained to raise his head toward the black-robed figure, utterly exhausted and on the verge of collapse. The black-robed figure, however, appeared as a specter, striking with such force that Qian Feng and his companions were left reeling, all collapsing to the ground. The audacity of the Qian family to seek to replace the Campbell family as one of the 4 great families of Doli City was laughable. The black-robed figure seemed deaf to Yuji's words. Fixating his gaze intently on Qian Feng, did he truly believe the Campbell family was devoid of capable individuals, allowing any random fool to provoke them? With a casual lift of his left hand, Henry's massive form was effortlessly drawn toward him, as if made of mere paper. The once formidable body now felt weightless in his grip, merely a 5th-tier insect. With a dismissive gesture, the black-robed figure flung Henry aside like refuse. His body splattering against the mountainside, reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Qian Feng could only watch in shock, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, as his body felt drained of all strength, rendering him immobile. Just moments prior, he had broken Yuji's ribs with a single punch, and had he landed 3 more, Yuji would certainly have met his end. Yet, the black-robed figure had appeared without a whisper, as if emerging from the depths of the underworld. Suddenly, he felt a light touch on his back, and his entire body became unresponsive, as if his very marrow had been extracted. "Who are you?" Qian Feng summoned every ounce of strength he could muster to gaze upon the black-robed figure, but only saw a flash of a broken sword descending upon him. In an instant, he was engulfed in darkness. As the blade, akin to the scythe of death, embedded itself in his skull. "With your stature, you dare to seek knowledge of my name?" The black-robed figure scoffed coldly before the other half of the broken sword. Striking like a venomous serpent, pierced Paul's heart, extinguishing his life immediately. In mere moments, the black-robed figure had dispatched 3 of them with chilling ease, then strolled casually toward the last remaining Qiandu, coldly stating, "I shall spare your life, but return to inform Qian Liao that his reach should not extend too far. Otherwise, next time, it may not merely be a severed hand." Qiandu let out a blood-curdling scream before collapsing into unconsciousness, his arms severed as if they were decayed wood. This terrifying black-robed figure, after executing these deeds, stood still like a statue, slowly attuning to his surroundings, confirming that no one else remained alive in the valley besides Yuji and himself. He seized Yuji by the collar with an iron grip while clutching a red wooden box tightly in the other hand. In a few swift leaps, he vanished from sight like a wraith. As Lu Jia crested the mountain, he found the path ahead clear and unobstructed. He dared not pause, racing forward at breakneck speed. After what felt like an eternity, his chest heaved like a battered bellows, emitting a thunderous sound, and his throat burned as if scorched by fire, gasping for breath like a man pulling air through a bellows. Exhausted beyond measure, he finally came to a halt. Old Huang gently patted Lu Jia, who took a moment to regain his senses, realizing he still bore a passenger on his back. "Do not rush, breathe deeply, take it slow, but do not stop moving. Continue onward at a steady pace." Huang Yi descended from Lu Jia's back, resembling a seasoned mentor, gently guiding Lu Jia's movements. Upon hearing his words, Lu Jia diligently followed Huang Yi's instructions, advancing slowly while regulating his breath. Before long, he had restored much of his vitality. At this moment, Lu Jia's thoughts gradually returned to clarity. He turned anxiously to glance back, only to find the valley had vanished from sight. He scanned his surroundings, yet found nothing, momentarily left in bewilderment, uncertain of what had transpired. Stop gazing aimlessly. Let us continue our journey. We are already 30 to 40 miles away from that valley, and given the mountain's modest height, it is natural that it has become invisible. Huang Yi discerned Lu Jia's thoughts and explained. Upon hearing this, Lu Jia felt a wave of relief wash over him as he exhaled deeply. 30 to 40 miles. Surely they were safe now. Wait a moment. Did Lu Jia just run 30 to 40 miles in one breath? Lu Jia was taken aback, staring in astonishment at Huang Yi, who merely smiled and nodded in response. Huang Yi, could it be that my eyes now gleam like the myriad stars in the night sky? Have I truly become a first-tier martial artist? Lu Jia exclaimed at "Ha ha, foolish boy. Indeed as you wished. The experiences of this day have been akin to a nourishing rain, rejuvenating your martial heart. Congratulations, you have become a first-tier martial artist." Huang Yi wore a look of satisfaction. His smile as warm as the sun in spring. Clenching his fists, Lu Jia reveled in the newfound strength of a first-tier martial artist, only to be playfully struck on the head by Huang Yi. "You rascal, we are still in a desperate flight. Refrain from such vanity." Chapter 16. The old wolf. As night deepened, the inky sky was adorned with a bright moon, hanging like a silver platter. Casting its cool glow on the silent plain, two figures moved like phantoms across the earth, one limping ahead, appearing burdened, while an elderly man followed closely behind. His hair was as white as snow, yet he stood tall and vigorous. His posture as straight as a green pine, showing no signs of fatigue. "Huang Yi, let us take a moment to rest. It is dark now, and surely no one will pursue us any longer." The limping figure, none other than Lu Jia, paused and glanced back like a startled bird. "Absolutely not. We cannot afford to stop tonight. Who knows if those ruthless killers, intent on silencing us, might chase us to the ends of the earth? As a pair of old and frail souls, if they catch up to us, we shall meet only our demise. Keep moving." Huang Yi's expression was grave as iron. Wielding a stick he had picked up, he prodded Lu Jia's back forcefully, urging him to proceed. "If we can endure until dawn, when the sun rises, we will be safe. Those killers are like mice afraid of the light. They won't linger for long." Lu Jia, upon hearing these words, felt their truth resonate and thus fell silent, bravely leading the way for the pair. The pathless wilderness was choked with wild grass, making progress laborious, but he was grateful for having become a first-tier martial artist, which alleviated much of his fatigue. Suddenly, Lu Jia recalled something and rummaged through his pockets, producing a piece of black bread. He then felt around in his inner pocket and retrieved the last remaining boiled egg. Without a second thought, he handed the egg to Huang Yi while swallowing the black bread whole, still as difficult to digest as before. Yet, at this moment, it was all he had to eat. Huang Yi fiddled with the egg in his hands, glanced at Lu Jia, who continued to forge ahead, and chuckled softly to himself, then followed suit, consuming the egg as they walked. Lu Jia silently rejoiced at having saved this small morsel of food. Though meager in quantity, it was indeed a lifeline. The wind on the dark plain was gentle, further sharpening his mind. With survival now a certainty, it became his utmost priority. He had become a first-tier martial artist. And at least he would not easily starve, as long as he could extricate himself from this predicament and escape. Relying on his newfound martial identity, as Zhu Ergu had said, he could ensure his sustenance wherever he went. With this thought, Lu Jia felt as if he had been struck by a jolt of electricity, tightly clenching his fists, savoring the immense power coursing through his body. Reflecting on the previous days, he recalled being a mere cog in the machine of a 9-to-5 existence, nearing 30, with a physique akin to that of an elderly invalid. Running 100 meters felt like being skinned alive, and even stretching would threaten to pull a muscle. Every movement brought discomfort, and even jumping down from a half-meter-high platform required a moment of recuperation. Yet, the wheel of fate began to turn. and he transformed into a first-tier martial artist in this foreign realm, capable of unleashing 100 pounds of force with a mere fist. This surreal transformation was astonishing, yet undeniably real, as Lu Jia reveled in his fantasy. He suddenly felt a jolt to his back as if prodded by a stick. Just as he regained his senses, a nauseating stench wafted towards him from the left, and a shadow, as swift as a hungry tiger, lunged toward his face. Lu Jia was caught off guard, hastily raising his arms in defense, but it was like a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. The shadow mercilessly knocked him to the ground, eliciting a piercing scream as his body felt as if it were being devoured by 1,000 ants. This was the first time Lu Jia had encountered such a situation, flailing about like a headless fly. He felt a powerful bite clamping down on his left arm, the shadow clinging on like a stubborn leech. Summoning all his strength, he managed to fling the shadow away like a sandbag. He scrambled to his feet, gasping for breath, as the shadow rolled on the ground, resembling an indestructible cockroach, preparing to pounce on Lu Jia once more. This time, however, Lu Jia was ready. He crouched low like a nimble monkey, dodging the attack by swiftly moving to the side. At last, he caught a clear glimpse of the shadow's true form. It was an old wolf, its body as long as a man's arm, with patchy fur and a tail that was nearly half gone. Unlike ordinary wolves, it bore a horn atop its head, albeit it appeared to be broken. Faced with a wolf in this desolate wilderness, Lu Jia felt a surge of panic. Unarmed, how could he possibly contend with it? Yet, upon reflection, he realized he was no longer the same as before. Had it been the old him, he would likely have suffered severe injuries from the wolf's 2 strikes. But now, aside from a bite on his left arm, he was otherwise unharmed. He was a first-tier martial artist. How could he fear a mere wolf? With this realization, Lu Jia steadied his heart, shook his hands, raised them in a fist, and laughed towards the heavens. Ha ha ha, come forth, beast. The wolf, almost as if possessing human-like intelligence, hesitated at Lu Jia's fierce demeanor and began to circle him instead of charging directly. It seemed to be searching for an opening. Round and round they went, while Huang Yi appeared oblivious, fixated solely on Lu Jia. Having never fought before, Lu Jia could only follow the wolf in its endless circling. Soon, he grew impatient and, summoning his strength, leaped into the air like a bird, aiming to tackle the old wolf. The wolf, however, sidestepped nimbly like a gust of wind, evading the attack. Caught off guard, Lu Jia braced himself with his hands and performed a somersault. But he struggled to control his momentum upon landing, finding it difficult to regain his balance. Before he could rise, the wolf pounced upon him like a ravenous tiger, knocking him back to the ground and savagely tearing at his upper body. Ah! Lu Jia let out a desperate roar, his arms flailing wildly like an uncontrollable windmill. In an unexpected burst of power, he managed to deliver a punch that sent the old wolf flying several meters away. The wolf struggled, resembling a flower battered by a storm, unable to rise, while Lu Jia remained oblivious to his own strength, his arms still thrashing about like a frenzied dancer. Suddenly, a cold snort pierced through Lu Jia's mind like a sharp blade, dousing him in icy water and startling him into a state of clarity. He rose to take a glance, and the old wolf lay there like a bridge crushed under the weight of despair, struggling yet unable to rise again. Its entire midsection had collapsed, blood gushing from its mouth, leaving only its 4 paws to writhe in a futile, final struggle. You wretched boy, you nearly became the first-tier warrior to fall prey to a horned wolf. Huang Yi's voice resonated in Lu Jia's ears like a thunderous bell, laced with endless derision. A dignified first-tier warrior, reduced to the state of a headless fly, utterly humiliated. Truly, it was a complete disgrace. Lu Jia scratched his head, feeling as awkward as if he could excavate an entire apartment from his embarrassment. Chuckling sheepishly, heh, Huang Yi, I've never fought before, let alone with a wolf. I was so frightened when I first came out that I almost wet my pants. Not when you were laughing and inviting the wolf to bite you. Huang Yi mercilessly pointed out his shortcomings. If it were a human, you would have perished 800 times over by now. I know I was wrong. Huang Yi, I assure you, I will protect you next time, Lu Jia declared earnestly. thumping his chest with conviction. This incident took me by surprise, and I was unprepared. I promise it won't happen again. It seems you have yet to grasp your predicament. Go, kill that old wolf first. We need to replenish our strength. Huang Yi gestured towards the still struggling wolf, urging Lu Jia to take action. Lu Jia was momentarily dumbfounded. This fellow had only ever steamed live crabs and shrimp, never even killed a fish. How could he possibly slay such a large wolf with his bare hands? You little rascal, have you forgotten what happened earlier today? Now you dare not even kill a wolf. And if someone truly comes to kill you next time, will you beg them to show mercy? Huang Yi scolded him fiercely with his stick. Stop hesitating and hurry. Chapter 17. The temple priest. The riverside was chilly in the early morning, with two men resembling statues huddled around a fire, roasting meat that seemed to dance above the flames. Not far away, a wolf pelt lay quietly like a ghost, while on a smooth stone, several large chunks of meat resembled sleeping infants. Ultimately, Lu Jia mustered the courage to act. Lacking a knife, he resorted to using his hands like a demon, grasping the old wolf by the neck and choking it to death. To this day, Lu Jia vividly recalls the wolf's gaze, shifting from fierce as a demon to despairing like ash, and finally becoming vacant and scattered like a candle flickering in the wind. Afterward, he dragged the lifeless creature like a soulless automaton, trudging another 10 miles until he reached a small river. At this point, the dawn was just beginning to break when Huang Yi finally allowed him to stop. They kindled a fire for warmth and fetched water to quench their thirst, as if they had discovered a glimmer of warmth amidst the darkness. Lu Jia's mindset gradually stabilized along the arduous journey, and Huang Yi instructed him to use stones from the riverbank to skin the pelt and extract the tender meat. Meanwhile, he produced a fire starter from somewhere and, after igniting it, urged Lu Jia to gather kindling to build a roaring fire, sizzling the wolf meat deliciously. Initially, Lu Jia struggled with the task. The hide was tough to cut, and the meat resisted separation. However, as he continued, he grew faster, the strength of a first-tier warrior manifesting, and soon the task was completed. Lu Jia and Huang Yi gathered around the fire for warmth, relishing the rare tranquility. The wolf meat crackled over the flames, with dripping fat that, despite the absence of any seasoning, looked incredibly appetizing. Huang Yi, if it weren't for you this time, I surely would have perished in that valley. Those poor slaves who didn't escape suffered terribly. That flame demon was 4 to 5 meters tall. Devouring everything in sight, Lu Jia recalled the events of the previous night, still filled with trepidation. That flame demon was a forbidden technique that only the black-robed priest should wield. Conjuring a demon over 10 meters tall could obliterate creatures within a 10-meter radius. It was only natural that the green-robed priest faced backlash for recklessly using such forbidden arts. Huang Yi spoke of these matters with familiarity. Flame demons are beings from another realm, inherently violent and difficult to control, hence their classification as forbidden techniques. This one was likely still a juvenile. Ha ha! He laughed heartily, as if he had not heard Lu Jia's account of the slave's tragic fate. Huang Yi, what is the deal with the priests? Is the distinction between black-robed and green-robed indicative of their rank? Lu Jia questioned, puzzled. Are priests categorized like warriors? Huang Yi rummaged through his belongings and surprisingly produced a short dagger. Handing it to Lu Jia, priests, like warriors, are an important part of the empire. They are known as temple priests and heed only the temple's commands. However, the temple must also comply with the empire's will. So they do respond to the empire's orders as well. The empire venerates 5 deities: the god of heaven, the god of water, the god of fire, the god of earth, and the god of the moon. Thus there are 5 temples. Different city-states worship different gods. For instance, Doli City venerates the god of fire, although some families may worship other deities without compulsion. Each temple has 5 ranks: the red-robed high priest, the white-robed priest, the black-robed priest, the green-robed priest, and the brown-robed priest, corresponding to the 9 tiers of warriors, with the red-robed high priest representing the 9th-tier warrior sovereign and so forth. Lu Jia cut a piece of roasted wolf meat and offered it to Huang Yi. So, can priests marry? I don't know why I suddenly asked that. You little rascal. Huang Yi received the roasted meat, playfully swatted Lu Jia, but could not suppress his laughter. What nonsense is running through your mind? Priests are not restricted in marriage, though there are ascetic sects that abstain from meat and carnal pleasures. Huang Yi continued, unlike warriors who rely on their own strength, priests excel at harnessing the powers of nature and the divine. For instance, the brown-robed priest is merely a novice, able to channel the temple's divine might. The green-robed priest can manipulate surrounding animals, while the black-robed priest wields more large-scale enhancement and debilitation spells, including invisibility. The white-robed priest can use the majority of forbidden spells, and the red-robed priest can even fly, making them nearly omnipotent. As Huang Yi spoke, he poked Lu Jia with a stick, signaling him to turn the meat. Priests are easily recognizable. You can discern their rank by the color of their robes, as for which temple they belong to. Those adorned with a sun symbolize the temple of heaven. Flames and clouds represent the temple of fire. A whirlpool signifies the temple of water. A qilin represents the temple of earth, and the moon denotes the temple of the moon. Regardless of the temple or the priest, they are not to be trifled with. Their eccentric personalities mean that if you encounter one, it's best to steer clear and avoid any contact to prevent trouble. Huang Yi spoke extensively but was, in truth, quite hungry. He devoured a piece of roasted meat in a matter of moments, prompting Lu Jia to quickly slice another piece for him, while he himself cut a portion from the other side. The area around the fire fell into a tranquil silence, broken only by the sounds of chewing and the crackling of the fire. After an indeterminate time, Huang Yi, being older, finished first. He rubbed his belly and chuckled. It has been years since I've had wolf meat, and it surprisingly possesses a unique flavor. Lu Jia hastily swallowed his mouthful of roasted meat and exclaimed, Huang Yi, this wolf meat is tough and chewy. If I weren't starving, I wouldn't touch this stuff at all. The pork knuckle rice I have is truly fragrant. I must bring you to try it someday, he rambled, while his hands continued to flip and cut the wolf meat, consuming it ravenously. Once he finished, a satisfied smile graced his face, having devoured nearly half a wolf, weighing around 20 to 30 pounds. Only after he had eaten did Lu Jia realize the implications. Thinking to himself, good gracious, I've become quite the glutton. Perhaps this is a side effect of being a warrior. Huang Yi, what should we do next? Do you have any suggestions? Lu Jia, now sated, began to ponder their survival. Let us head along the riverbank. We are bound to find a village. Once we reach the village, everything will be manageable. We'll decide on the next steps when we arrive. Huang Yi waved his hand decisively, instructing Lu Jia to gather their belongings. In truth, they had little to pack, just a wolf pelt and several pounds of raw wolf meat for their journey. In a grandiose, dimly lit chamber, a long dining table was centered within, atop which sat a red box, quietly awaiting attention. A figure clad in black robes occupied the head of the table, while to his left sat a man with a broken sword. His gaze somewhat dazed and perplexed. You've returned home. Put down the sword for now. The black-robed figure removed his hood, revealing pale, flowing hair and deep blue eyes that seemed to gaze into an abyss. Silently observing Yu Ji, father, Yu Ji lowered his head, as if confessing a sin. Chapter 18. Separation. In the dim hall, Yu Ji's face was ashen, as if all his strength had been sapped. During the battle in the valley, he had faced 4 opponents alone, bearing wounds all over his body, and had it not been for the timely intervention of the black-robed figure, he would have surely met his demise. The elderly man seated before him, with eyes as deep as a well, fixed his gaze upon Yu Ji. You have worked hard this time. You have not disappointed me, father. Had it not been for you, I would have surely failed, Yu Ji responded, his face tinged with shame. My rank is indeed too low. If I could break through to the 7th tier, I would have returned unscathed. The Qian family is truly despicable. Over the years, our Camber family has retreated significantly, yet they still refuse to relent, even seeking to cruelly strip us of our hope for resurgence. Yu Ji clenched his teeth tightly, speaking with a fierce intensity. Enough, it has come to this, and there is no need for further words. These little devils are but mere clowns, hardly worthy of fear. You must remember that our Camber family and the Qian family remain the closest of allies. The figure in the black robe replied casually. The 7 Fortune merchant group was ambushed by bandits, resulting in total annihilation, and our Camber family's goods were also lost. You have yet to set foot in that valley. Remember, do not forget why Yu furrowed his brow, contemplating the elder's words, striving to grasp their profound implications. This conflict, for him, felt as if it had never occurred. His relationship with the Qin family remained as normal as ever. To forget all of this and start anew seemed to be his only option. There were still some concerns. For this mission, I specifically requested the assistance of the Qingyi priest Carlos from the Fire God Temple. Yet he met his demise in that valley. This matter, like a stone cast into water, will undoubtedly create ripples. It cannot remain concealed from the Fire God Temple, as long as anyone with a discerning heart conducts a slight inquiry. The truth will surely come to light. After a moment of reflection, Yuji expressed his worries once more. I have located Priest Zhou. He will handle the Fire God Temple scrutiny appropriately. As for the Qin family, should they succeed, they may vehemently deny any wrongdoing. However, once this matter is revealed, they will certainly acknowledge my intentions, treating it as if nothing ever transpired. This is the unspoken understanding between our two families. The black-robed elder maintained a calm demeanor as he slowly rose, his towering figure casting a giant-like shadow in the candlelight. He was Elgu Camber, the 23rd patriarch of the Camber family, former deputy captain of the Doli City Guards, and currently the head of taxation in Doli City. At 61 years of age, a 7th-tier martial master, he was the strongest of the Camber family and its guardian deity. Tall and lean, he resembled a solitary wolf on the desolate plains, with eyes as deep and unfathomable as an abyss, making it difficult to meet his gaze. And bygone days, he single-handedly defended the young master of Doli City, slaughtering 300-man squads with ease, earning a fearsome reputation and becoming one of the most powerful figures in Doli City. At this moment, the contemporary head of the family moved with a gaze like two bolts of lightning. Pacing with the poise of a seasoned hunter. You must swiftly recover from your injuries and return to the patrol team, maintaining the current situation with the Qin family. Doli City is now in a tumultuous season. Do not provoke further troubles. He then fixed his gaze upon the wooden box on the table, as if it contained an inexhaustible treasure of power. With this batch of martial hearts, the Camber family's resurgence is merely a matter of time. I understand, Father. Yuji rose and bowed, having discerned Elgu Camber's strategy. Henceforth, he need only proceed methodically. Take that black martial heart. The future of the Camber family rests upon you. After speaking, Elgu Camber donned his black robe and vanished like a specter in the hall. Upon hearing this, Yuji did not hesitate to seize 5 black martial hearts from the box, turning and dashing away like an arrow released from its bowstring. This was his opportunity. With these 5 black martial hearts, his chances of breaking through to the 7th-tier martial master would significantly increase. He had long stagnated at the 6th tier. Should he successfully break through, he could soar to great heights, as any 7th-tier martial master was akin to a miniature nuclear bomb. Feeling drowsy after a hearty meal, Lu Jia's mind was inundated with countless sleep-inducing thoughts, yearning for a soft bed to collapse upon, akin to a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, to indulge in a deep slumber rather than the current state of fatigue. As if walking on cotton, each step floating and precarious. The sun had risen to its zenith, and in a daze, Lu Jia seemed to be transported back 2 days prior, when he had just arrived. Limping and searching for assistance in a wretched state, the scorching sun blazed down upon him like a fiery furnace, his thirst so intense it felt as though flames were rising in his throat. Yet, unlike that time of solitude and helplessness, he now had a formidable elder shadowing him. The river lay close at hand, yet the elder forbade him from drinking, claiming it was to cultivate endurance. Since awakening the previous day, nearly a day and a half had elapsed without sleep, and he had not taken a drop of water since his arrival. His plight was beyond description. Grandpa Huang. It is already noon. Shall we rest for a moment? There is no one around. Let us find a secluded spot to catch our breath, Liu Jia weakly implored. I feel as if I might perish from thirst. Just a sip of water would suffice. You little rascal, where do you think we are? I am not even weary yet, and you are already at your limit. We shall walk another 20 miles before resting. Grandpa Huang replied mercilessly, striking Lu Jia's back with his staff. After 20 miles, I will allow you to rest for an hour. With no choice but to acquiesce, Lu Jia trudged onward, resembling a weary ox pulling a heavy cart. After another half-hour, Grandpa Huang, observing the pleasant scenery, noted that they were nearing a wheat field, apparently on the outskirts of a village, and called for Lu Jia to stop and replenish their fluids. Lu Jia drank deeply, akin to a thirsty beast, and had just prepared to collapse like a puddle of mud for a nap when, unexpectedly, he received another strike from Grandpa Huang. "You lazy boy. Today's training has yet to commence. Get moving." Grandpa Huang showed no mercy, observing Lu Jia's imminent collapse, and struck him twice more with his staff. This slothful youth was akin to a lazy old ox. Without prodding, he would not budge, and the strikes could not be spared. Lu Jia grimaced in pain. While he was already a first-tier martial artist, the blows from Grandpa Huang, rather than feeling like mere tickles, struck him as painfully as a knife. He sat cross-legged, placing his hands on his abdomen, commencing his cultivation. The martial heart, no larger than a yellow bean, emitted a faint glow, swirling as if a ceaseless machine, continuously radiating wisps of vital energy, which he funneled throughout his body like a gentle stream. Regardless of circumstances, daily practice must not cease. As a martial artist, one is akin to a blacksmith forging iron. Only through relentless honing of one's body and cultivation of energy can one achieve the strength of tempered steel. Grandpa Huang, like an ant on a hot pan, circled around Lu Jia incessantly, explaining the tiers of martial artists. First tier strength is 100 pounds, second tier 200 pounds, third tier 500 pounds, fourth tier 1,000 pounds, fifth tier 2,000 pounds, sixth tier 5,000 pounds, seventh tier 10,000 pounds, eighth tier 50,000 pounds, and ninth tier 100,000 pounds. Each tier surpasses the last. The first to third tiers are martial artists, akin to young calves just starting out. The fourth to sixth tiers are martial masters, like seasoned tigers, and the seventh to ninth tiers are martial lords, akin to leviathans roaming the seas. Each step is a rung on a ladder. After speaking, without regard for whether Lu Jia absorbed his words, he rummaged in his pocket and surprisingly produced a blood-stained large knife, thrusting it beside Lu Jia. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the large knife belonging to Tian Wu, the leader of the Seven Fortune Merchant Group. "Our bond is not severed, but we must part for a time. From now on, your fate rests in your own hands. I hope that when we meet again, you will be able to stand on your own," Grandpa Huang whispered, leaving behind a note that simply read, "Until we meet again," before drifting away like a wisp of smoke. Lu Jia slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a deep breath, feeling a surge of clarity and vitality coursing through him. As all fatigue dissipated in an instant, Grandpa Huang, "I feel rejuvenated. Let us continue our journey." Chapter 19. Farewell to Kongju Village. The desolate expanse lay silent as a slumbering beast, its stillness unnerving. Lu Jia anxiously scanned his surroundings, yet could find no trace of Grandpa Huang. Upon further inspection, he spotted the blood-stained large knife, radiating a chilling aura, alongside the note left by Grandpa Huang, as if it were a decree of fate. The afternoon breeze, carrying a hint of humid warmth, playfully caressed his face. Yet Lu Jia's heart felt as though it had plunged into an icy abyss. Since his arrival in this new world, Grandpa Huang had been the first person he befriended. It was he who had healed Lu Jia's fractured bones, akin to a second father. He who had taught him the methods of cultivation, like a guiding light, and he who had aided his escape, serving as a lifeline. Without Grandpa Huang, Lu Jia likely would have long met his demise on this perilous journey. Now, with Grandpa Huang vanished and only the phrase "until we meet again" echoing in his mind, Lu Jia felt adrift, like a solitary vessel lost at sea, engulfed in profound confusion. Since entering this foreign realm, he had never felt so helpless. He found himself at a loss for direction, like a headless fly. Previously, Grandpa Huang had issued commands, and he merely followed, requiring no thought. But now, he must forge his own path anew. Lu Jia was an utterly ordinary individual, with an unremarkable appearance, a reserved demeanor, an average education, and a physique that was as plain as could be in his former world. He had no need for deep contemplation, merely repeating a mechanical routine of work, like a puppet devoid of a soul. Returning home for the new year, He faced the pressures of marriage from his elders, only to return to the monotony of work, endlessly cyclical. Yet now, he must take charge of his own destiny. From this moment forth, he could rely solely on himself. Gazing at the knife left by Grandpa Huang, a flicker of clarity began to dawn in his heart, akin to the first light of dawn breaking through the darkness. He suddenly drew the large knife, noticing the remnants of blood still staining its blade. As if it were recounting tales of past violence and bloodshed, Liu Jia stepped towards the river, like a solitary wanderer. Seeking a suitable stone to sharpen his blade, as the knife grew increasingly polished in his hands, it began to gleam like the brilliant stars in the night sky, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Liu Jia's resolve solidified, becoming as unyielding as steel. The blade, reflecting like a mirror, revealed a visage that was unremarkable yet as frigid as ice. A glimmer of cold light coalesced upon the edge, reminiscent of a flickering star, swirling continuously with the blade's sharpness, exuding an air of chilling intensity, as if proclaiming to the world its keen edge and brilliance. This was an unparalleled weapon. The hilt adorned with the 4 characters of 7 Blessings Merchant Fleet, etched like a brand deep within Liu Jia's heart. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely ground it away with a stone. As if wishing to obliterate that chapter of his past entirely, before long, the blade was sharpened to perfection. Liu Jia severed a piece of old wolf hide and meticulously fashioned it into a sheath to prevent self-injury. He slung the blade behind him and resumed his journey. Ahead lay an expansive field of wheat, akin to a golden ocean, undulating in waves, within a distance of 4 or 5 dozen miles. There would undoubtedly be a village, and with the stamina of a first-tier warrior, he was confident he would arrive before dusk. After a little over an hour, the sun radiated its residual warmth, slowly descending in the west, casting a splendid afterglow across the horizon. At last, Liu Jia reached a village. However, what lay before him was a desolate ruin, broken walls and shattered remnants, as if ravaged by a tempest. With numerous spots still ablaze, resembling the infernal flames consuming everything in their path. The entire village had been transformed beyond recognition, fragmented and devastated. Indeed, Liu Jia instantly recognized this place. It was Kongju Village. After a winding journey, he had returned to this very village. Yet compared to the bustling vibrancy he had departed from just a day prior, Kongju Village now lay in utter decay. Like a cautious cat, Liu Jia approached with trepidation. Then, with a nimble leap akin to a swift swallow, he vaulted over the crumbling wall. The once towering 3-meter fence had been reduced to charred remnants. Mere half-meter stakes standing like the remnants of fallen soldiers ravaged by war. In a village, once home to thousands. Perhaps there were still survivors, Liu Jia mused inwardly as he darted through the ruins, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope. Death, death. And yet more death. Liu Jia felt as if his breath was being stifled, the air thick with the nauseating scent of charred flesh, his stomach roiling as if a swarm of ants were gnawing at him. The villagers had met a gruesome fate. The elderly, the children, the women, and the men. Some lay lifeless in the streets, others sprawled upon their beds, while some stared wide-eyed as if witnessing the most horrifying spectacle of existence. Even more disturbingly, some clutched their children tightly, eyes unblinking in death, a scene that sent chills down one's spine. The more Liu Jia searched, the more his heart raced with dread. The village resembled a silent grave. Devoid of any living soul, he attempted to enter several closed wooden houses, only to find the occupants had succumbed to suffocation from smoke. The walls of the structures marred with harrowing bloodstains, traces of their frantic struggles in their final moments. Unable to endure the atmosphere of terror any longer, he thought to himself, "Leave, leave at once," he cried internally, bolting towards the village's edge like a startled hare. In the distance, he thought he glimpsed a figure in the square, a tall, imposing silhouette, ghostly in appearance. Yet, he dismissed it as a mere illusion. Without a second thought, he turned and fled, akin to an arrow released from its bow, racing out of the village. Upon reaching the outskirts, Liu Jia collapsed to the ground, gasping for the fresh air, the gruesome images of the villagers' demise swirling in his mind like a haunting nightmare. Liu Jia cried out in madness, attempting to expel the horrific visions from his consciousness with his desperate screams. Time passed, and suddenly, as if propelled by a spring, Lu Jia sprang to his feet, inhaling deeply several times, resolutely turning away. He wished to linger not a moment longer in this accursed village, for every second felt like a descent into madness. With a thud, a blood-soaked figure emerged from the wall. Like a specter, Lu Jia turned to see the figure slowly rising, drenched in blood, as if freshly emerged from a pool of crimson, garments saturated. The leather armor charred in places as if licked by flames. As his gaze traveled upward, he noticed one eye reduced to a gaping blood hole, the other squinting, oozing blood, resembling two rubies stained with crimson. The hair was entirely singed, the figure a grotesque sight, as if a demon had crawled from the depths of hell. Such a ghastly apparition clutched a broken blade tightly, as if it were his final weapon. At this moment, Lu Jia sensed something amiss. The figure approached him like a famished wolf, the remaining eye narrowing as it fixated on him. Was he mistaken for an intruder? Blood for blood, the bloodied figure rasped. Its voice hoarse like a wind instrument. Lu Jia barely caught the words. "What did you say?" The bloodied figure charged at him with wild abandon, swinging the blade with ferocity. Lu Jia, like a nimble monkey, deftly evaded. "Wait, I didn't do anything," he exclaimed, wishing to explain. Yet, the figure seemed deaf to his words, continuing its frenzied assault, the blade slicing through the air towards Lu Jia. Though the weapon was broken, the assailant pressed on heedlessly. Each strike narrowly missing Lu Jia as he dodged, but with each evasion, his anger ignited further. Though he had never trained in martial arts, Lu Jia had a passion for action films in his youth, particularly those featuring Jet Li. Having watched them all, mimicking the moves from the films, he darted to the right, swiftly leaping to the front right of the bloodied figure, then delivering a powerful kick that sent the broken blade flying from the figure's grasp. Embedding itself in the ground like an arrow, Lu Jia reveled in his own impressive maneuver. The bloodied figure lunged at him like a ravenous tiger, disregarding the loss of its weapon. Akin to a fierce zombie, relentlessly pursuing him. Fueled by rage, Lu Jia unleashed all his strength, delivering a decisive kick to the figure's chest, toppling it to the ground, perfectly landing atop the broken blade. The figure struggled momentarily before deflating like a punctured balloon, breathless. As reality sank in, Lu Jia found himself in a daze. He was certain that the figure had still drawn breath moments before. With timely medical intervention, perhaps there would have been a chance for survival. Yet now he had extinguished that flicker of life with his own hands. He gazed at his trembling hands, feeling as though they no longer belonged to him. This was his first experience of taking a life. What did it truly feel like? Initially, he felt no difference, but as the figure lay lifeless, an icy chill enveloped him, shaking him to the core. The image of the bloodied figure's final struggles replaying endlessly in his mind, impossible to erase. Lu Jia shook his head vigorously, striving to cast away the horrifying visions, forcing himself to run, as if only in motion could he momentarily forget it all. In the midst of his flight, he abruptly recalled Grandpa Huang. Perhaps when he had faced the old wolf alone and was instructed to strangle it himself, the old man had foreseen the trials he would soon encounter. Chapter 20. The Seven Sins Brigade. The evening sun resembled a blazing fireball, ruthlessly illuminating the battered walls, casting shadows over the charred remnants of the houses, creating an atmosphere of deathly stillness. The village was shrouded in a veil of despair, devoid of any semblance of life. This was the first impression the Seven Sins Brigade, subordinate to the Seven Blessings merchant fleet, had upon entering Kongju village. 3 figures cloaked in green stood together, resembling 3 leaves swaying in the wind. Their faces were obscured by their hoods, akin to phantoms lurking in darkness. 2 weapons crossed on their backs, a long sword glimmering like a silver serpent, and a bludgeon-like weapon exuding a chilling aura like a black python. "Captain, it seems someone was even more impatient than us, daring to slaughter the entire village and set it ablaze," exclaimed the petite figure to the left. Dali City is now but a flickering candle in the wind, utterly frail. Its subordinate villages have met such a cruel fate, devastated beyond recognition. "Truly, it is a disgrace," lamented the man on the right. "If Dali City turns a blind eye to this, Its doom may be imminent. The man in the center suddenly removed his hood, revealing a face as cold as frost, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. His brows were as white as snow, with a hawk-like nose sharp enough to pierce, and a scar on his right cheek resembling a menacing centipede, enhancing the sinister aspect of his visage. These are not our concerns. A merchant leader, 20 warriors, over 30 aides, and 300 slaves, along with goods worth 100,000 imperial gold coins, have vanished without a trace. This is what we must recover. And whoever is responsible shall pay a heavy price, the middle-aged man declared, leaping gracefully into the village like an arrow released from a bow, beginning his search for clues. The other two followed suit, spreading out like keen-eyed leopards, meticulously scanning every corner. Before long, the trio reconvened in the village square, exchanging glances and shaking their heads in resignation. Clearly, they had uncovered no valuable information. Jiang Yue, employ the rewind technique, commanded the middle-aged man gravely, as though issuing orders to a general. Understood, Jiang Yue replied, ready to comply. Jiang Yue bit her silver teeth tightly, cautiously extracting brush and ink, yellow paper, a copper mirror, and a sword made of copper coins from the bundle behind her. Arranging them neatly in succession, sitting cross-legged like an old monk in meditation, she swiftly formed hand seals. The brush and ink appeared to be imbued with life, beginning to move on their own as red characters danced across the yellow paper like lively spirits. Once the entire sheet was filled with a dense array of characters, Jiang Yue let out a delicate shout and leapt up. The yellow paper instantly soared into the air like a fire dragon, engulfed in flames, while the copper coin sword flew directly into her hand, as if it possessed a spirit of its own. With a swift motion, she slashed left and right like a tempest. The sword tip gently flicking, causing the copper mirror to spin rapidly like a top, radiating resplendent rays of light. Seeing this, another man tossed several pieces of leather armor, a broken blade, and a short spear into the radiant light, after which the three stood quietly awaiting further developments. The light flickered continuously, slowly turning murky, and before long, it cleared again, revealing a scene that rapidly evolved. The village of Kongju was engulfed in flames, with screams of despair echoing everywhere as two shadowy figures flitted about, slaughtering mercilessly until the village was devoid of life. Only then did the two figures converge and leap over the walls. Zhu Ju was acutely aware that he had landed himself in trouble. With utmost caution, he grasped the piece of roasted meat given to him by Lu Jia at the outset, gently rubbing it against the grill before placing it in his mouth to savor. Ah, just perfect, he chuckled foolishly, resembling an innocent child. You are rather cunning, Lu Jia observed, unable to tease the youth further, and thus he contentedly began to eat from the parts of the meat untouched by salt before finally indulging in the salted exterior. The two of them consumed the meat with increasing fervor, akin to famished tigers pouncing upon their prey, and what was once a hefty piece of wolf meat weighing over 10 pounds was soon devoured entirely. As the moon shone brightly in the sparse starry sky, the two lay side by the fire, akin to two resplendent stars quietly twinkling. They gradually shared tales of their lives, their voices flowing gently like a babbling brook, softly cascading through the night. Lu Degu, my hometown is called Sky City, a place of ethereal beauty and vastness akin to the ocean, a city bustling with hundreds of thousands. There, one can procure the meat of dragons from the heavens and savor the flesh of great whales from the sea. If you possess wealth, you can acquire anything your heart desires. From the moment I was born, I was told I was a child of the Zhu family, destined to be above the throngs of people. Since I can remember, wherever I went, a multitude of followers shadowed me, like my very own shadow. Even in the most private moments, I had two maidservants patiently waiting by my side. Zhu Ju reflected on his past with a calm demeanor, a hint of sadness flickering in his eyes, as if the beautiful memories were dissipating like smoke. Living a life where everything is handed to you, many would envy such days. Yet, I toil endlessly through my studies and work, only to earn a meager income. Finding no satisfaction in my job, nor joy in my family life, Lu Jia listened, pondering how comparing oneself to others can often lead to despair. Lu Degu, you have not endured what I have. Thus it is unimaginable for you and no matter what I do, there is always someone nearby saying, as a child of the Zhu family, you ought to do this or that. You must not do otherwise. When I was a child yearning to play outside, they cleared the entire street of people, yet all I wanted was to join them in their merriment. With a fierce strike, Zhu Ju slammed his fist against the ground. So, you chose to escape on your own? Lu Jia remarked. Indeed, I meticulously planned this escape for 3 whole years. Each day, I trained in martial arts, learning about the customs of the empire, languages, the rules of temples, and the geography of the land. Finally, over a year ago, during my grandfather's birthday celebration, when all were gathered to honor him, I stealthily slipped away from the family training grounds. Zhu Ju recounted the moment. He spread his arms wide as if embracing the sky. It was only upon escaping Sky City and feeling the earth beneath my feet that I realized I was free, truly free. His excitement grew with each word, and he sat upright. Liu Degu. Do you know? Since then, I have traversed numerous city-states within the empire, encountering grasslands, snow-capped mountains, and mighty rivers. I once witnessed a duel between 2 8th-tier martial artists on the banks of the Golden Sand River. They stood upon the water, their every blow sending waves surging hundreds of feet into the air. I also beheld a battle of magic beside a celestial temple, where one priest summoned a flame demon towering 100 meters high, while another conjured a golden-armored heavenly general, each strike resonating with the power to shatter the earth. Liu Jia listened with envy, recognizing the essence of a vibrant life. Indeed, how thrilling, by the way, Zhu Ju. Lu Jia suddenly recalled, you mentioned training in martial arts. How old are you now? I am 17, a 4th-tier martial artist. I feel that a breakthrough to the 5th tier is imminent, perhaps within a month. I shall achieve it, Zhu Ju replied, scratching his head shyly. My heavens, at just 17, you are already a 4th-tier martial artist? Truly a genius. I am 30 and barely at the 1st tier, far behind you. Lu Jia shook his head, acknowledging the disparity. Liu Degu, do not lose heart. The path of martial arts is fraught with challenges, yet with unwavering dedication, one can surely ascend to great heights. The esteemed General Huang Zhong of the Empire did not become a martial artist until 50 and only reached the 9th tier at 70, ultimately becoming a general renowned for vanquishing countless foes, a testament to the principle of accumulating strength over time. Zhu Ju looked intently at Lu Jia, declaring, as long as you persevere, there will come a day when we meet at the pinnacle and fight side by side. Lu Jia was inspired by Zhu Ju's spirited words, abruptly sitting up. You speak the truth. One day, we shall meet at the summit. After clenching his fists, he earnestly added, Zhu Ju, thank you for your words. Without you, I would not have realized how vast and splendid this world is. Trust me, I will fight until the very end. Chapter 22. Satyr. As the fire gradually extinguished, only a scattering of charred remnants remained. Lu Jia gently covered it with soil. The morning sun descended like a nurturing mother, casting its warm rays upon him as if bestowing a new lease on life. The mysterious youth departed quietly like a ghost, announcing his intent to embark on a new journey to the city of Doli. Before leaving, he bestowed upon Lu Jia a collection of precious gifts, salt as crystalline as snowflakes, wine as fragrant as sweet dew, and a map of the southwestern region resembling a mysterious treasure map. These tokens were his heartfelt gratitude for Lu Jia's warm hospitality. On the 4th day in this otherworldly realm, Lu Jia had made his first true friend, only to part ways with him. Yet, his heart burned with fervor, filled with sunlight and vigor. Since he had arrived in this unfamiliar world, he resolved to let his blood surge with passion and seize every opportunity. Having become a martial artist, he aspired to soar high like an eagle, striving to transcend his limits. One day, he would strike the rivers with the force of thunder and cleave mountains asunder. However, the first order of business was to head to the village, seek a means of livelihood, earn some money, and then set forth toward the city-states. With this thought, Lu Jia did not hesitate, striding with determination along the yellow earth path toward the village. Satyr, the village at the foot of the mountain. When Lu Jia arrived at the village gate at noon, he was momentarily bewildered. In the distance, he spotted a great mountain, below which lay a village. But as he approached, he discovered that the entire village was nestled beneath a protruding boulder, shrouded in darkness, with sunlight only gracing it during the early and late hours of the day. At the village entrance, two guards lounged lazily against the fence. When Lu Jia appeared before them like a specter, they paid him no mind. It was only as he was about to step through the gate that they abruptly snapped to attention, blocking his path. "From whence do you come?" "I hail from the south, passing through this place and seeking a brief respite," Lu Jia replied earnestly. "What is your name, and what weapon do you carry? How long do you intend to stay?" One pudgy guard, clad in leather armor and wielding a spear, continued his inquiries with a lackluster tone. "My name is Lu Jia, a first-tier martial artist, and my weapon is the great sword on my back. As for how long I shall stay, I have yet to decide, and I am but a wanderer. If your village has any opportunities for work, I would gladly lend a hand to earn some modest coin." As he rubbed his hands together, Lu Jia responded methodically. "Good sir, as a newcomer, are there any particular matters I should be mindful of in this village?" Upon hearing that Lu Jia was a first-tier martial artist, the pudgy guard suddenly perked up with newfound energy. "A brother who is a martial artist seeking work? Then you are one of us." With that, he threw an arm around Lu Jia's shoulders and unceremoniously led him into the village, waving dismissively to the other guard to continue his watch. Sadarir is a splendid place. It is said that long ago, two unparalleled martial artists clashed here. One lifted a mountain and hurled it at the other, who caught it single-handedly, thus forming our village's unique terrain, the pudgy guard boasted, pointing to the massive stone overhead. "Such a formation is unparalleled in all of Doli City. Many have come here to compose poetry and prose about it." "Good sir, what is your name?" Lu Jia inquired directly, seeking to learn the pudgy guard's identity. "I am Antonio, a second-tier warrior of Sadarir." "You may call me Antonio," he declared proudly, thumping his chest. "Lu Jia, fear not. Now that you have come to Sadarir and made my acquaintance, I shall ensure your safety. You may rest easy." With that, he playfully slapped Lu Jia's chest a couple of times, causing Lu Jia to wince from the impact. "You've arrived at just the right time. Let us first enjoy a drink. We can discuss other matters later," Antonio declared, unperturbed by Lu Jia's feelings, as he pulled Lu Jia along toward the tavern. Along the way, they encountered numerous villagers, and with a wave of his hand, Antonio beckoned them to follow. Upon arriving at the tavern, Lu Jia found it already filled with 5 or 6 tables of burly men. As they watched Antonio lead in a stranger, their curious gazes scrutinized Lu Jia as if trying to see through him. "What, do I have a flower on my face? Why are you all staring at me so intently? I assure you, I do not sell myself." Antonio sauntered in with swagger, jesting with the onlookers. "Rob, has your father finally allowed you to leave your cage? And you, Tyrion, what brings you out from your wife's tender embrace?" "Uncle Antonio, I have been out for several days now. But what about you? What misfortune has befallen you to become a gatekeeper?" On the left, the young man Robert, the youngest son of the village chief and the most youthful second-tier warrior in the village, stood with a fierce expression. "You scoundrel, once the drinks are finished, just wait until I make you weep for your mother," shouted a short, middle-aged man with a stubbly face, brandishing his fists menacingly. Antonio approached the tavern's counter with Lu Jia, banging the table twice, akin to a drumbeat, causing the entire tavern to tremble. "Brothers and neighbors, allow me to introduce a valiant hero," he proclaimed, pushing Lu Jia forward with vigor. "This brother here is named Lu Jia, a first-tier warrior. From this day forth, we shall be comrades in the same trench." Lu Jia felt as though he had been enveloped in a fog, and it took him a considerable time to regain his composure. Slowly, he raised his hand and called out, "Brothers, I hope for your guidance in the days to come. Let us drink together and share our meals." The tavern erupted in a frenzy, with a group of men roaring in excitement, demanding more drinks. Lu Jia, swept up in the atmosphere, drank heartily, and it was only after 3 to 5 bowls that the stout Antonio leapt onto the bar, exclaiming, "That's enough. We have matters to discuss this afternoon. Don't drink too much, or the village chief will paddle your backside." Laughter filled the tavern, and after the jovial outburst, order gradually returned as patrons resumed their drinking and dining. By afternoon, the tavern was bustling, with tables filled to capacity. However, the later arrivals had mostly dined at home and simply sought a place to sit, ordering a barrel of wine without any food, engrossed in conversation. Before long, a diminutive old man slowly entered the tavern, prompting a cacophony of calls like uncle, village chief, and grandfather. The old man waved his hand, silencing the tavern. "Gentlemen, are we all gathered?" he asked, surveying the room. "The grain protection team is ready. The water protection team is ready. The village guard is ready. The hunting team is ready," responded a chorus of voices. The elder nodded in satisfaction. "Since all the men of the village are here, I shan't say much. Everyone knows what Porto Village has been up to these years, and we in Cetriel certainly won't tolerate it, will we? The people of Porto have gone too far. It is time to bring them to heel. They have long sickened me, and it is high time we dealt with them." The men roared in unison, their spirits ignited at the mention of Porto Village. "Silence! Silence!" A tall, imposing man beside the elder bellowed, demanding attention. "Listen to the village chief. I have arranged a negotiation with the Porto folk, but they are notoriously unruly. I need you all to follow my lead. If they do not honor our agreement, we will eliminate them," the elder declared, his slight frame belying his fierce presence. Chapter 23. Blood-stained conflict lying on the hillside for an entire day? All aspirations and ambitions faded like the setting sun. 40 to 50 warriors, akin to a well-trained battalion, lay perfectly still upon the slope, resembling statues, utterly motionless. They dubbed it an ambush, yet various insects feasted upon them like hungry predators. Leaving behind swollen welts, the negotiations between Cetriel and Porto Village loomed like a brewing storm, set for the afternoon. The meeting place served as a bridge between the two villages, where Lu Jia and his companions had stealthily laid in wait the night prior. Enduring the long hours of anticipation, as the sun crested the hill, the men of Porto Village emerged like the dawn's first light, a group of over 20 robust men, seemingly forged from steel. Shortly after, the old chief of Cetriel arrived, drifting in like a serene cloud, accompanied by only 2 guards, exuding an air of calm indifference as if nothing in the world could disturb his peace. "Hey, you old fool," one of the Porto men sneered, casting a scornful glance at the elder of Cetriel. "At your age, what are you still doing wandering about? Has Cetriel no one left? I, old Gaia, have weathered many storms over the years. Your father, old Boa, would never dare speak to me so. Who gave you such audacity, you wet behind the ears brat?" The elder Gaia, though short in stature, stood as a formidable mountain, his staff striking the ground like raindrops. "I have no wish to waste words. My father instructed me prior to my arrival that the Shilai Valley must belong to us. Today, we must reach a conclusion," the burly man retorted boldly. "I have brought the agreement. You old fool, sign it quickly, and our 2 villages will officially complete the transfer. From now on, the Shilai Valley is ours." With that, he produced a document, thrusting it forward like a sharp blade aimed at old Gaia. Without a glance, Gaia seized the document and tore it in half as if it were mere paper, discarding the pieces carelessly. "I said old Boa wouldn't come himself. It seems he has no regard for us in Cetriel. What nonsense is this, you old fool? You are courting death." The Porto man, enraged, lunged at Gaia like a furious lion, only to be intercepted by the warriors beside him, who formed an unyielding wall. Others, seeing the commotion, charged forward like ravenous predators, intent on seizing old Gaia. Gaia retreated, while his 2 warriors joined the fray like tigers descending from the mountains. He waved his hand decisively, commanding the hidden Lu Jia and his group to surge forth like a tidal wave. Robert led the charge, racing forth like an arrow released from the bow, for old Gaia was his father, and he could not bear to watch his father suffer. Antonio and Tylian matched his speed, following closely behind as they plunged into the throng of Portoum and Lu Jia. At the helm with over 50 first-tier warriors, followed in their wake, roaring with righteous fury, it was only natural to retaliate against the Porto men for their initial affront. With 50 against 20, the outcome of the battle was all but certain. Lu Jia scarcely landed a few punches before being swept away by the tumultuous crowd, left to observe from the sidelines beside old Gaia. "You are Lu Jia, aren't you?" Old Gaia squinted at Lu Jia, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "You just arrived yesterday. Are you acclimating?" Lu Jia pondered internally, considering how he had been thrust into a brawl on his very first day. Yet, with a smile on his face, he replied, "Village chief, I feel quite well at that moment." However, the tide of battle took an unexpected turn. The Porto man, grievously injured, drew a dagger and plunged it into Robert's chest. Being young and unprepared for a brawl to escalate to such violence, Robert, a second-tier warrior, fell to the ground, lifeless. The battlefield fell into stunned silence, with old Gaia frozen in shock, as if struck by lightning. "Robert, my precious child!" he cried out in anguish, a heart-wrenching wail that resonated like a cuckoo lamenting in sorrow. He lunged at Robert, who lay there with the dagger embedded in his chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain, as if his lungs had been pierced. Old Gaia fumbled helplessly, alternating between pressing on Robert's chest and covering his mouth, flailing like a headless fly, utterly at a loss. The people of Cetriel stood dumbfounded, as if carved from stone, uncertain of how to respond, unaware that the Porto men were stealthily slipping away like rats from a sinking ship. "Where do you think you're going?" Lu Jia, outside the fray, caught sight of the fleeing Porto men. Upon realizing they had been discovered, they fled in a panic, sprinting for their lives. "A death has occurred. This will escalate quickly. If we don't escape now, we may find ourselves in irreparable peril." As they fled, the people of Cetriel finally snapped out of their daze. After them, Lu Jia shouted. Antonio let out a bellow, akin to a lion's roar, leading the charge against the Porto men. Thus commenced a breathtaking and brutally fierce battle. Lu Jia surged ahead like an arrow released from a bow, while a Porto man, previously injured and limping, lagged behind like a defeated soldier. In an instant, Lu Jia pounced upon him like a famished tiger, raining down fists upon him with the ferocity of a tempest. Yet, the man remained unperturbed, his arms shielding his head like a fortress, absorbing Lu Jia's hammer-like blows. Meanwhile, others had already galloped past Lu Jia, continuing their pursuit of other foes, leaving only Lu Jia and the limping man entangled in a fierce struggle. Lu Jia positioned himself atop the man like a mountain, his fists flailing like a torrential downpour. But every strike was met with an unyielding defense. As he gasped for breath, Lu Jia's punches grew sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, the limping man extended his arms with the agility of a serpent, grasping Lu Jia's arm and hurling him 4 to 5 meters away, as if he were a mere straw doll. Lu Jia tumbled like a spinning top, finally regaining his footing. However, as he stood, a fist the size of a sandbag hurtled toward him like a cannonball, and with a resounding thud, Lu Jia was sent sprawling to the ground, akin to a kite severed from its string. "You dare challenge me?" The limping man roared like a lion, lunging at Lu Jia with the ferocity of a ravenous wolf, mirroring Lu Jia's earlier actions. His fists, like shooting stars, hammered down upon Lu Jia's head. Lacking combat experience, Lu Jia initially froze in confusion, raising his arms to shield himself, but he was battered by 5 or 6 punches, stars dancing before his eyes. At the last moment, he managed to raise his arms in defense like an iron gate, narrowly avoiding a knockout. Seeing his attempts thwarted, the man rose like a crane, seizing Lu Jia around the waist and hoisting his nearly 200-pound frame as if it were a mere decorative ball, then flinging him violently away. The impact left Lu Jia disoriented, spinning on the ground like a top, when a powerful kick sent him reeling, causing his hip and elbow to throb painfully, yet it jolted him back to awareness. Like a famished tiger pouncing upon its prey, Lu Jia lunged for the man's ankle, his legs coiling like springs, and with a tremendous push, he kicked the man at his waist, sending him sprawling to the ground. Without hesitation, Lu Jia descended upon the fallen man, unleashing a barrage of strikes like a tempest. In his heart, Lu Jia was acutely aware of his inferior skills and the futility of standing and fighting. He knew he would be battered like a drowned rat. Thus, he resolved to rely on the ground for opportunities. However, as he momentarily lost focus, the limping man flipped him over as if he were a small chick. Lu Jia kicked out, propelling the man several meters away. This kick struck precisely at the man's previous injury, eliciting a howl of pain akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Good opportunity. Lu Jia's lips curled into a cold smile as he sprang upward like a cheetah. Mimicking his earlier action, and delivered a kick that landed squarely on the man's face with the force of a mountain crushing an egg. The blow was immensely powerful, shattering the man's features. Akin to a flower ravaged by a tempest, yet he remained standing. Noticing this, Lu Jia leaped once more, delivering another kick that sent the man reeling, his eyes swirling as if intoxicated. With a swift motion, a slender sword emerged like a viper from its hole, piercing the man's chest. Lu Jia looked up in astonishment to find it was old Gaia. Hidden within the cane was a concealed blade. Taking advantage of the man's disorientation, old Gaia struck, the sword plunging through his chest. Chapter 24. Mobilization. Lu Jia traversed the road as if in a dream. This was his first act of killing. Old Gaia yanked the sword free, and the giant's blood gushed forth like a fountain, drenching Lu Jia, whose frantic attempts to wipe it away proved futile. The Cetrians successfully captured 11 Porto men, 4 of whom, grievously injured, were sentenced to execution by old Gaia at the river valley. To this day, Lu Jia vividly recalls the despairing eyes of those 4 men, while the remaining 7 were tightly bound and escorted back to Cetrial village. On the return journey, the group moved swiftly, Antonio carrying old Gaia, while Lu Jia bore the lifeless body of Robert, racing ahead like the wind. The conflict had escalated beyond control, 6 lives lost between the 2 villages in a single incident, heralding a future of relentless vengeance unless one side were to utterly collapse or Dali City intervened for mediation, perhaps allowing for a glimmer of hope. Robert's body had grown somewhat rigid, the blood from his chest soaking into Lu Jia's back like dye and fabric. Lu Jia had volunteered for this task, acutely aware that failing to do so would leave him responsible for the 7 captives. And he understood all too well their grim fate, a thought he dared not dwell upon. Nevertheless, his actions earned him the admiration of the Cetrians, who regarded him as a man of loyalty and integrity. And their fondness for the reticent man only deepened. That evening, upon their return to Cetrial village, the 7 captives were secured under strict watch in the square, while the others hurried to the tavern, eager to convene once more to deliberate on the impending conflict with Porto village. This time, Lu Jia occupied a seat in the front row, sitting beside Tyrion. The initial plan for the River Valley operation was to negotiate. Failing that, they would deliver a severe beating to the Porto men, ensuring they understood the might of Cetrial in hopes of securing the upper hand in future encounters. However, with Robert's sudden demise, the situation had spiraled into bloodshed and sacrifice. The Porto men had lost 5 lives, 7 were captured, and retribution from Porto was inevitable, heralding the onset of a brutal village conflict. The tavern buzzed with chaos as those involved in the River Valley operation recounted their experiences. While the warriors stationed in the village clamored for details, the noise ringing in Lu Jia's ears. "Silence, silence," commanded Adrian, the captain of the village guard, as he struck the table twice, the strongest warrior in the village. He had remained behind during the operation, and now that such an incident had occurred, clarity was essential. "Quiet, quiet." Adrian clapped his hands. "Everyone, please settle down. This matter is serious. Tyrion, you go first and explain what transpired." He indicated to the small figure of Tyrion seated in the front row. Without hesitation, Tyrion leaped onto the tavern's counter and passionately narrated the events that had unfolded in the River Valley. When he finished, a profound silence enveloped the tavern, save for the sound of drinking. "What, have you all lost your tongues? Have the Cetrians been struck dumb?" At that moment, old Gaia entered the tavern, his upper body stained with blood, Robert's, as well as that of the limping man. "Robert was my son. He fell at the hands of the Porto men. Those 5 Porto men were slain on my orders. Do any of you have objections?" Old Gaia surveyed the room, yet none dared meet his gaze, his small stature seeming to radiate the flames of vengeance. "Well done, village chief. The Porto men have taken advantage of us for years. They deserved such retribution." Antonio stepped forward, staunchly supporting old Gaia. Instantly, the tavern erupted in fervor. "Indeed, what are the Porto men? They should all be killed. We seek revenge for Robert. It is righteous. Let us set forth and annihilate Porto village. Kill all the men. Enslave the women and children." Various voices clamored forth. "Enough, enough," Adrian shouted, regaining control of the situation. "I need to know about the Porto men. Does anyone recognize the 7 captives? Upon hearing this, a warrior from the hunting team rose. Those 7 are likely from the Porto Village hunting team. We encountered them on Sare Mountain and had a skirmish, he said, rolling up his sleeve to reveal an arrow wound. I was shot by one of them during that encounter. Had I not reacted quickly, it could have struck my chest. Kill them! Kill them! The tavern erupted once more at this declaration, many leaping to head to the square to confront the 7 captives. And soon, others followed suit. As dusk deepened into night, the square of Cetrial Village grew crowded with villagers, warriors, the elderly, women, and children, as if the entire community had gathered. The 7 Porto men were bound to wooden frames, surrounded by piles of firewood, as though they were to be burned alive at any moment. On the elevated platform in the square, old Gaia sat upright, awaiting the final judgment, as the villagers of Cetrial gathered. Old Gaia slowly rose to deliver his speech. Dear fellow villagers, I am Old Gaia. Today, I stand before you to pose a question. Cetrial Village has thrived for a millennium. Our ancestors toiled through countless hardships to cultivate this land. The Porto men arrived here only 200 years ago. We generously provided them with food and clothing to help them through their most challenging times. Yet, these treacherous beings seek to seize our lands and our sustenance. I ask you, will you allow this? Refusing to acquiesce, the crowd was engulfed in fervor. 2 centuries ago, before the arrival of the Porto people, the Cetrial community had extended a warm welcome, providing sustenance and garments among various other provisions. The 2 factions coexisted harmoniously, with the Cetrials aiding the Portos in establishing settlements and distributing seeds, a monumental act of kindness. Yet, once the Portos found their footing, they turned their backs, betraying their benefactors. The migrants, predominantly robust men, initially resorted to petty theft, which escalated into brazen robbery. The Cetrials expelled them beyond 100 miles, yet the enmity between the 2 villages deepened with each passing day. Today, my son Robe has perished. Many of you knew him. He was merely 17. Old Gaia, increasingly agitated, lamented. He was only 17. What crime did he commit? With a cane, he struck the platform fiercely, beseeching, Who among you can tell me what I should do? Blood for blood, vengeance for vengeance. Slay them all, echoed the cries in Cetrial Square, the atmosphere thick with the scent of impending violence. 7 Portos found themselves ensnared in despair, as the kindling beneath their feet ignited. Flames growing ever fiercer, consuming them utterly until they ceased to exist. Old Gaia watched in a state of bewilderment as these 7 souls were reduced to mere ashes. Chapter 25. The Expedition in the Raucous Square. The Cetrials resembled a barrel of gunpowder, ignited with excitement. The instant the 7 figures were reduced to cinders marked the onset of a frenzied celebration. The square reverberated with a cacophony akin to boiling water. As cries of annihilate them, bloodbath the Portos, revenge, revenge, surged like tumultuous waves, each cresting higher than the last. The pent-up resentment within the Cetrials erupted like a volcano. They had offered assistance only to be met with ingratitude from a horde of scoundrels who consumed their resources and sought to seize everything they had. Lu Jia stood amidst the throng, trembling at the deafening roars surrounding him, his gaze fixed on the frigid countenance of Old Gaia on the platform. He felt like a leaf caught in a biting wind or a solitary boat amidst tumultuous seas. Fear gripped him, fear of the mob mentality. At this moment, Cetrial resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, while Porto Village lay in the path of its impending eruption, like a frightened bird. Lu Jia yearned to flee, yet beside him stood the very core of Cetrial's strength, an impenetrable wall of humanity. Among them were warriors, the captain of the guard, Adrian, the captain of the grain team, Antonio, the hunting squad leader, Seth, and also Gaia's eldest son, Errol, a formidable figure at 40 and peak tier 3. Overwhelmed and uncertain, Lu Jia was at a loss regarding where to escape. This spectacle was akin to a conflagration, igniting the entire Cetrial village, plunging its inhabitants into a state of madness, awaiting the situation to escalate further. After a relentless pursuit lasting a day and night, Zhang Yuer finally located the abandoned bonfire outside the Cetrial wheat fields and successfully reached Cetrial. Yet, she felt ensnared in a fog. The village exuded an eerie aura, seemingly fortified by the village guard's impenetrable wall, with only one exit. Nearly 30 Tier 1 warriors stood vigil near the entrance like ironclad sentinels. Even with her formidable Tier 3 prowess, breaching this stronghold would prove arduous, demanding considerable time and effort. Thus, she resolved to remain still and observe. As dawn broke, the grand gates of Cetriel slowly swung open, and a wave of warriors surged forth like a roaring tide, heading northward, gradually restoring tranquility to the village. Jiang Yue, still enshrouded in uncertainty, had initially been tasked with tracking the man wielding a dagger, but now found herself lost. Was he still within the village, or had he vanished among this throng of warriors? Contemplating this, Cetriel appeared motionless like a statue, while the warriors flowed like nimble fish, ceaselessly darting about. Resolute, Jiang Yue turned and stealthily followed the large contingent of warriors, melding into their ranks. The Cetriel Expeditionary Force left behind 20 warriors under the leadership of Tilion to guard the village, while the rest, a total of 97 warriors, ventured forth. Among them were 2 Tier 3 warriors, 8 Tier 2 warriors, and 87 Tier 1 warriors. Additionally, Errol brought along 11 comrades, forming a formidable assembly. In contrast, Porto Village, according to prior intelligence, boasted approximately 130 warriors, of which 12 had been slain during the assault, leaving over 100 still standing. However, Porto's only known Tier 3 warrior was the hunting squad leader, Tunin. The Cetriel Expeditionary Force, striking with surprise and full force, resembled a sharp blade poised to pierce the heart of Porto's warrior contingent, intent on obliterating it in one fell swoop. Nevertheless, their own casualties would likely be significant. Akin to a valiant warrior sacrificing an arm, excruciatingly painful, yet a price they were willing to pay. Jiang Yue trailed behind like a startled fawn, too fearful to make a sound. This vast assembly resembled a ferocious beast. Should they discover her presence and engage in combat, even she, a Tier 3 warrior, would likely vanish without a trace. Liu Jia, akin to a slippery eel, blended into the large group, seeking an opportunity to escape. However, the throng surged forward like a torrential flood, offering him no chance. Adrian clung to him like a piece of taffy, incessantly inquiring, causing Liu Jia to suspect that Adrian harbored doubts about him. After all, within this immense gathering, he was the only true outsider. The distance between the two villages spanned roughly 200 miles, requiring warriors the better part of a day to traverse. According to their plan, Adrian intended to lead the expeditionary force to Porto Village before sunset, resting in place. Once the sun set and darkness enveloped the land, at midnight, Adrian and Errol would split into 2 teams and launch a night assault on Porto Village. The target of this operation was all able-bodied men, primarily warriors. After neutralizing the warriors, they would withdraw from the village for rest, and upon recuperation, they would launch a second when 2 teams converge on a narrow path. The scene is akin to tumultuous waves crashing against the shore, chaotic and overwhelming in the familiar expanse of the Highlai Valley, as the armies of the Cetrielians and the Portuans surged forth like a relentless tide. War erupted spontaneously, reminiscent of a volcano in eruption. Contrary to the expectations of the Cetrielians, the Portuans did not retreat to introspect. Instead, they gathered their clans and launched an immediate assault on the following morning, intent on rescuing the villagers who had been captured. The 2 expeditionary forces arrived at the central region of the Highlai Valley almost simultaneously, and upon encountering each other, the animosity was palpable. As fierce as 2 tigers pouncing upon one another, Liu Jia drew forth his formidable blade, glistening like a cold moon. In that moment, he realized that fleeing would only plunge him into an abyss of despair. So he roared like a ferocious lion and charged alongside the main force toward the Portwans. In this tumultuous battlefield, one could not afford to fall easily. One must guard oneself as if protecting a rare treasure. Avoiding injuries at all costs, impulsive recklessness, akin to a runaway horse, could draw the enemy's attention and lead to a breach in the lines. These insights emerged as invaluable lessons for Liu Jia amidst the heart-stopping melee, principles he vowed to uphold in the long days to come. His blade, heavy and sharp, resembled a colossal axe capable of cleaving the heavens. With a powerful swing, he effortlessly severed a long spear. But before he could mount another attack, the surging crowd swept him further into the fray, engulfing him entirely. Zhang Yue stood in awe as hundreds of warriors clashed, the spectacle reminiscent of a roaring tempest or a stampede of 1,000 steeds, a sight not easily witnessed. Chapter 26. Chaos. Lu Jia's hands grew numb. In mere minutes, he had swung his blade countless times, each clash with the Portuan weapons sending shockwaves through his arms. The hunting team SCC had perished before his eyes. A second-tier warrior who fell unexpectedly. As Lu Jia felled one Portuan. A knife struck Cici from behind. Just as he turned, a spear pierced through his chest, mere centimeters from Lu Jia. As Cici crumpled to the ground. Blood gushing forth, Lu Jia's instincts kicked in. He swiftly dispatched the ambusher and, panting heavily, reminded himself to remain calm. He aimed his blade downwards, delivering a finishing blow to the Portuan he had just felled. Rolling to evade the spear aimed at him, Lu Jia sprang to his feet only to face a long sword thrust towards his chest. He sidestepped to the left, swinging his blade to deflect the sword away, then brought his weapon crashing down upon the swordsman's head. The man leaped backward to avoid the strike, but just as he attempted to retaliate, a knife found its mark in his side. Antonio seized the moment, grasping the man by the throat and lifting him effortlessly, his dagger plunging repeatedly into the man's waist until blood gushed forth, leaving gaping wounds with a flick of his wrist. He discarded the lifeless body before turning back to engage the Portuans. Lu Jia, glancing at the crumpled form of the Portuan, wasted no time. His blade swept through the air, severing the neck decisively, ensuring the foe was lifeless before rejoining the fray. In the throes of battle, one could forget everything. Lu Jia, drenched in blood, locked eyes on another nearby Portuan. With a roar, he lunged, toppling the man to the ground. But his massive weapon hindered him, and he was soon knocked aside. Furious, Lu Jia unleashed a flurry of punches, his strikes sharper and swifter than before, overwhelming his opponent, who soon reeled, blood cascading down his face. Just as Lu Jia prepared to continue his assault, a powerful force launched him backwards, and as he landed, several steel blades descended upon him. Summoning all his strength, he rolled away just in time. Lu Jia, be careful, he heard Antonio call, but before he could react, a kick struck him in the abdomen, sending him sprawling like a cooked shrimp, flying several meters. The impact shattered his insides, and he lay helplessly on the ground. Fortunate that the blow had ejected him from the battlefield, where he momentarily went unnoticed. Tunan, the captain of the Portuan hunting team, was recognizable to Lu Jia, a third-tier warrior with a staggering strength of 500 pounds in each strike. Had this kick landed on Lu Jia a few days prior, it might have spelled the end for him. Yet today, despite being a mere first-tier warrior, he barely withstood the blow, even as his body signaled that he had lost the will to fight. As Tunan emerged, Adrian joined him, acting as a distraction. Otherwise, the threat posed by a third-tier warrior was too great. Without armor, each blow could incapacitate a first-tier warrior. Now that Tunan had shown himself, the two Cetarillians of the third tier executed their plan without hesitation. Adrian engaged Tunan while Errol unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks against the lesser warriors. Tunan wielded a longsword, while Adrian brandished a heavy sword. Their clash stirred up fierce winds, and no one dared approach the combatants. Any movement drew everyone back in trepidation. Errol, however, surged forth like a tiger among sheep, and with his full might, he toppled more than 10 foes in a single burst. The Portuans, alarmed, sent 3 second-tier warriors to engage him, barely managing to hold him at bay. Yet once those 3 retreated, the second-tier warriors among the Cetarillians, including Antonio, began to rage, and the situation for the Portuans grew dire, their lines steadily collapsing towards total disintegration. As Lu Jia watched the unfolding chaos, he was suddenly seized from behind, his mouth covered and neck locked in a vice-like grip. Dragged into the underbrush, he struggled desperately, but the arm that restrained him felt as unyielding as steel. Zhang Yue, observing the fierce battle from the thicket, was exhilarated, yet was startled when a figure flew out from the melee. Collapsing on the ground, clutching his abdomen and convulsing. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was the swordsman from her recollection. Overjoyed, she waited for a moment, ensuring no one was watching, then darted from the brush, covering Lu Jia's mouth with one hand while the other gripped his neck as she turned to flee. The unfolding events were surprisingly smooth. After a day and a night, plus half a day more, she had successfully secured her target. Feeling triumphant, Jiang Yue hoisted Lu Jia onto her back and began her journey back to Kongju village. Despite Lu Jia weighing nearly 200 pounds, the petite Jiang Yue carried him as if he were a mere sack of cotton. Light as a feather, the war in the Hailai Valley would not last long. If the Cetarillians returned, she could easily be pursued. Thus, she contemplated her course and swiftly veered eastward towards the Sel mountain range, which stretched for miles, distinctly separating Doli City from Dongshan City. No one paid heed to Lu Jia's plight as the battle between the Cetarillians and the Portuans neared its conclusion, with the Portuans crumbling under pressure. Errol led nearly 70 warriors in pursuit of the fleeing Portuans, who were now reduced to fewer than 20, retreating in disarray. Tu Nan continued to struggle, beset by Adrian, Antonio, and another second-tier warrior who joined the fray. All three attacking him simultaneously. Tu Nan, surrender. You are the only one worth anything from the Portuan village. The others are but untrainable pups, Adrian urged, attempting to sway Tu Nan. A third-tier warrior joining the village would make the Cetarillians the most formidable in the area. I was born a Portuan, and I shall die a Portuan, Tu Nan bellowed, quickening his pace as he charged at Adrian, his long sword enveloping him entirely. Forced to defend himself, Adrian spun his heavy sword for protection. While Antonio pursued Tu Nan, his dagger aimed at the warrior's lower back, seeking to force him to drop his guard. Antonio, Adrian, they shouted in unison. Watch out! Tu Nan flashed a ghostly smile, abruptly pivoting. His long sword swept out, sending Antonio's dagger flying. Then, with a diagonal slash from left to right, he aimed to cleave Antonio in two. Adrian, caught off guard, could not respond in time, but another second-tier warrior, without hesitation, hurled himself into the fray, colliding with the airborne Antonio, while simultaneously striking at Tu Nan's longsword. Chapter 27. Captured again in the end, Tu Nan, like a meteor, fell from grace. Yet in his final moments, he shone like a brilliant star. Taking Cetarillian Ava with him, poor, yet heroic Ava, sacrificed his life to save Antonio. His longsword shattered under the force of Tu Nan's final assault, as fragile as a reed. Simultaneously, his neck, like harvested wheat, fell away along with his blade. Tu Nan's sword struck with the speed of lightning. Ava scarcely had time to register pain before he was plunged into eternal darkness, devoid of sensation. Subsequently, Tu Nan was tackled by the enraged Antonio, who unleashed a fierce punch, sending Tu Nan sprawling like a kite severed from its string. However, fate played a cruel trick. Adrian's heavy sword descended like a mountain, severing Tu Nan's arms in the throes of agony. Another blade from Antonio plunged mercilessly into Tu Nan's back. Ultimately, amidst the flashing steel of Adrian and Antonio, Tu Nan's life flickered out like a candle in the wind. His body lay in a state of utter disarray, fragmented and lacking any semblance of wholeness, as if it had been mercilessly torn apart by a malevolent demon, resembling a doll subjected to cruel torment. The war between Cetriel and Porto had momentarily drawn to a close. This dreadful battle in the valley of the Hill River resembling a nightmarish ordeal, which had brought catastrophic devastation upon the Porto people, nearly annihilating their forces. The Cetriel warriors, too, did not escape unscathed, with nearly 50 valiant fighters perishing on the battlefield and suffering a loss of one-third of their ranks. Undeniably, this was a grievous blow to Cetriel, leaving their hearts heavy with sorrow. Lu Jia's head felt as though it might burst, akin to being struck by a formidable hammer. When he finally managed to pry his eyes open, he realized he was bound tightly, resembling a helpless lamb prepared for slaughter, carelessly discarded beside a fire. A petite woman stood nearby, wielding a long sword with the grace of a seasoned dancer, effortlessly turning a piece of meat over the flames. "Awake at last, you wretched scoundrel," she declared brusquely upon noticing Lu Jia's consciousness return. "What is your name? How dare you stir up trouble in every village?" Lu Jia found himself enveloped in a haze of confusion, pondering, Who am I? Where am I? How did I end up in this predicament? He stared blankly at the ropes coiling around him like venomous serpents, internally lamenting. Have I once again become a captive? Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air, causing Lujia to recoil like a startled caterpillar. It turned out the woman had struck him on the head with the hilt of her sword. Speak, she commanded. I am addressing you. Did you not hear me? Where am I? Why have you bound me? Who are you? Lujia, jolted into clarity by the blow, retorted. Damn it. How did I carelessly fall into the hands of my enemies again? Ouch! Lujia winced as he received another blow, his body recoiling as if electrified. Answer my questions first. If I am in a good mood, perhaps I will consider answering yours, the woman said, her demeanor regal, reminiscent of a proud phoenix. Lujia fell into deep contemplation, striving to recall where things had gone awry. If the woman were indeed from Porto, she would have shown him no mercy and struck him down without hesitation. Yet if she were not, whom had he offended? Was it the villagers of Kongju? Or perhaps the members of the Chifu merchant caravan? Or even that mysterious faction claiming to be the Campbell family? Were they here to silence him? No, if the Campbell family sought to eliminate him, she would have acted swiftly without wasting words. Likewise, the residents of Kongju were likely all dead. Even if there were survivors, he should not be held accountable for their hatred, considering that initial incident had been purely accidental. Thus, the woman's identity became apparent. She must belong to the Chifu merchant caravan, tracing his footsteps. With this realization, Lujia's understanding deepened. I am Lujia, he stated. I do not comprehend your inquiries. I am merely an inconsequential first-tier warrior, wandering in search of opportunities for cultivation. Lujia resolved to feign innocence, hoping to evade his predicament. Have you ever been to Kongju? Did you not commit acts of murder and arson in that village? The woman pressed on. Kongju? You mean that village reduced to ashes? I visited a couple of days ago, and the entire place was a smoldering ruin. I sought to rescue anyone who might have survived, but found no living souls, so I departed, Lujia recounted truthfully. Did nothing occur during your time there? Did you not uncover anything of significance? The woman inquired, clearly skeptical. Not at all, Lujia began to deny, but was met with another sharp blow to his head, followed by several more kicks, causing him to cry out in agony. You must understand, lies come at a cost, the woman stated, continuing her relentless assault. Lujia felt as though he might perish, having barely survived a kick from Tunin earlier. He was now on the verge of collapse from this barrage. Please, cease your assault. I confess I encountered some trouble, but it was unavoidable, Lujia pleaded, curling up in pain. Reluctantly, Lujia revealed the incident that transpired after leaving Kongju, where he had taken the life of a bloodthirsty villager. Yet the woman remained unimpressed, persisting with her inquiries. Where were you before this incident? What were you doing? Wandering about with nothing to do, when funds ran low. I would take on odd jobs, Lujia replied, resolutely concealing the truth of his status as a slave. Tio exposed this would risk revealing the truth of the Valley's war, which involved sixth-tier martial artists, an adversary he could not confront. Furthermore, if it became known that he was a warrior, he would likely be captured and enslaved once more. Odd jobs, like assisting the Cetriel in slaying the inhabitants of other villages. That sounds like quite the occupation. The woman remarked, clearly unconvinced, preparing to strike Lujia once more. Dear lady, I am but a mere first-tier warrior, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. I implore you to show mercy, Lujia earnestly begged, recognizing that survival was paramount. The woman contemplated for a moment, then unsheathed her sword, pressing the blade against Lujia's throat. You speak truthfully? If there is even a hint of deception, I shall sever your head from your shoulders. Indeed, it is as I say, dear lady. Spare me, for I merely passed through Kongju without intent to kill. That man attacked me without warning, and in self-defense, I retaliated. I had no idea he would perish so easily. Lujia declared, glancing at the sword's edge, choosing to speak from the heart. Observing that her efforts to extract useful information were in vain, and that his account aligned with the circumstances she had surmised. The woman's demeanor softened. Based on the timeline of events, it appeared this individual had no direct connection to the recent occurrences in Kongju. Capturing him would merely serve to gather a statement and confirm information. The Seven Sins Brigade was investigating the disappearance of the Chifu merchant caravan's goods and the casualties incurred. Thus, the two masked assailants and the last remaining survivor from Kongju were of greater interest. For this reason, the pursuit of this individual had fallen to her. With this in mind, the petite woman deftly sliced through the ropes binding Lu Jia, declaring, "I am Zhang Yuer, dispatched by the Empire to investigate the massacre at Kongju. I came to find you because I discovered you had once been there," Zhang Yuer stated with feigned seriousness. Both were harboring ulterior motives, yet with Lu Jia now freed from his bonds, he could do little to resist. He approached her, bowing deeply. "I apologize for my ignorance, esteemed lady, as I failed to recognize your stature," Lu Jia said, pressing his body to alleviate the pain. In the dead of night, the cries of despair echoed through the village of Porto. Engulfed in flames, within, two masked figures wreaked havoc, for in the wake of the Hill River Valley battle, the Porto people were left with fewer than 20 warriors. As the masked assailants approached, not even a ripple disturbed the water. High above, an unseen shadow loomed, standing motionless in the air, and upon closer inspection, one could see two larks beneath its feet, supporting its flight. Chapter 28. The reenactment of destruction. The expeditionary force of Cetriel set forth once more. After a period of rest, 2 third-tier warriors, 8 second-tier warriors, and 50 first-tier warriors, a total of 60, finally arrived at Porto after a day of arduous travel, only to be met with the sight of desolation. The village of Porto had been reduced to mere ashes. Had Lu Jia been present, he would undoubtedly recognize the grim similarities between this scene and that of Kongju. The shattered enclosures, charred buildings, and the lifeless forms of villagers scattered about, reduced to cinders. Adrian's countenance was grave. He had come to execute the next phase of their mission, yet now Porto lay in ruins. So many Cetriel warriors had perished, leaving nothing but scorched earth in their wake, an outcome he could scarcely accept. After a moment's contemplation, Adrian summoned another third-tier warrior. "You and your team should scour the outskirts of Porto for any traces. With such a catastrophic event, I refuse to believe that no one escaped. I shall lead a party into the village to ascertain the situation within." "Understood." "Proceed with caution," Adrian's subordinate replied as he, along with over 10 trusted companions, dispersed to search for signs around the village's perimeter while Adrian, undeterred, led a group of 20 guards directly into the village. Upon entering, Adrian was met with the sight of devastation, and his heart ached with sorrow. He instructed his companions to search carefully for any clues. Suddenly, one team member discovered a seemingly intact house, despite a damaged door. The group approached cautiously, pushing the door open, only to be met with a strong stench of charred remains. Inside, darkness enveloped the room. Adrian ignited a torch, only to be astonished by the sight of mysterious symbols inscribed in blood upon the walls. He scrutinized them closely, sensing that they contained some latent power. At that moment, the ground trembled beneath them, and the walls flickered with an eerie light. Adrian sensed the ominous turn of events and promptly ordered his team to retreat. The entire building collapsed into ruins before his eyes, while something flickered in the sky, vanishing as quickly as it appeared. Despite his continued search, Adrian could find no valuable clues. The acrid smell of charred remains made him feel nauseous, compelling him to lead his team out of the village. Just as they exited, they spotted Errol and others standing motionless, lost in thought. "Errol, this village is abnormal. We must withdraw and study the matter back home," Adrian declared, waving his hand to signal a retreat without awaiting a response. "Hold on, little brother. Don't be so hasty. Let's discuss what transpired here." Errol trembled, glancing sideways. Adrian instinctively reached for the heavy sword on his back. While the rest of the guards drew their weapons, on high alert. 5 figures emerged from the shadows, led by a burly man, who towered over ordinary folk, his mouth clenching a thick cigar that exhaled clouds of smoke. Seizing the opportunity as the man exhaled, Adrian charged forward, swinging his sword with ferocity. The man stepped forward, his right fist raised. "Have you ever seen a fist as large as a cooking pot?" he taunted. When the sword met his fist, Adrian felt an overwhelming force strike him. His arm shook violently, and the sword flew from his grasp in the blink of an eye. The colossal fist was hurtling toward his face. Adrian attempted to evade, but his body felt paralyzed, leaving him no escape. With a resounding thud, he was sent flying, crashing to the ground alongside his sword. Ouch, this won't do. The giant laughed heartily, his cigar still firmly in place. Has it been so long since I descended from Dalek City that you lot have begun to cause chaos? He turned to Errol. You've been back for some time, and you're playing with these worthless fools? Errol trembled, and his subordinates quaked in fear, too terrified to move. A Russian, the deputy captain of Dalek City's 5th Squad, was tasked with patrolling for unlawful activities. A 6th-tier martial artist, he was one of the strongest in Dalek City. Known for his brutal and unpredictable nature, he was also the initial leader whom Errol feared most. Now, tell me, what exactly transpired here? A Russian commanded, settling himself comfortably, as one of his men brought over a large stone to serve as a seat. Errol cautiously approached. Boss, this has nothing to do with us. When we arrived, it was already a pile of ashes. A Russian remained silent, merely observing him while exhaling smoke. I assure you, it truly has nothing to do with us. Errol stammered, sensing a Russian's unwavering gaze, panic rising within him. If he truly angered this man, not a single one of the Satirial would survive. We Satirial have disputes with the Portuan, but we wouldn't annihilate their village outright. Errol pleaded, growing increasingly frantic, while a Russian maintained his composure. Errol, you've abandoned your post and brought a squad with you, abusing your authority to serve your own village. By law, you deserve death, a Russian replied coolly. As another subordinate stepped forward, you scoundrel! A distant figure rose, revealing Adrian, bloodied and battered, clutching the hilt of his sword. Damn it! Who dares to meddle in the affairs of the Satirial? Adrian limped toward a Russian, blood trickling down his arm, staining the sword hilt. A Russian surveyed the scene, chuckling. Ah, it seems we have one with some guts. Heh, Errol, have I been too lenient with you lot? A Russian smirked, and his martial artist surged forward, striking Errol's leg, shattering it and sending him crumpling to the ground. Boss, I was wrong. I truly was. It's all our fault. Spare me, please. Errol cried out in agony, pleading for mercy, yet recognizing the calmness on a Russian's face. He gradually came to terms with his fate. Boss, the Satirial and the Portuan have been sworn enemies for over 200 years. Recently, both villages met in the Highlai Valley for negotiations, which devolved into chaos, resulting in numerous deaths. Both sides are now on high alert, preparing for a decisive battle. That a Russian's expression softened as he stroked Errol's head, revealing a satisfied smile. Chapter 29. Terror reemerges. The Moher Mountains stretch over 1,000 kilometers from north to south, and roughly 100 miles from east to west, serving as a natural barrier between Dalek City and Dongshan City. Thanks to this mountain range, the two city-states have maintained a peaceful trade relationship. Lu Jia and Jiang Yuer traverse the mountains, appearing as mere black dots from the sky. Jiang Yuer proposed taking a detour back to Kongju village to wait for their two companions, but Lu Jia promptly dismissed the idea. Given that several days had passed since the annihilation of Kongju village, news was likely already spreading. Dalek City would undoubtedly take such matters seriously. If they dispatched personnel to investigate, returning recklessly would be akin to walking into a trap. Dalek City's patrolmen wouldn't care about their identities as wanderers or merchants. Should they inadvertently provoke someone, they might find themselves facing dire consequences. Your 7 Fortune Trading Company is the largest in Dongshan City, and its owner is a high-ranking official there. Returning to Dongshan City would be far safer than lingering in Dalek City, Lu Jia explained, cautiously scanning their surroundings for any signs of danger. As they journeyed through the Moher Mountains toward Dongshan City, they would have to navigate several beast dens along the way. And after crossing the mountains, 5 or 6 villages awaited them. At this rate, it seems will take at least half a month to reach Dongshan City. Jiang Yuer mused. Lu Jia sighed. It is what it is. If we descend and encounter the enforcement team, we would be as good as dead. He gestured for Jiang Yuer to follow. Having lost his large blade, Lu Jia now carried only a single fire starter and a small knife. Jiang Yuer had similarly limited supplies, with nothing but her personal belongings. As they pressed on, they pondered the absence of wildlife in the area, finding it suspicious that not a single creature was in sight. A Russian had slain Errol and his 11 subordinates, but spared Adrian's life. As the Satyrial retreated, led by Adrian, they slowly made their way back to the village. A Russian discovered the remnants of the mysterious house, but chose not to linger. Instructing 2 of his subordinates to preserve some fragments before returning to Dalek City, he intended to investigate the Satyrial village, as the recent unrest at the border hinted at something amiss. Though he appeared brutish, a Russian was one of the few in Dalek City who utilized his intellect, at least, that was his own belief. Cayman, Leal have already returned to Dalek City. Martin, remember, regardless of what happens, you and your sister must prioritize your safety. If I perish, you too must flee and leave me behind, a Russian cautioned in a hushed tone. Boss, my sister and I owe our lives to you. We cannot abandon you, Martin protested, recalling how he had scolded Errol earlier. Boss, do you think something is about to happen? 2 villages have been destroyed, and nearly half the martial artists from one village have perished. Do you consider this a trivial matter? Dalek City oversees 55 villages. Losing 2.5 is significant. If a formidable force truly invades, what will we use to defend ourselves? While these villages may lack strong warriors, their supplies and resources are invaluable, a Russian pondered, concern creeping into his thoughts. The morale of the Satyrial team was low, but after a day's arduous trek, they finally returned to the Satyrial village. However, the grim sight that greeted them filled them with despair. Much like Portuan village, Satyrial village was engulfed in flames, casting a crimson glow upon the village's highest stones. Help! Adrian's weak voice called out. Pointing toward the village, as the other satyr warriors roared and charged towards the village, they were at a loss for how to intervene. The entire settlement had been engulfed by a raging inferno, with the occasional wail of despair echoing within. While the helpless satyr people found themselves unable to act, half of them sought water, while the other half attempted to extinguish the flames with sand and stones. With a thunderous shout, Alushan leapt into action, seizing a large stone and hurling it directly at the blazing gates. With a resounding crash, the gates splintered into pieces. Alushan stomped his foot and dashed inside. While the Martin siblings exchanged glances, resigned to aiding the satyr warriors by fetching water to douse the flames. Within the fiery chaos, Alushan held his breath and weaved through the blaze, finding that all the satyr inhabitants had perished, their bodies marred with knife and sword wounds. His pace quickened as he searched for survivors, and then, from the corner of his eye, he caught a fleeting shadow. Halt! He bellowed, sending a stone flying towards the figure, which swiftly dodged. In a sudden burst of agility, the figure evaded the projectile. Feeling a rush of wind at their back, with a powerful push, they leapt several meters to the right, just as Alushan descended from above, his foot slamming down and shattering the ground beneath him. Seeing the figure evade, he sprang upward again, launching another powerful kick. The figure raised their arms in defense, but was sent sprawling backward to last. Alushan had his quarry. He chuckled softly to himself and pursued, delivering a devastating blow that rendered the figure unrecognizable, their consciousness fading away. With one hand gripping their collar, Alushan hurled them out of the flames, the entire ordeal taking but a fleeting moment. The satyr warriors continued their desperate efforts against the inferno, their attempts proving futile against the overwhelming blaze engulfing the village. As Alushan emerged from the flames, the crowd gathered around him, clamoring for news of the situation. And why, Lord, what did you find in there? Is there hope? The cacophony of voices sought answers amidst the chaos. Sighing, Alushan replied, there are no survivors. All are dead, as he unceremoniously dropped the body before him. Who is he? Could he be the murderer? Antonio pushed through the crowd, pointing at the figure on the ground. It must be him. Everyone in the village has been slain. And when I entered, he was the sole survivor, a 4th-tier martial artist. Surely he is not one of your own, he stated factly in a fit of rage. A 1st-tier warrior lunged forward, intent on attacking the fallen figure. Antonio stepped in to block him. Don't be foolish. We must ascertain the truth before we act, he cautioned. Alushan cast a sidelong glance at him, a smirk playing on his lips, quite the wise one. Aren't you? Now disperse and continue extinguishing the fire. I will investigate this matter further. Martin's sister stepped forward, examining the fallen man. Chapter 30. The Reemergence of the Flame Lord Boss. This fellow has issues. Mal turned to Alushan, gripping the man's wrist. Alushan's gaze fell upon the red markings on the man's wrist, and he was taken aback, exchanging a look with the Martin siblings, in a swift motion. Martin seized the man's collar and flung him into the raging inferno. Adrian, weakened and helpless, watched the scene unfold with despair. The flames continued to rage within Seder, and the warriors remained powerless against the devastation. This matter ends here for now. You two must return to Doli City immediately, Alushan declared, taking a deep puff from his cigar. I shall remain here to uncover the truth behind this chaos. Boss, we cannot allow that. We will stay with you, Martin insisted, rising to his feet. You cannot decide this alone. We will all return to Doli City and report what has transpired. Suddenly, a sharp arrow pierced through Martin's heart. Brother, he cried out, as Mal clutched Martin's lifeless body, weeping uncontrollably. Dodging Mal's anguish, Alushan felt a tremor as arrows whizzed past him. Just then, 3 figures emerged in the distance. A cloaked man, an archer, and a masked individual. Alushan, retreat now. There is still a chance for redemption. If you do not leave now, it will be too late, the cloaked man rasped. The archer slowly drew his bow, aiming at Alushan, while the masked figure unsheathed a curved dagger. Preparing to flank him. By the gods, do they truly think so little of me? Alushan spat, discarding his cigar and tearing off his coat as he charged towards the masked figure. First, I shall eliminate this pesky interloper. Alushan resolved, sidestepping an arrow that narrowly missed him. He pressed forward, his fist the size of a cauldron aimed at the masked individual, who deftly evaded the blow. Unperturbed, Alushan stomped his left foot down, accelerating his advance. With hands like iron claws, he seized the masked figure, unleashing his immense strength, tearing the individual in half, blood splattering across Alushan, transforming him into a fearsome specter. Ha ha ha, now there will be no more interruptions. Alushan grinned, his gaze fixed on the archer, a mere 6th-tier martial artist who hides in the shadows. Your master has quite the ambition. Before he could finish his sentence, he was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Alushan, give up. This is beyond your control, the cloaked figure strode forward. If you wish to interfere, death is your only reward. As he approached, Alushan noticed the cloaked figure's feet, each adorned with a lark, rising into the sky. The archer discarded his bow, drawing a long spear instead, its tip aimed squarely at Alushan. Swiftly, with brute force, the cloaked figure chanted, his fingers weaving intricate symbols. Empower the archer. The archer trembled momentarily, as if infused with newfound strength. Al, kill him, the cloaked figure commanded, and the archer lunged forward, spear aimed for Alushan's heart. Yet Alushan remained resolute, his iron fist striking out, shattering the spear with a single blow, unfazed as he kicked the weapon aside and charged towards Al. Al deftly sidestepped, twirling his spear to defend himself. Alushan seized the opportunity, launching a massive boulder towards Al. The archer parried the attack, but Alushan's fist emerged from the debris, striking the archer's spear, bending it like a serpent, yet failing to dissipate the force behind it, sending Al hurtling backward 100 meters, motionless, as the 2 figures separated. They collided once more, fists and spear clashing violently, the air thick with tension as no one dared approach within several meters. In the skies above, the cloaked figure murmured incantations, drawing the fire elements closer as a flaming portal slowly opened. From within, a towering flame lord, standing 70 to 80 meters tall, stepped forth, flames billowing around him. In the name of the god of fire, I summon the flame lord to fight for me. The cloaked figure raised his arm high, pricking his fingertip and igniting the flame lord with fervor. With a deafening roar, the flame lord lunged at Alushan. With a powerful punch, Alushan repelled Al, crouching low before launching himself into the air, his iron fists aimed squarely at the flame lord's head. However, his fists were dwarfed by the flame lord's gaze, which let out a fearsome roar as its massive hand reached for Alushan. Seeing the attack approaching, Alushan's heart raced, yet he did not falter. Summoning all his strength, he struck the flame lord with all his might. However, the punch barely fazed the colossal being, who easily seized Alushan and tossed him aside. Alushan crashed heavily to the ground but quickly regained his footing. Readying himself for another assault at that moment, he noticed the Flame Lord's weakness. Its abdomen. He resolved to utilize his agility to flank the beast and strike its vulnerable point. Just then, Al charged once more. And Alushan sidestepped the attack, using Al's momentum to propel himself towards the Flame Lord. He nimbly darted around the Flame Lord, searching for an opening. The Flame Lord sensed Alushan's intentions and swung its massive arms in an attempt to thwart him. Undeterred, Alushan gracefully evaded the onslaught. At last, he found an opening. With a powerful leap, he delivered a devastating kick to the Flame Lord's abdomen, striking its weak point. The creature howled in agony, releasing Alushan from its grasp. As it turned to pounce on him, Alushan swiftly dodged. Just then, Al charged in with his spear. Aiming for Alushan's back in a life-or-death moment, Alushan spun around, bellowing fiercely. His right arm glowed crimson as he unleashed a punch, generating a fierce gust of wind that shattered Al's spear. Following up with a powerful kick, he struck Al's right side, sending him flying 100 meters, silent and still. "You think you insignificant lackeys can challenge me?" Alushan spat blood, turning his full attention back to the Flame Lord. The creature lacked finesse. It was simply tough and resilient, making it an easy target for Alushan's focus. Gathering all his strength into his right fist, he struck the Flame Lord's abdomen with ferocity. The Flame Lord let out a piercing scream, its body trembling violently. Seizing the moment, Alushan pressed the attack, relentless in his pursuit, denying the Flame Lord a moment's respite. The Flame Lord gradually succumbed, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Alushan, panting heavily, gazed at the fallen Flame Lord, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. He was acutely aware that the victory in this battle was hard-won. However, he had no time to rest, for greater challenges awaited him, including a black-robed priest hovering in the sky, who posed the most formidable dilemma. Chapter 31. Retreat. Lu Jia and Jiang Yue trudged through the desolate mountains, their weary bodies moving with great difficulty. With no path to traverse in the wild, they were compelled to clear the underbrush while progressing slowly, each step seemingly laden with immense weight. Nevertheless, the wilderness was teeming with wildlife. Along their journey, they had successfully captured 2 plump rabbits, a cunning black fox, and a robust wild deer. Lu Jia resembled a moving hill, shouldering the wild deer while gripping the 2 hefty rabbits with hands that felt like iron claws, closely trailing behind Jiang Yue. Initially, he had fantasized about sprinting like the wind, but at this moment, his only desire was to halt and kindle a fire for roasting meat. After all, the exquisite taste of wild deer was something he had never dared to dream of in his previous life. This time, he was determined to indulge and savor it to his heart's content. Jiang Yue, however, wore a troubled expression, as if shrouded by a dark cloud. The journey she initially estimated to take over half a month now seemed like an unattainable dream. If they continued at this pace, it would likely take them a month to reach Dongshan City. Lu Jia, look at the sun. It is slowly sinking beyond the mountains. We should keep an eye out and find a suitable place to rest. Tonight, let us have a good rest and continue our journey tomorrow, Jiang Yue stated without glancing back. Of course, just in time for me to showcase my skills and let you taste my roasted meat. Lu Jia replied, eager to stop, his excitement palpable. Before long, they spotted a large boulder, beneath which there was ample space for the 2 to rest and cook their meat, so they decided to spend the night there. As the night fell like ink, the bonfire blazed brightly. Lu Jia skillfully turned the meat pieces, sprinkling on the seasoning, the aroma wafting through the air like tendrils of smoked. At that moment, he appeared to be a master of barbecue. Jiang Yue sat quietly, gazing at the starry sky, her heart akin to the vast ocean, teeming with thoughts. Look, a shooting star! Lu Jia exclaimed, excitement coursing through him like a child, pointing animatedly at the sky. Jiang Yue paused, momentarily startled, and then looked up. The shooting star streaked across the sky like a brilliant pearl, fleeting yet dazzling, resembling the most splendid firework in the night sky. I've heard that if you make a wish upon a shooting star, it may come true, Lu Jia said with a gentle smile. A hint of a smile graced Jiang Yue's lips, blooming like spring flowers, as she softly closed her eyes and silently made her wish. What did you wish for? Lu Jia inquired curiously. Zhang Yue slowly opened her eyes, a tender glimmer reflecting in them, and softly murmured, I wish for us to reach Dongshan City safely. Lu Jia gazed at her, feeling as though a gentle spring breeze had swept through his heart, stirring a warm current within him. He silently vowed to protect this girl by his side as they ventured forth on the uncertain journey ahead. Suddenly, Lu Jia slapped his own face, chastising himself for his fanciful thoughts, realizing that it would be best to just slip away when the time came. Seeing that the roasted deer meat was thoroughly cooked, Lu Jia took a small knife and deftly carved it, first offering a piece to Zhang Yue before cutting a sizable portion for himself. The flavor was exquisite, as if it were the most delectable delicacy in the world. Once Zhang Yue began eating, she fell silent, and the night grew still once more. Before long, the meat on the roasting rack was devoured by Lu Jia and Zhang Yue in a whirlwind of hunger. Lu Jia patted his round belly, satisfied, and let out a long burp, then, without resting, sat down like a monk in meditation, commencing his cultivation. The Flame Lord had turned to ashes, and the gun-wielding man, Ada, was grievously wounded, swaying like a withered flower before a Lushan. Before him stood only the high and mighty black-robed priest, akin to the most resplendent star in the night sky. Once he was dealt with, this journey could be concluded perfectly, yet, to a Lushan's astonishment, Ada suddenly seemed to be reborn from the ashes, as a mysterious force enveloped him, rapidly healing his injuries, and his combat prowess surged back like a roaring tide. A Lushan sighed in resignation. The abilities of these priests were indeed like a festering sore, utterly repugnant. Determined to eliminate this greatest nuisance, a Lushan concentrated his energy and launched himself toward the black-robed priest like an arrow released from a bow. The priest, chanting incantations, waved his staff lightly, and a beam of black light shot towards a Lushan like an arrow. A Lushan, light as a swallow, deftly dodged this lethal strike and unleashed his martial skills like a tempest. The sounds of battle echoing loudly, as if he sought to tear the heavens apart. The two combatants exchanged blows with the ferocity of a violent storm, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea. Locked in a fierce struggle, ultimately, a Lushan, embodying the spirit of a war god, seized the priest's moment of vulnerability and struck with a sword that flashed like lightning, piercing his vital point. The black-robed priest let out a heart-wrenching scream, plummeting from the sky like a severed kite. However, the encounter was not over. Ada moved with surprising agility and caught the falling black-robed priest. Upon witnessing this, a Lushan could not help but sigh, gritting his teeth as his eyes hardened with determination, readying himself for yet another battle. Yet, to a Lushan's surprise, Ada did not advance. Instead, he turned and departed, cradling the black-robed priest. A Lushan's heart finally felt a weight lift as he sank to the ground with a thud. As if all his strength had been drained away, the battle had finally come to an end. He had consecutively defeated 3 opponents of 6th-tier strength, nearly exhausting all of his energy. Turning to Mar, his eyes filled with tender affection, he realized that they would soon embark on their journey home, returning to Dori City to report the true situation to its people. The Cetrial warriors ultimately could not save Cetrial village, which had been reduced to a wasteland engulfed in flames, the inferno raging like a ferocious fire dragon throughout the night. Approximately 50 Cetrial warriors now sat like soulless husks beside the ruins, their gazes filled with despair and helplessness. After a brief rest, a Lushan and Mar set out on their return journey. Throughout the way, a Lushan remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Mar attempted to break the silence, but a Lushan merely smiled faintly, reassuring her not to worry. The Cetrial warriors chose to follow this strong figure, having earned the respect of all the people of Cetrial. After nearly half a month of arduous travel, as they approached Dori City, they discovered a crowd gathered at the city gate. Upon closer inspection, a Lushan realized it was the chief strategist, Jose, along with other officials, awaiting their return. Jose stepped forward, grasping a Lushan's hand, and said, "A Lushan, you are truly a hero of Dori City. Thanks to you, we have come to understand the machinations of certain individuals." A Lushan humbly shook his head, replying, "It is my duty as a member of Dori City." Upon entering the city, Alushan and Mar provided Jose with a detailed account of their experiences in Cetrial village. Jose's expression grew grave as he listened. He resolved to summon all forces to confront the unknown threats. Alushan and Mar also expressed their willingness to stand ready once more, prepared to fight for the defense of Dori City. Liu Jia and Zhang Yuer had labored through the mountains for 2 days when they finally crested a ridge, only to witness a man soaring like a bird, carrying a black-robed figure on his back, leaping past them like a streak of black lightning, vanishing in an instant. Their hearts raced, exchanging startled glances, and they could only sigh in resignation as they resumed their journey, treating it as a mere interlude. After all, the vast Moer mountain range was akin to a colossal labyrinth. Encountering others like themselves was not uncommon. Provided they remained cautious and respectful, most would likely coexist peacefully. As night fell once more, they searched the surroundings but found no suitable place to rest, forcing them to navigate through the darkness. Soon, however, a flickering campfire appeared ahead, resembling a star in the night sky, drawing Liu Jia's attention. He intended to approach the fire for shelter, but Zhang Yuer gently shook her head, her eyes conveying a sense of wariness, as if to warn him. Be cautious, it may be a trap. Liu Jia suddenly realized that in the depths of the Moer mountain range at night, if outsiders approached, they would undoubtedly harbor ill intentions. And others would likely share the same concerns. Chapter 32. Seizing opportunity as Liu Jia and Zhang Yuer contemplated bypassing the fire, they discovered a man standing ahead. It was a day, his face menacing, his body battered, emanating a formidable aura. Zhang Yuer swiftly positioned herself before Liu Jia, unleashing her martial prowess as she engaged in a fierce battle with a D. Liu Jia watched anxiously from the sidelines, fully aware of Zhang Yuer's formidable skills, yet he could not help but feel a wave of concern for her in the face of Ada's ferocity. Ada was gravely injured, appearing gaunt and ghostly, as if on the brink of death. His strength and speed had diminished to that of an ordinary third-tier warrior, and he wielded no weapon. During the fierce skirmish, Zhang Yuer gradually gained the upper hand, her swordplay flowing like a serene river, forcing Ada to retreat step by step. Each of Ada's movements seemed sluggish, for reasons unknown. Ultimately, Zhang Yuer struck a decisive blow, piercing Ada's vital points, causing him to collapse to the ground, motionless. Liu Jia breathed a sigh of relief and rushed to Zhang Yuer's side, inquiring with concern, "Are you all right?" Zhang Yuer shook her head and replied, "I am fine, but why has Ada gone so mad?" The two resolved to search the vicinity for clues, hoping to uncover the cause of Ada's injuries. After a brief search, they found Ada devoid of any possessions and had no choice but to press onward toward the nearby campfire in search of answers. Suddenly, a shrill cry pierced the air, and Liu Jia was pushed aside by Zhang Yuer. 2 small dark figures darted toward them. Zhang Yuer swiftly raised her sword to deflect one, but the other managed to slice a deep gash across her waist before fleeing. Liu Jia pondered the situation and seemed to uncover the source of the trouble. Ignoring Zhang Yuer, he lowered his body and stealthily approached the campfire, striving to make no sound. Bathed in the flickering light, he spotted a shadowy figure clad in black robes, blood still fresh upon their garments, intently focused on Zhang Yuer, oblivious to Liu Jia's stealthy advance. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Jia surged forward, launching himself at the dark-robed figure from behind. The figure, sensing a disturbance, had no time to react before Liu Jia pinned them down. Grasping a small blade, Liu Jia wasted no time, plunging it into the figure's back repeatedly until their struggles ceased. As the dark-robed figure fell lifeless, the remaining small bird froze momentarily. Zhang Yuer seized the chance to strike down the last bird with a swift stroke of her sword before sheathed it and hurried to the campfire. Upon seeing the corpse of the dark-robed figure and Liu Jia unharmed, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, collapsing to the ground. The intensity of the battles had taken a toll. Although Ada was greatly weakened, his extensive combat experience had posed numerous threats, and the 2 small birds had nearly inflicted grave injuries, leaving a long wound on Zhang Yuer that bled profusely. Liu Jia, witnessing Zhang Yuer's condition, rose and tore a strip from his clothing to bandage her wound. Zhang Yuer cast a weary glance at him before succumbing to a deep slumber. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Jia did not take the time to rest. Instead, he began to search the corpse of the dark-robed figure, as his own finances were exceedingly meager, and anything he found would be a boon. After a thorough search, Lu Jia's eyes sparkled with excitement as he uncovered 10 pieces of exquisite currency, each worth 100 gold coins, alongside 15 gold coins, 20 silver coins, and several copper coins. This single discovery had rendered him wealthy. Indeed, the spoils of violence were often enticing. He also found a black box, which he could not open despite his best efforts, and even attempted to use Zhang Yuer's sword to pry it open. But to no avail. Reluctantly, he decided to stow it away for later. It was undoubtedly something of value. Most remarkably, he discovered 2 hearts of warriors, one azure and one obsidian, an invaluable treasure according to Huang Yi. Without hesitation, he consumed the azure warrior heart and tucked the black one away, then sat cross-legged to commence his cultivation. Time slipped by unnoticed until Lu Jia finally opened his eyes, radiating vitality. His entire being felt charged with explosive strength, imbued with the vigor of a pinnacle first-tier warrior. With just a bit more practice or additional combat, he felt he could break through to the second tier. "Yuri finally awake," Zhang Yuer exclaimed, entering with an armful of firewood and tossing it into the flames. "Why apologies? I lost track of time while cultivating." Lu Jia sheepishly scratched his head. "You've been immobile in meditation for 6 days. If you hadn't awakened soon, I would have had to knock you out to prevent you from dying," Zhang Yuer noted, her tone lighter, having grown closer to him after their shared ordeal. "Is there any food?" "I'm starving," Lu Jia replied without hesitation, scanning the surroundings but finding nothing to eat. "Starving to death, are we? I just got the fire going. Behind you lies half of a wild deer. Bring it to me, and I'll prepare it for roasting," Zhang Yuer instructed, gesturing toward Lu Jia. Lu Jia chuckled. Rising with determination, "I'm on it." He expertly skinned and cleaned the deer, preparing it for the fire. "How do you feel?" "We've lost 5 or 6 days. If possible, we should set off at first light tomorrow," Zhang Yuer suggested pragmatically, positioning herself beside Lu Jia. As Lu Jia turned the roasting meat, he contemplated their journey ahead. This time of seclusion had proven immensely fruitful. Not only had he reached the pinnacle of the first tier, but he had also acquired a black warrior heart. Nevertheless, the pressing matter remained their need to reach their destination swiftly. Turning to Zhang Yuer, he inquired, "Do you have any idea how far we are from our destination?" Zhang Yuer shook her head and smiled. "I am not sure, but if we continue encountering such obstacles, it may take us quite a while." Lu Jia nodded, mentally calculating, "Let us hope we encounter few troubles along the way." At that moment, the deer meat was perfectly roasted, emitting an enticing aroma. Lu Jia tore off a piece and offered it to Zhang Yuer. "Taste my culinary skills." Zhang Yuer accepted the meat and took a bite, exclaiming in delight, delicious." As they savored the deer meat, the two enjoyed a moment of tranquility amidst the chaos that lay ahead. Lu Jia clenched his fists, resolute, "Let the storms of challenges forge these iron fists." Meanwhile, in Tianwu village, a young man, drenched in blood and wielding a 7-foot-long sword, stood over the body of a headless curved blade warrior, whose severed head rolled to the side. "Monsters and demons shall only become the souls beneath my sword. Stepping stones on my path of swordsmanship," the youth declared coldly, as the surrounding villagers bowed in gratitude, murmuring their thanks. Without a word, the young man departed, running for several dozen miles before collapsing into the grass with a groan. "Ouch, that hurts." His youthful visage was striking yet marked by pain, for he was none other than Zhu Ju, who had, with the strength of a 5th-tier warrior, engaged a 6th-tier martial artist, delightfully severing his head. Chapter 33. Second tier. With the dawn still fresh, Lu Jia and Zhang Yuer hastened their departure, only to be confronted by a ferocious hunting tiger. Lu Jia leaped into action, aiming to engage in close combat. The tiger lunged fiercely, but Lu Jia deftly sidestepped, delivering a powerful blow to the tiger's flank. However, the tiger retaliated, raking Lu Jia's clothes to shreds with its claws, leaving 2 deep gashes. "Today, I shall embody Wusong." Lu Jia roared, launching himself at the tiger once more, landing on its back, clamping his legs around its midsection and raining down blows upon its head. As Lu Jia's relentless assault continued, the tiger eventually succumbed. crashing to the ground. After the battle, Lu Jia sat wearily, panting heavily. Zhang Yue rushed over, her expression filled with concern. "Are you all right?" Lu Jia shook his head and stood. "I'm fine, just a bit tired." That tiger was quite the foe. Zhang Yue gazed at the wounds on Lu Jia's body, her heart swelling with gratitude while she examined his injuries with astonishment. "Have you broken through to the second tier?" she suddenly asked, realizing that for a first-tier warrior, defeating a tiger was no small feat. "Yes," Lu Jia replied. "Initially, I didn't notice, but now that I've rested, I can feel my energy flowing more smoothly and robustly. I feel invigorated," he said, clenching his fists, reveling in his newfound strength. "The Amour Mountains are treacherous. We initially underestimated our timeline. It seems each step forward is fraught with challenges. We need to reach the main road as soon as possible." Zhang Yue analyzed calmly. With Lu Jia having ascended to the second tier, their stamina and endurance had significantly improved, allowing them to travel at a noticeably quicker pace. By evening, they could spar with one another. Even if the gap between the second and third tiers was stark, Zhang Yue could hold back enough for Lu Jia to engage, allowing him to stabilize his newfound second-tier status. As they continued onward, they stumbled upon a mysterious cave hidden within the mountains. The cave was small yet shrouded in darkness, and it was only when Lu Jia discreetly excused himself for a moment that he discovered it. Curiosity piqued, the two ventured inside, but they were soon ambushed by a serpent lurking within. In a critical moment, Zhang Yue stepped in to assist, and together they vanquished the serpent. As they cleared the battlefield, they stumbled upon an unknown fruit emanating an extraordinary glow. Exchanging glances, Lu Jia and Zhang Yue decided to take the fruit with them, pondering the potential special properties it might possess. With a sense of curiosity, they embarked on their journey home, eagerly anticipating the surprises that the mysterious fruit would bring. Upon exiting the cave, Lu Jia could no longer contain himself and devoured half of the fruit in one bite. The effects of the fruit manifested swiftly. Lu Jia's previously injured body began to recover at an astonishing rate, enveloped in a warmth reminiscent of spring, and all his old wounds vanished completely. "I'll give you this half," he said, pausing for a moment before directly handing the remaining half to Zhang Yue. Observing that Lu Jia had suffered no ill effects, Zhang Yue wasted no time. Tossing it into her mouth, and immediately felt a rush of vitality coursing through her limbs, a comforting sensation enveloping her. The injuries she had sustained from her battle with also began to heal rapidly, her entire being emanating a soft glow. "Who would have thought we would stumble upon such a fortuitous opportunity? This is a tremendous windfall," Lu Jia exclaimed with excitement, waving his hand. "If we encounter a few more of these, combined with the Azure Warrior heart in my Dantian, I might soon break through to the third tier. At that point, I could easily pin Zhang Yu down and teach her a lesson." With this thought in mind, Lu Jia cast a mischievous glance at Zhang Yue and chuckled to himself. Zhang Yue stretched her limbs, reveling in the newfound ease, and disregarded Lu Jia's foolish laughter as she took large strides forward, quickly covering several dozen meters. Realizing this, Lu Jia sprinted after her, and the two engaged in a playful chase, which lasted over 10 days. Looking down at the official road beneath them, they exchanged smiles. Finally, having emerged from the depths of the strange Amour Mountains, having encountered fierce beasts such as tigers and pythons, and various chaotic challenges, reaching the main road, they finally felt at ease. This official road led east to Dongshan City and west to Duoli City. "If we head east, we should reach Dongshan City in about half a month, passing through 4 or 5 villages along the way. If we had horses, we could travel faster," Zhang Yue analyzed calmly. After pondering for a moment, Lu Jia scratched his head and said, "Zhang Yue, since we've shared hardships together, could we perhaps negotiate? Let's part ways here. You go to Dongshan City, and I'll head to Duoli City." Lu Jia glanced around, feeling that the situation was clear and no longer concerned him. "Just let me go this time. You are overly optimistic. My task is to escort you back." As for the truth of the situation, "Don't act as if you know anything," Zhang Yue replied coolly, clapping her hands. "Don't try to build rapport with me. We are merely strangers crossing paths, bound by duty. Once we reach Dongshan City, I will hand you over, and it will no longer concern me." "You fickle dog, turning on me so quickly," Lu Jia cursed under his breath, Realizing he was outmatched, he was only at the second tier while Jiang Yue had reached the third. He decided to endure. Zhu Ju consumed a pill, rested, and then continued his journey towards Duoli City. Along the way, he passed through a village, only to discover it completely deserted. A settlement of over 1,000 souls had vanished. Instantly on guard, Zhu Ju remained vigilant. Suddenly, a group of men in black emerged, launching an assault on him. Zhu Ju's swordplay was fierce, yet the sheer number of assailants, including several 3rd and 4th-tier martial artists, as well as 2 5th-tier masters, began to overwhelm him due to his injuries. In a critical moment, Zhu Ju unleashed his family's secret technique, his 7-foot-long sword gleaming coldly as he darted through the throng, severing dozens of black-clad bodies with a single stroke. Only one 5th-tier warrior remained, gasping for breath with a torn chest, wielding a broken sword. "Who are you scoundrels? What happened to this village? What have you done to them?" Zhu Ju demanded fiercely. "Where did this little brat come from, daring to interfere with our affairs?" The 5th-tier warrior stammered, trembling. "If you wish to survive, scram quickly and don't let me see your face." Zhu Ju remained silent, focusing on his breath as he angled his sword downwards to gather his strength. With a cold glint in his eyes, he suddenly lunged forward, a flash of sharp sword light slicing through the air. And in an instant, he was behind the man. Sheathing his sword, he concluded the encounter. Chapter 34. The Joyful. And having descended the mountain, the two made their way along the official road and soon spotted a tavern, its sign emblazoned with the words Joyful Inn. After their prolonged ordeal in the mountains, they were finally able to relax and enjoy a good night's sleep. Stepping inside with purpose, Liu Jia glanced around, noting only a beautiful proprietress at the front desk and a limping assistant busy with chores. "Hey, bring me a jug of wine and some ready-made meat dishes. I'm starving," Liu Jia proclaimed, seating himself confidently at a table. With Jiang Yue beside him, "We have plenty of money, so hurry up with the food. I've grown weary of eating dry rations and roasted meat every day." "Coming right up." The limping assistant soon returned with 4 plates and bowls, along with a steaming jug of old wine. Liu Jia and Jiang Yue immediately began to devour the feast, finishing it in a whirlwind before requesting 2 rooms to rest upstairs that night. As Liu Jia slept soundly, he was suddenly stirred by the faint sound of footsteps. Alert, he opened his eyes to see a shadow creeping toward Jiang Yue's room. Liu Jia quickly got up and followed. Witnessing the figure push open the door, brandishing a glinting dagger, he shouted loudly and charged at the intruder. In the ensuing struggle, Liu Jia discovered that the shadow was none other than the limping assistant from earlier. It turned out that this was all part of the proprietress's scheme. She had deliberately sent a seemingly feeble assistant to distract them while the real assassin was someone else entirely. At that moment, the proprietress appeared in the doorway, a triumphant smile spreading across her face as she surveyed the scene. The assistant, a 2nd-tier martial artist, proved to be a challenge for Liu Jia, who found himself at a disadvantage, fighting unarmed against the dagger. Seeing the struggle, the proprietress quickly slipped into Liu Jia's room, having set her sights on his belongings, believing there to be valuable items within. Despite his limp, the assistant had a dark past, having killed countless foes on the battlefield. Over the years, he had taken on lucrative jobs with the proprietress, and together they had likely brought about the demise of many innocent lives. As the proprietress rummaged through Liu Jia's belongings, her heart raced with anticipation of the treasures she might uncover. However, to her astonishment, she found only ordinary clothing and mundane items. Just as confusion set in, Liu Jia appeared behind her, coldly stating, "Did you think I would keep my valuables in such an easily accessible place?" In truth, Liu Jia had already sensed the proprietress's intentions and concealed his true treasures in a hidden spot upon entering his room. He had deliberately engaged the assistant to redirect their attention, hoping to expose the proprietress's true motives. Realizing the precarious situation, the proprietress attempted to flee, but Liu Jia was swift, landing a punch that sent her crashing to the ground. "You vile woman, responsible for countless misdeeds, I shall enact justice today," Liu Jia declared fiercely. With that, he delivered a swift kick, sending the proprietress sprawling against the wall, where she fell unconscious. After securing the proprietress, Liu Jia proceeded to Jiang Yue's room, where he found that she had already dispatched the limping assistant with a swift strike to the throat. Breathing a sigh of relief, he began to search the inn for any remaining threats. Once he thoroughly inspected the entire establishment and confirmed it was devoid of danger, he decided to leave with Jiang Yue. Following her plan, they would travel to Dongshan City, with Lu Jia taking the lead while Jiang Yue concealed her true abilities. With his pack slung over his shoulder, Lu Jia and Jiang Yue exited the inn together. He ignited a fire, setting the inn ablaze, the flames roaring as they walked away. The sunlight bathed them in warmth, and Lu Jia felt a wave of relief wash over him. Looking back at the burning inn, he silently vowed to remain vigilant in the future. Should he ever find himself in a similar situation, he would be cautious, lest he fall victim to treachery. "Where shall we go next?" Jiang Yue inquired. "Let us continue onward to Dongshan City," Lu Jia responded. The two figures gradually faded into the distance, disappearing down the winding road. Zhu Ju wandered far and wide, having seen majestic mountains and grand rivers, traveling freely along the path to Duoli City until one day he encountered a girl named Adele Doli. The granddaughter of the city lord, A.S. Zhu Ju, and the city lord's granddaughter journeyed together. They found themselves drawn to one another, their conversations growing ever more engaging. Zhu Ju often shared tales of his travels, while the granddaughter recounted amusing anecdotes from Duoli City Point. One day, they paused to rest in a forest. Zhu Ju casually mentioned his unique insights on swordsmanship, surprising the granddaughter, who had never encountered such novel ideas. She eagerly requested Zhu Ju to teach her a few techniques. Zhu Ju gladly complied, imparting some basic swordplay principles and techniques. The granddaughter picked up the skills quickly, soon able to perform fundamental sword maneuvers. As time passed, their bond deepened. Yet, Zhu Ju remained mindful of his path of cultivation, aware that he could not linger too long. On one fateful night, Zhu Ju confessed his intentions to the city lord's granddaughter. Understanding his aspirations, she felt a sense of reluctance but encouraged him to pursue his journey. On the following morning, the two parted ways. Zhu Ju, with a bundle slung over his shoulder, embarked on a solitary journey into the unknown. Adele was to return to Doli City immediately, as news from the Lord's manor conveyed unrest in the surrounding villages, demanding the carriage to return without delay to avoid any potential troubles. Just as the caravan had set off, they discovered that the departing Zhu Ju had already made a return. "Adele, I cannot bear to leave you unprotected. I shall escort you back to Doli City," Zhu Ju proclaimed, cupping his hands to form a trumpet shape at his mouth, calling out loudly. Inside the carriage, Adele burst into laughter, unable to suppress her tears. "Rest assured, with me by your side, I shall ensure your safety," Zhu Ju shouted as he leaped onto the foremost carriage of the convoy. The guards did not intervene. After days of companionship, the charming Zhu Ju had earned the affection and trust of all the Doli family's guards. Who would not suspect him? Thus, a convoy of 4 or 5 carriages and over 30 guards slowly made their way back to Doli City. "Brother Zhu, tell me more about that friend you encountered recently," Adele playfully remarked, lifting the carriage curtain and peeking out. Brother Lu. When we first met, he treated me to meat, and I offered him wine. We chatted throughout the night," Zhu Ju recounted, riding atop his noble steed, sharing tales with enthusiasm. Chapter 35. The ruins. After several days of travel, Lu Jia and his companion finally emerged from the mountains along the official road, and just beside the Moer mountain range lay a village. From a distance, they noticed the village walls were somewhat dilapidated, and numerous guards patrolled within. "Brother, we are merely passing through, hoping to find shelter for the night at the village tavern. Please grant us passage," Lu Jia said, producing 10 copper coins to hand to the guard, a reward from the inn. The guard jingled the coins, waved his hand, and permitted them entry into the village. Upon entering, they sensed an unusually tense atmosphere. The villagers appeared deeply worried. Curiously, Lu Jia inquired with a villager and learned that a band of robbers had been terrorizing the nearby Moer mountain, frequently attacking the village and disrupting the villagers' peace. The village's guards had made several attempts to eradicate the bandits but had found no trace of them, only encountering conflicts with other hidden factions in the mountains, resulting in significant losses. Upon hearing this, Lu Jia resolved to remain in the village temporarily to assist the villagers in resisting the bandits. He needed to stall for time to increase his strength, for only once he reached Dongshan City could he ensure his survival. He approached the captain of the guards, volunteering to join their ranks. Although Zhang Yuer attempted to dissuade him, Lu Jia deftly eluded her objections, and by the time she found him again, his decision had been set in stone. That evening, Lu Jia stood watch alongside the guards' eye in the dead of night. The bandits indeed launched an attack, their numbers overwhelming and their assault fierce. Lu Jia showcased his skills. Engaging in fierce combat with the robbers, during the fray, he discerned that these bandits were no ordinary thieves, but skilled martial artists. He realized that the situation was far more complex than he had anticipated, potentially concealing a greater conspiracy. After a grueling battle, the guards successfully repelled the bandits, albeit at a heavy cost. Several martial artists perished in the conflict. Lu Jia, gravely injured, had slain a second-tier and a first-tier martial artist amidst the chaos. Once the bandits retreated, the villagers hurried to express their gratitude to the guards. Exhausted, Lu Jia sank to the ground, his wounds still bleeding, yet he could not afford to rest, his mind swirling with confusion and concern. How could these bandits possess so many martial artists? What are their true origins? Lu Jia murmured to himself. Just then, the village chief approached, offering Lu Jia a vial of healing salve. Thank you, young man. We owe our village's safety to your bravery. However, these bandits do not seem like ordinary mountain thieves. They must have some ulterior motive, he said. Lu Jia accepted the vial, nodding in agreement. I share your suspicions. Chief, do you possess any further clues regarding these bandits? The chief shook his head. We are equally in the dark. They appear and vanish without a trace, making them difficult to track. However, I have heard whispers that they are in search of a certain treasure. Though its nature remains unknown, Lu Jia's heart raced at the mention of treasure. Could that be their objective? He resolved to delve deeper into this matter to uncover the true intentions of the robbers. Once his wounds healed, he commenced his investigation into the robbers' origins. He inquired far and wide, even daring to infiltrate the bandits' camp in the Moor Mountains alone, yet he could not gather any concrete information. One day, Lu Jia encountered a mysterious old man in the village. The old man noticed his injuries and kindly offered him a medicinal ointment. Grateful, Lu Jia engaged him in conversation. The old man seemed to possess knowledge of many secrets of the martial world and revealed that a mysterious force had recently emerged in Dongshan City, recruiting various bandits and searching for precious treasures. The treasure within Lu Jia's village was said to possess extraordinary powers, potentially linked to the Eastern Mountain Divine Repository. Lu Jia was taken aback by this revelation. He resolved to follow the old man in pursuit of uncovering the truth behind this mysterious force. Throughout their journey, they faced numerous perils, yet they skillfully navigated each danger. All the while, Zhang Yuer maintained a close distance, trailing behind them. Eventually, they uncovered the whereabouts of the enigmatic bandits, learning that they were headed for an ancient ruin within the Moor Mountains. Both Lu Jia and the old man understood that this ruin likely concealed immense secrets that could unveil the truth behind the bandits. Cautiously, Lu Jia and the old man entered the ruin, carefully navigating its depths until they suddenly heard a clamor. They stealthily approached and discovered a group of bandits fervently discussing amongst themselves. Boss, after months of toil and the loss of so many brothers, we've yet to unearth anything. If we don't find something soon, our morale will plummet. A burly man in his 40s exclaimed to the leader. The leader's expression darkened as he glared at the speaker, a flicker of discontent crossing his features. Yet he understood that his subordinates were nearing their breaking point. Just hold on a little longer. Once we find the legendary treasure, we shall never have to live in fear again. The leader gritted his teeth. Lu Jia and the old man concealed themselves in the shadows, observing the bandits' every move. They noted that the bandits appeared to be searching for a specific item, though its precise nature eluded them, seemingly a key to unlocking the great door before them. At that moment, Lu Jia noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Mysterious symbols were etched into the walls of the ruin, symbols he had never seen before yet felt inexplicably familiar with. These symbols seemed to be an ancient script, the old man murmured as he caressed the wall. Lu Jia's heart stirred. Perhaps these symbols held the key to unraveling the mystery. He and the old man resolved to circumvent the bandits and delve deeper into the ruins in search of more clues. However, their movements aroused the bandits' suspicion. A shout rang out, prompting Lu Jia and the old man to turn and flee. With over 30 martial artists in pursuit, capture would spell disaster in their frantic escape. They stumbled into a narrow passageway. The bandits pursued relentlessly, and as the old man began to struggle, Lu Jia unhesitatingly threw him over his shoulder, continuing to sprint. Suddenly, they encountered a fork in the path. The left passage was dark and foreboding, while the right glimmered faintly with light. Without time for deliberation, Lu Jia and the old man chose the right path, hoping the light would lead them to an exit or at least help them evade their pursuers. After running for a while, they arrived in a spacious chamber. In the center lay an ancient tome, its pages radiating a mysterious glow. As Lu Jia approached and opened it, he was astonished to find it contained secrets of the ruins and the means to unlock the treasure's mysteries. Chapter 36. The Underground Divine Repository. The old man perused the ancient text, revealing that this ruin had been left behind by a mysterious family during the last Imperial War, the identity of which remained unknown. This family, having perpetually migrated due to the conflict, ultimately concealed themselves within the Moor Mountains, depleting their lineage to construct an immense underground world, divided into several sections. This place was merely one of them. However, by the time the underground world was completed, the family's vitality had waned. A great conflict erupted between the main family and their auxiliary clans, resulting in the survival of only a few broken elders. To preserve their lineage's glory, the entire underground world was sealed, and without a special key and the bloodline of the family, no outsider could gain entry. It appears that those ruffians are certainly in search of that key. The old man concluded. The remnants of the family would not have concealed such items too far, hence their incessant raids on villages in search of it. Lu Jia nodded thoughtfully, a glint of resolve shining in his eyes. He decided to accompany the old man in search of that crucial key, aiming to uncover the hidden past of this mysterious family and the treasures it concealed. Just then, Jiang Yuer, with her hands clapping in excitement, stepped out of the shadows. What a tale! What treasures could such a powerful family have left behind? You two must take me along. Lu Jia glanced at the old man, awaiting his response. Before he could utter a word, a throng of bandits surged into the cave. Armed with sharp blades, the bandits charged at the trio. In an instant, the old man sprang into action. Dazzling flashes of light illuminating the cave as the bandits fell to the ground, defeated. Jiang Yuer stared in astonishment at the old man, silently marveling at his prowess. Lu Jia, unyielding, drew his sword and charged toward the bandits, with Jiang Yuer closely following behind. After a fierce battle, all the bandits were vanquished. The elder gazed at the corpses strewn across the ground, deep in thought. We must swiftly locate the key to the artifact. We cannot allow it to fall into the hands of others, he declared. Something feels amiss. These 10 or so are merely first-tier warriors, and we were able to dispatch them so easily. Where have the other bandits gone? Lu Jia suddenly pondered. Regardless of the reason, it is unwise to linger here. We must retreat, the elder said, clutching the ancient tome, striding out of the cave with purpose. The trio continued to delve deeper into the ruins, seeking clues to the treasure. Meanwhile, a large group of bandits began to assemble, led by a cloaked priest and his 2 guards, a 4th-tier martial artist and a 6th-tier martial artist. The 3 advanced cautiously through the ruins, when suddenly they were met with a cacophony of noise ahead. They stealthily approached and discovered a group of bandits arguing over a priestess, who was nearly unconscious in their grasp. Over 200 bandit warriors suddenly appeared before Lu Jia, causing him to instinctively withdraw, pulling the elder and Jiang Yuer to flee. However, the elder seized Lu Jia's arm, halting him and signaling to listen to the situation. Reluctantly, Lu Jia lowered himself to eavesdrop. Boss, why are we going through all this trouble to capture this woman? We should hasten to find the treasure instead. One of the bandits yelled, clutching the nearly unconscious woman. Fool, the cloaked priest scolded. Without her, how can we access the treasure trove? Once we secure the treasure, you shall become the wealthiest individuals in the world. At this revelation, Lu Jia felt a jolt of surprise. It appeared that this woman possessed knowledge of how to enter the treasure trove. Perhaps she was a descendant of a mysterious family. He turned to the elder and Jiang Yuer, excitement flickering in his eyes. It seems we must devise a plan to rescue this woman, the elder whispered. But there are too many of them. How can we rescue her? Zhang Yuer expressed her concerns. I have a plan. The elder softly articulated his thoughts. The elder decided that Lu Jia would distract the bandits while he and Zhang Yuer seized the opportunity to rescue the woman. Lu Jia nodded, inhaled deeply, and charged forth. Look out, someone's coming. The bandits immediately became alert. Lu Jia brandished his long knife, engaging the bandits in fierce combat. The bandits were caught off guard by Lu Jia's sudden assault. Seizing the moment, the elder and Zhang Yuer stealthily maneuvered behind the bandits. Zhang Yuer employed her lightness skill to leap beside the woman and rescue her, while the elder unleashed a flurry of icy projectiles, driving back the surrounding bandits. Quick, follow us, the elder called out. The woman cast a grateful glance at them and followed as they fled the scene. Lu Jia swung his knife, forcing the bandits back a step, then pulled out a handful of lime and scattered it behind him before turning to her Yuan. The bandits prepared to pursue. The cloaked priest commanded, Everyone, halt, and they obediently complied. The scouts have arrived. Do not cause any disturbances. He, pursue them. The rest of you, maintain a safe distance behind He. The cloaked priest shot a glance at the fourth-tier martial artist, signaling him to lead the way. Understood, master, He responded without hesitation. Sprinting after Lu Jia and the others. He's speed was astonishing, and soon he caught up with Lu Jia and the others. Sensing someone trailing behind, Lu Jia deliberately slowed his pace. The elder and Zhang Yuer led the woman into a nearby cave, leaving Lu Jia to confront He alone. He, unaware, maintained his momentum, charging forward. A long knife swung down from the left, but He deftly dodged. Do you think I fear you? Lu Jia gripped his long knife, rushing forward fearlessly. The two engaged in a fierce battle, with Lu Jia exerting all his strength to resist, but ultimately, he was no match for He. He's strikes were fierce, his power far exceeding Lu Jia's. And soon Lu Jia found himself overwhelmed, suffering multiple injuries. At a critical moment, Lu Jia suddenly heard a shout. Watch out! He swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a lethal blow from a Chi. It was the elder and Lu Jia inquired eagerly. The old man gestured towards the tattoo on the woman's arm, a golden bird, and remarked, Patterns such as this should be the mark of the Resurrection Society members. If we can locate someone bearing the same mark, we might be able to find descendants of other families. Lu Jia and Zhang Yuer exchanged a glance, a silent determination brewing within them. They were resolute in their quest to uncover the secrets of the Divine Vault by locating the descendants of other families. I am a sixth-tier martial master. Should we encounter that band of robbers, the black-robed priest and his guards are my responsibility, but the other martial robbers will require your assistance, the old man quipped. Casting a teasing glance at Lu Jia and Zhang Yuer, I can call for reinforcements. This matter has surpassed my capabilities. If the Seven Fortunes Merchant Association joins us, we can at least resolve the issue with the robbers. To my knowledge, our association boasts sixth-tier martial sovereigns. If even one sixth-tier martial sovereign were to arrive, these fiends would be no match, Zhang Yuer interjected, recognizing that the current predicament was beyond the scope of their limited abilities, and that seeking aid was their best recourse. Suddenly, the woman who had fainted struggled and let out a pained cry. Upon hearing her scream, the three rushed towards her. The old man reached out to check the woman's pulse, his expression shifting to one of grave concern. Her injuries are more severe than we anticipated, he stated. We must find a safe location to treat her. But danger lurks everywhere. How can we possibly take her to a safe place? Lu Jia voiced his apprehension. We can only gamble on our luck, Zhang Yuer replied through gritted teeth. Let's head towards the cave and see if we can find a concealed corner. The three cautiously assisted the woman, making their way deeper into the mountain caves. Along the way, they remained vigilant, acutely aware of their surroundings, fearful of encountering robbers or other dangers. Unbeknownst to them, in the shadows, a pair of eyes silently monitored their every move. The owner of those eyes was none other than the black-robed priest who had previously ambushed them. He observed Lu Jia and the others as they escorted the woman into the cave. A barely perceptible smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, it turned out that this entire situation was a trap he had meticulously set. He had deliberately allowed Lu Jia and Zhang Yuer to escape, intending for them to carry the injured woman and lure them into the cave. The black-robed priest was aware that the cave concealed a colossal secret, one that could only be unraveled by those bearing a special mark. Lu Jia and his companions remained oblivious to the fact that they were gradually stepping into the black-robed priest's snare. When they reached the depths of the cave, they stumbled upon a mysterious door adorned with strange symbols that emitted a faint glow. Chapter 38. The opening. Lu Jia and his companions gazed at the grand door, their hands exploring its surface until they discovered a square recess. Just then, Lu Jia felt a sudden warmth on his back. Upon removing his pack, he revealed the black box he had retrieved during their previous journey in the mountains. How peculiar. Let's place it here and see, the old man remarked, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Without hesitation, Lu Jia pressed the box into the recess, and it fit perfectly. It requires blood. Bring her here, the old man said excitedly. Zhang Yuer stepped forward with the woman, pricking her finger to let a few drops of blood fall. As the blood merged with the black box, it was instantly absorbed. The box emitted a soft sound and disassembled into 4 pieces, rotating. With a click, the lock on the door released, and it swung open. An ancient and mysterious aura rushed forth. Peering inside, they beheld a dimly lit passageway that seemed to stretch into the abyss. At last, we have found it, the old man murmured, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Lu Jia and Zhang Yuer exchanged resolute glances before stepping into the passage, fully aware that their true adventure was only just beginning. As they drew closer to Doli City, Zhu Ju's heart grew increasingly uneasy. Although Adele was by his side, he felt as if they were drifting further apart. He cherished his freedom, while she preferred dependence. Though he had enjoyed his time with her, it felt as though he was losing a part of himself. They estimated they would reach Doli City in 3 to 5 days. Zhu Ju had confirmed with the head of the guards that once they entered the city's territory, no one would dare to provoke their carriage. Zhu Ju, why not stay in Doli City? It's quite beautiful here, Adele suggested, gazing at him through the carriage window. Let's see how things unfold. I came to Doli City to witness the remnants of the Swordmaster battle from years past. Zhu Ju replied thoughtfully. Come inside, Adele beckoned, and without giving it much thought, Zhu Ju climbed in. You mentioned the Swordmaster ruins. How dull they must be, Adele remarked. Just as Zhu Ju was about to respond, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. What is going on? He lifted the curtain, only to find the road ahead flanked by a multitude of figures clad in black. Protect the young lady. The guards quickly drew their swords, but the sheer number of black-clad figures overwhelmed them in an instant. Zhu Ju unsheathed his sword and lunged into the fray, realizing these were martial artists. Expertly coordinated like trained assassins, Zhu Ju soon found himself wounded, yet he fought valiantly against the onslaught. Suddenly, a razor-sharp gust of wind from a blade sliced through the air. Zhu Ju dodged to the side and, upon focusing, discovered it was a 6th-tier martial master. A sense of dread washed over him as he recognized the formidable foe. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his ultimate technique and engaged the 6th-tier martial master in a fierce battle. Swords clashed, sparks flew, and the surrounding guards were felled by the intensity of the conflict. Adele, anxiously watching from the carriage, felt utterly powerless in a critical moment. Zhu Ju seized an opening, delivering a decisive strike to the opponent's vital spot. The 6th-tier martial master collapsed, and upon witnessing this, the remaining black-clad figures faltered, retreating in disarray. 6th tier. Just like that, I have broken through, Zhu Ju gasped, gazing into the distance where Doli City lay just ahead. The passage was dark and profound as Lu Jia carried the woman, followed closely by the old man and Zhang Yuer, proceeding cautiously. Suddenly, a low growl reverberated ahead, accompanied by an overwhelming presence that enveloped them. Startled, they turned their attention forward, where a massive azure beast charged towards them. The legendary burrowing beast. Kill it, the old man shouted. Reacting swiftly, Lu Jia tossed the woman to Zhang Yuer, unsheathing his great sword and rushing forward. With a resounding crash, Lu Jia was sent hurtling backward, colliding painfully against the ground. Be why the heavens! Lu Jia exclaimed as he landed heavily behind Zhang Yuer and the old man. The burrowing beast roared, unleashing a torrent of black flames. Zhang Yuer dodged urgently, while the old man attempted to ensnare the beast with his threads. However, the creature's immense strength allowed it to break free with ease. Struggling to rise, Lu Jia's eyes burned with determination. Gripping his sword tightly, he charged once more at the burrowing beast, this time with even greater speed and ferocity. As he closed the distance, Lu Jia leapt high and swung down with all his might towards the beast's head. The blade glimmered as it struck, eliciting a pained roar from the creature. However, the blow was not fatal. The enraged beast retaliated, swinging its tail and sending Lu Jia crashing against the wall, rendering him unconscious. Zhang Yue, frantic with worry, understood the necessity of remaining calm. She and the old man exchanged glances, deciding to coordinate their attack on the burrowing beast. With graceful agility, Zhang Yue maneuvered to the beast's flank, her short sword striking towards its eye like a viper. The old man wove his threads into a large net, casting it towards the beast. The burrowing beast sensed their intent, swiftly turning to shred the net with its powerful forelimbs. Zhang Yue, quick on her feet, executed a series of flips to evade the beast's assault. Seizing an opportunity, she hurled her short sword, sending it piercing through the beast's abdomen. The creature howled in pain, its movements slowing. The old man threw several silver threads, ensnaring the beast's limbs, immobilizing it. Zhang Yue summoned her short sword back, and together with the old man, they exerted their strength, pushing the burrowing beast into the depths of the dark passage. As the beast's roars faded into the distance, they exhaled in relief and hurried to Lu Jia's side to assess his injuries. Zhang Yue retrieved a medicinal pill from her pouch and administered it to Lu Jia. As the pill dissolved in his mouth, color gradually returned to Lu Jia's face. He has merely sustained heavy injuries and has slipped into temporary unconsciousness, Zhang Yue reassured them. We must find a safe place to treat him. The old man nodded, hoisting Lu Jia onto his back as he and Zhang Yue ventured deeper into the passage. Soon, they discovered a cave bathed in a soft, ethereal glow, exuding an air of mystery. Cautiously, Zhang Yue and the old man entered the cave, where they found ancient artifacts and scrolls scattered about. This place seemed to be a veritable treasure trove. The old man spoke. Zhang Yue surveyed her surroundings, her heart brimming with curiosity as she glanced at the scrolls and then at the elder. These artifacts were relics left behind by a branch of that family. 3 scrolls, one detailing records, another containing the secret art of refined armor, and the last one pertaining to the technique of summoning lightning, along with 5 objects, 3 of which were already rendered useless, leaving 2. One was a refined gold stone used in conjunction with the secret art of refined armor. And the last one, the elder admitted, was a mystery to him. The old man surveyed the area before tucking the final object into his robe. You, my dear, are ill-suited for this practice. This secret art of refined armor should be bestowed upon this fool, he declared, shaking the scroll before tossing it onto Lu Jia's lap. Chapter 39. The Great Escape from the Cavern. With a groan, Lu Jia slowly regained consciousness, his head pounding as if it might split open. What a ferocious beast lies within this cavern, he muttered. You're awake. How do you feel? The elder inquired, unceremoniously dropping Lu Jia onto the ground. Ouch! Lu Jia cried out in pain. You rascal, now that you're awake, get yourself up. Xiao Yue and I will each carry one of you. I'm exhausted. The elder looked at Lu Jia and added, You're in for some fortune, as he rummaged through his pockets. Lu Jia felt around and his eyes lit up upon discovering the scroll. He unfurled it, revealing ancient inscriptions that covered its surface. Although he could not decipher the characters, he instinctively understood their meaning. The secret art of refined armor, a martial skill, could transform an ordinary body into one clad in magnificent armor. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lu Jia realized he had stumbled upon a precious martial arts manuscript. He resolved to begin his training immediately, eager to enhance his strength. As time passed, Lu Jia gradually grasped the essence of the secret art of refined armor. His body became as hard as iron, significantly boosting his defensive capabilities. In just a day, Lu Jia's strength surged by 30%. He felt confident that he could withstand 2, no 3, strikes from the cavern beast should they cross paths again. Stop dawdling. This space is vast, and that family branch could not have left behind such meager offerings. There must be more treasures to uncover, the elder said excitedly, gazing at Lu Jia. Taking a deep breath, determination flickered in Lu Jia's eyes as he nodded in agreement, and together they pressed onward. During their exploration, they stumbled upon another cave, its entrance shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. Liu Jia hesitated, pondering the dangers that might lurk within. This cave is peculiar. We must tread carefully, he cautioned, bending down to inspect the entrance, yet finding nothing conclusive as the group wavered. A chilling laugh echoed from behind them. You all have come this far, yet remained so timid, came the mocking voice. Liu Jia's hair stood on end as he drew his long knife in defense, focusing his gaze on the cloaked priest and the band of thieves that had appeared, effectively blocking their exit. How did you manage to follow us here? Liu Jia demanded, his voice low and tense. Don't concern yourself with how we arrived. Hand over whatever you found inside, and we'll let you go. The black-clad priest sneered, while the bandits brandished their weapons, demanding the treasures Liu Jia and his companions had gathered. Liu Jia gripped his long knife tightly, resolve hardening in his gaze. You want us to surrender our treasures? You will have to step over my corpse first, he roared, his voice vibrating with fury. The elder discreetly tugged at Liu Jia's sleeve, whispering, do not act rashly. We must devise a plan. Without me, how would you have easily discovered this place? And conveniently found the key to this door? Ah, I see now. You lured us here intentionally, Liu Jia said coldly. Prepare to meet your end. The black-robed priest swung his staff, unleashing a fiery projectile toward Liu Jia. He dodged to the side and leaped forward, engaging the priest in fierce combat, their blades clashing in a deadly dance. In the midst of the chaos, Liu Jia spotted a massive boulder nearby and suddenly formulated a plan. He feigned weakness, retreating while drawing the enemies closer to the boulder. As they approached, he struck the boulder with a forceful palm, causing it to collapse and bury a portion of the attackers beneath its weight. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Jia led his companions into the misty cave, disappearing into the shadows. Upon entering the misty cavern, the fog rapidly enveloped them. Liu Jia urged everyone to remain cautious, yet some fell victim to the corrosive mist. Suffering injuries to their skin, he quickly summoned the secret art of refined armor, creating a protective barrier. However, Zhang Yuer and the unnamed woman sustained severe wounds. Noticing the elder remained unscathed, Liu Jia, surprised, inquired if he had any means to resist the mist. With a slight smile, the elder produced a pill from his robe, handing it to Liu Jia. This pill will neutralize the poison of the mist. Liu Jia hastily administered the pill to the two women, who soon felt their wounds beginning to heal. The group pressed on, hoping to find an exit swiftly. After traversing about a mile, they finally discovered a resting place where the mist dissipated, revealing 2 scrolls and 2 objects placed upon a platform. Excellent! Let us take a closer look, Liu Jia exclaimed, gesturing excitedly for the elder to approach, while he supported Zhang Yuer and the unnamed woman to rest. We must hurry. The dense fog isn't deadly, but those rogues will be upon us soon, Zhang Yuer cautioned, seated on the ground as she channeled energy to heal her wounds. Elder, you examine these items. I will search for an exit, Liu Jia declared. Exploring the surrounding walls, the elder remained silent, diligently reviewing the scrolls. Before long, he stowed the scrolls and items into his pack. Nothing of value here. Hurry and find an exit. We must retreat, the elder called out to Liu Jia, unaware that Zhang Yuer had been intently watching his every move as he packed the items. Climbing on the steep rock face, Liu Jia shouted in exhilaration, "There's a hole here, just large enough for one person. We can escape through this." He waved his arms to signal the others to come over. Hearing this, the group, one by one, leaped into the hole, advancing toward an unknown destination. Not long after their departure, a cacophony of approaching footsteps echoed ominously. Soon, a group of agile and menacing warriors surged into the room like a tidal wave. They wore an array of animal hides, some vibrant and colorful, while others bore deep, somber tones, seemingly merging with the essence of nature itself. These hides not only bestowed an air of wildness and ferocity upon them, but also accentuated their distinctive identities as warriors. Leading this formidable group was a priest clad in black robes, his stern visage and piercing gaze exuding an unsettling authority. Upon entering the chamber, his eyes swiftly scanned the surroundings, only to find it eerily deserted. The very targets he sought had vanished without a trace, in an instant. An inferno of rage ignited within him, prompting him to bellow, "This empty place! Where have they all gone?" His voice thundered like a storm, causing the entire room to tremble in response. "Quick! Go find them! We must pursue them immediately! We cannot allow them to seize all the opportunities," he roared, his eyes wide with fury, veins bulging on his forehead, his voice crashing like thunder. The surrounding warriors, startled by his sudden outburst, scattered in haste, employing their skills to race forward. As time slipped away, anxiety surged among the group. At that moment, a sharp-eyed subordinate spotted a minute hole high above, marked by signs of recent disturbance. "Sir, look over there. It seems to be their trail," he exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing this news, the priest's spirits lifted, and he strode forward to investigate. Indeed, the size and shape of the hole strongly suggested it was linked to the very individuals they were pursuing. Without hesitation, he leaped into the hole, followed closely by his comrades, as they followed the mysterious passageway in hot pursuit. Chapter 40. The zombies. Lu Jia and his companions stood wide-eyed, confronted by a scene that sent chills down their spines. Before them lay a newly discovered area, densely packed with countless corpses, resembling a colossal mountain of death that loomed ominously. The horrifying sight was enough to induce nausea, causing their stomachs to churn. The area resembled an ocean of remains, with various mutilated bodies intertwined, some frozen in the throes of their last struggles, while others were unrecognizable, their features long since obliterated. Scattered among the corpses were numerous weapons, swords, spears, and halberds, once wielded by warriors, now mostly reduced to ruin. Some blades were snapped in half, their edges marred with chips. Some spears lay broken and twisted, their tips lost, and others, shields, were shattered, stained with dried blood and dirt. Lu Jia remained vigilant, sensing an oppressive aura that pervaded the area, far more pronounced than elsewhere. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, stirring up a cloud of dust. Within the haze, dark figures flitted about. "Zombies!" Jiang Yue gasped. Unlike the bandits they had encountered previously, these undead creatures radiated a menacing aura and moved with alarming speed. Lunging at the group like phantoms, Lu Jia brandished his long knife, engaging in a fierce battle against the relentless zombies. However, the overwhelming number of zombies surged forth relentlessly, gradually plunging them into a dire predicament. Though the zombies lacked formidable strength, they appear to have been craftsmen who once toiled to construct an underground realm. Occasionally, there were warrior zombies, slightly more robust and resilient, yet sluggish in their movements. A swift strike to sever their heads would suffice to vanquish them. The group fought valiantly while retreating, inching closer to a firmly shut grand door. Beside it stood a stone tablet inscribed with peculiar symbols. The elder's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he approached to examine it closely. This seemed to be an ancient sealing formation. While observing, he elaborated, "If I am not mistaken, activating this formation should unlock the door." Upon hearing this, Lu Jia immediately brandished his blade, dispatching the surrounding zombies to protect the elder. The elder took a deep breath, formed hand seals, and began to chant incantations. As he cast his spell, the symbols on the stone tablet gradually emanated a radiant glow. Moments later, the light intertwined into a net, enveloping the door with a thunderous roar. The door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit passageway. "Let us go," Lu Jia urged as he led the group into the passage, hoping to find an escape from this terrifying place. Before them, a horde of grotesque zombies, their fangs bared and claws outstretched, lunged forward, exuding a foul stench of decay and death that sent shivers down their spines. Just as the zombies were about to close in, the elder standing at the entrance suddenly unleashed an unparalleled surge of power. This force swept forth like a raging torrent, effortlessly sending the once menacing zombies flying as if they were mere leaves caught in a tempest. Some tumbled through the air, crashing against the walls before crashing heavily to the ground. Others vanished into the shadows of the dark corners. With the elder's strike, the heavy door slammed shut with a resounding thud, sealing out the dreadful scene beyond. The spectacle was breathtaking, leaving all in awe of the elder's extraordinary prowess. As the door closed, Lu Jia's racing heart finally settled. Confronting the hundreds of zombies would have surely exhausted them, yet they had narrowly escaped at a crucial moment. still reeling from the recent encounter in the realm of zombies. Lu Jia heard Jiang Yuer's urgent call. He turned to see an overwhelming mass of corpses littering the entire passage, emanating an eerie glow. What on earth was happening? So many corpses and zombies. What had transpired here? Lu Jia scratched his head, regretting his pursuit of this matter, but it was too late for second thoughts. That moment, the elderly figure, with his white hair and deeply furrowed brow, gazed solemnly into the shadowy depths of the passage, as if his eyes could penetrate the layers of mist and unveil the harrowing events that had unfolded here. This family, alas, had ultimately succumbed to a terrifying internal strife. The direct descendants, various factions, and invited guests had inexplicably descended into chaos, engaging in a fratricidal frenzy. This very place must have been one of the numerous battlegrounds. The elder spoke slowly, his voice low and hoarse, revealing a profound sense of regret and helplessness. However, given the current circumstances, this passage likely led to the outside world. It was probable that as they prepared to leave, the conflict had escalated dramatically, igniting this bloody feud. The result? The vast majority perished here, leaving behind only a landscape of remnants and silence. As he spoke, the elder gently shook his head, seemingly disillusioned by the greed and cruelty of humanity. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuer furrowed her brow in confusion and inquired, if so, what could have driven them to fight to the death? The meager treasures we acquired hardly seem worthy of such sacrifice. Could it be that they harbored other, more precious artifacts, and that this fierce conflict arose from their contention? Contemplating Jiang Yuer's question, Lu Jia replied after a moment's thought, there's no point in dwelling on that now. Our immediate priority is to leave this place. We've encountered far too much misfortune lately, so we must exercise utmost caution, especially regarding the corpses scattered about. If any of them were not entirely dead, we would be in grave danger. After all, this passage is quite narrow. Should we face peril? We may have no choice but to fight our way through with that. He gripped his weapon tightly and cautiously stepped deeper into the passage. Meanwhile, the black-clad priest had just arrived at the zombie-infested area, where the hordes surged towards them like a tidal wave. Hundreds of warriors engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the zombies. Although the zombies initially caused significant trouble, the sheer number of warriors soon allowed them to exploit weaknesses and quickly eradicate the undead threat. The priest, donned in a flowing black robe, extended his hand, gently caressing the massive stone door that stood resolutely shut. His piercing gaze swept the surroundings like a hawk, confirming the area was secure. Satisfied, he clasped his hands together, whispering incantations as he began to invoke ancient and mysterious seals. Chapter 41. The blood mark. As the priest continuously altered his hand seals, strange lights flowed from his fingertips, gradually coalescing upon the stone door. These lights slithered like ethereal serpents across the surface of the door, seemingly in search of a flaw. Seconds turned to minutes, and the onlookers held their breath, anxiously observing the unfolding scene. Suddenly, a low rumble echoed, and the previously immobile stone door began to tremble. Following a series of dull thuds, the door slowly swung open, revealing a dark, enigmatic passage. However, as the door fully opened, the priest and the bandits behind him realized that Lu Jia and his companions had already ventured deep into the passage, their figures fading from sight. The priest's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated Lu Jia and his group would so easily enter the passage. He turned to glare at the bandits behind him, barking, "What are you waiting for? Hurry, pursue them. We cannot allow them to seize the treasure first." With that, he was the first to plunge into the passage. The others, seeing this, quickly followed suit, and chaos ensued. The passage was suffused with an enigmatic aura, and the walls flickered with faint light. The priest led the group forward at a frantic pace, their hearts brimming with urgency and desire. Yet, shortly after they delved deeper, countless traps and mechanisms erupted around them, ensnaring them in a dire predicament. "What is happening?" The black-clad priest seethed, his expression stormy. He swung his voluminous black sleeves dramatically, and in an instant, a raging inferno burst forth like a torrential flood, its searing heat and suffocating presence engulfing one side of the traps. The cacophony of crackling echoed as the meticulously designed traps crumbled under the overwhelming flames. Reduced to ruins, the fiery light illuminated the surrounding darkness, rendering the entire scene breathtakingly intense. "Do not stop. Pursue them," the black-clad priest commanded fiercely, his eyes glinting with ferocity. Hearing this, the bandits collectively roared in fury. Resembling a pack of feral beasts, heedless of their own potential losses, they charged forward with wild abandon. Armed with an array of weapons, their steps were unsteady yet resolute, driven solely by a singular thought: to catch up to their target and fulfill their mission. The priest, draped in black, stood motionless like a statue, his eyes, concealed beneath the shadow of his hood, coldly observing the frenzied bandits rushing ahead. A sardonic smile played at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of mockery. These foolish individuals were merely bait to divert attention. The true treasure would ultimately return to our illustrious cult, the Habsburg family. As he considered this, the black-clad priest's expression darkened, and with swift, wind-like steps, he closely followed the bandits. His figure moved like a specter, gliding through the darkness. In his mind, he calculated. These foolish bandits were now down to 83. They must all be sent to their graves. Once they were eliminated, he would deal with the old coot from the Divine Concealment Society and his few lackeys. Oh, and that shameless woman who betrayed her own family. She too must not escape punishment. Only by exterminating them all could he successfully unlock this branch of the treasure. At that moment, a glint of greed and resolve flickered in the priest's eyes. "Achi, Agio," the priest called softly, his voice low and frigid, summoning his 2 guards. "Master." At nearly the same moment, 2 guards responded in unison, their voices perfectly synchronized, betraying an unwavering allegiance to their master. At this juncture, the eyes of the cloaked priest, shrouded in the shadows of his hood, narrowed slightly, gleaming with a cold light as he issued his chilling command. "This time, you too must keep a close watch. Once you encounter the target, let their 2 factions clash until the very last moment. You are to handle the aftermath, and remember, not a single survivor is to be left." "Yes, master," the 2 guards replied in unison once more, their figures vanishing into the darkness like phantoms. Meanwhile, Lu Jia and his companions were sprinting frantically, driven by desperation. Yet fate seemed unkind, and before long, they found themselves charging into an expansive cavern. Shortly after their entry, the vicious bandits surged in like a relentless tide. "Humph, it is time for a life-or-death struggle," Lu Jia grunted, casting a glance at his companions. He noticed Zhang Yue exchanging a look with the elderly man. Both wore expressions of resignation yet unswervingly drew their swords, ready to fight to the death. It was crucial to note that they faced a formidable bandit group comprising 83 members, including 3 powerful third-tier warriors, 12 second-tier warriors, and 68 first-tier warriors. In stark contrast, their side boasted merely 1 elderly 4th-tier warrior, Zhang Yue as a 3rd-tier warrior, himself as a 2nd-tier warrior, and a woman who possessed no combat capability, rendering her a burden. The severity of their predicament was self-evident. Fortunately, at this critical juncture, Lu Jia made a decisive move, swiftly activating the secret technique of the inherited armor he had discovered, elevating his defenses to their utmost. After all, preserving one's life was paramount at this moment. The battle erupted, both sides clashing fiercely in a chaotic melee. Lu Jia nimbly weaved between enemies, continuously parrying and counterattacking. The elderly man executed intricate swordplay, each strike infused with a fierce momentum that deterred foes from approaching. Zhang Yue, not to be outdone, wielded her sword with the grace of a dancing fairy, elegant yet lethal, as the casualties mounted. The desperate fighters failed to notice the blood pooling on the ground, slowly forming a vast crimson pattern. The bandits, numerous in number, gradually gained the upper hand. Lu Jia felt the mounting pressure and realized that this could not continue. His body bore numerous wounds, with over a dozen cuts bleeding profusely, staining his clothes crimson. The formidable defense granted by the secret technique was waning with time, and his steps became unsteady, each movement increasingly laborious. Looking towards Zhang Yue, her situation was similarly dire. Although her speed remained relatively swift, it was evidently diminished compared to earlier. Her weapon swung with far less vigor than at the outset, and her counterattacks had markedly decreased. Each strike seemed to demand tremendous physical exertion. In stark contrast, the elderly man stood composed, exuding an invisible pressure. The ferocious bandits before him appeared as frail ants, easily dispatched with a mere flick of his sleeve or a casual kick. His movements flowed seamlessly, devoid of hesitation or delay, as if this battle was merely an inconsequential game to him. Chapter 42. The truth. The battle raged on with fervor, each moment brimming with life and death stakes and bloody carnage. Lu Jia's blade could no longer withstand the fierce clashes and shattered into several pieces. His robust frame was now marred by ghastly wounds, blood gushing forth like a fountain, drenching him in a scarlet hue. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuer's sword had also endured countless encounters, its once glistening blade now dulled. Her beautiful visage, strained by extreme tension and fatigue, appeared pale, yet her eyes remained resolutely steadfast. The once pristine white of her attire was now saturated with the blood of both enemies and allies, rendering it a vivid crimson. Among the fearless bandits, only a handful of 7 or 8 remained, desperately holding on. Their crude animal hides bore deep gashes from sharp blades, exposing their bloodied flesh beneath. Notably, among these remaining few, only 2 possessed the prowess of third-tier warriors, while the rest fought merely out of sheer will and survival instinct. Yet, whether it be the valiant Lu Jia and Jiang Yuer or the ruthless bandits, all had reached the brink of exhaustion. Their breaths came in heavy gasps, as if they would collapse from fatigue at any moment. Still, within each heart burned an unquenchable flame of resilience, a yearning to persevere until the final moment. To emerge as the ultimate victors in this brutal conflict. In this precarious moment, Lu Jia gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, and summoned the last vestiges of his strength, charging at one of the third-tier bandits like a frenzied beast. Wielding his gleaming blade with unwavering resolve, the bandit, caught off guard by the sudden ferocity of Lu Jia's assault, found himself momentarily at a loss. Before he could react, Lu Jia's knife had struck with lightning speed against his chest. With a sharp crack, the bandit's armor shattered, blood spraying forth. The grievously wounded bandit let out a chilling scream, his body flying backward like a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. He struggled to rise but ultimately succumbed, lifelessly laying still, clearly deceased. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Yuer felt a surge of determination, her sword thrusting like a rainbow towards another third-tier bandit. The bandit fought desperately, but ultimately succumbed, his throat pierced by Jiang Yuer's blade. The remaining bandits, sensing their impending doom, scattered in retreat. Lu Jia and Jiang Yuer exchanged a fleeting smile, too weary to pursue, collapsing to the ground. The fierce battle had finally drawn to a close. Though both bore grievous wounds, they had preserved their lives. They gazed at one another, hearts brimming with unspoken sentiments. The elderly man stood steadfast like a mountain, exuding an aura of chilling authority. Before him lay a vast expanse of fallen foes, the ruthless bandits who had once terrorized them. Most of the third-tier bandits lay lifeless, their blood staining the ground, mingling with the earth to create a harrowing tableau. However, the elderly man appeared unfazed, as if the fierce battle had merely been a trivial sparring session. Presently, he leisurely seated himself atop a mound of corpses, resembling a regal sovereign surveying the ants below. At that moment, 2 figures emerged from the passageway, a Qi and a Jiu. Each bore several bandit corpses as if they weighed nothing. Behind them followed the cloaked priest, who ambled forth as though strolling through a garden. "What a bunch of useless fools," the black-robed priest remarked coldly, clapping his hands. "Not a single one slain. You have wasted my precious time." After uttering these words, he turned his gaze towards the elderly man seated atop the pile of bodies, his eyes revealing disdain and anger. "Humph, you old fool. Which faction of the Divine Vault are you from? How dare you covet the treasures guarded by my family?" Upon hearing the black-robed priest's inquiry, Lu Jia, who had been slumped on the ground, his spirit crushed, suddenly lifted his head in shock. He gazed incredulously at the elderly man, pondering in disbelief. Could it be that the Divine Vault has been deceiving us all along? This elder is not a descendant of the Renewal Society, but rather a successor of the Divine Vault. At this realization, Lu Jia felt his mind whirl, as all previous trust crumbled in an instant. Ha ha ha, the elderly man let out a cold laugh, a sound that seemed to traverse millennia, imbued with endless bitterness and mockery. For centuries, our two organizations have tirelessly sought the tokens scattered across the world. Just recently, you ruthlessly annihilated Kongju Village in Doli City to obtain one such token. Yet, the most ludicrous aspect is that to cover this bloody truth, you fools subsequently slaughtered the innocent villages of Bortu and Cetriel. Did you truly believe you could deceive the heavens? Utterly foolish, in the end, you still attracted the enforcement team of Doli City. The elderly man paused momentarily, his gaze fixed intently upon his opponent, a glimmer of subtle cunning flickering in his eyes. And now, your people have inexplicably vanished. Who could have anticipated that when this token reappeared, it would fall into the hands of this little fellow and fortuitously present itself before me? Ha ha, truly, the heavens have favored me. At this juncture, the old man's eyes sparkled with barely contained excitement. Thus, without hesitation, I brought him to this place. Sure enough, you, my friend, are not lacking in wit, having awaited our arrival here. Yet, do you believe that as long as you have the key to the token, this decrepit old man poses no threat? The elder squinted slightly, his tone laced with provocation. Lu Jia stood quietly to the side. Listening to the back-and-forth exchange between the two as each second ticked away, he felt as though his mind had been stuffed with a chaotic mass of cotton, his thoughts growing increasingly muddled. First, there was the Resurrection Society, followed by the Divine Treasury Society. These unfamiliar and enigmatic terms echoed relentlessly in his ears, leaving him feeling as though he were engulfed in fog. Unable to restrain himself, he slapped his forehead, inwardly cursing. How could I be so foolish? Why did I meddle in this affair for no reason? This is truly maddening, utterly stupid. At this moment, Lu Jia was filled with regret, wishing he could find a crevice in the ground to hide from the exasperating situation before him. However, reality was mercilessly laid out before him. He was already deeply entangled and could not easily extricate himself. Chapter 43. Old Jones. At this juncture, Lu Jia's mind was racing like a high-speed machine, frantically contemplating various methods to extricate them from their current predicament. Just as he was racking his brains, he suddenly felt a slight movement at his waist. Instinctively, he looked down to see Jiang Yuer discreetly conveying information to him from the corner of her eye, gently nudging his side while subtly shaking her head, signaling him to remain silent. Understanding her cue, Lu Jia nodded and cautiously shifted his gaze to the rear. Upon doing so, he was taken aback. The woman who had been in a state of unconsciousness was now showing signs of awakening. Her eyelids fluttered slightly, as if they could fully open at any moment. Concurrently, the mysterious priest clad in black suddenly raised his right hand, pointing directly at the elder, exclaiming loudly, "I am Randall of the Habsburg family from the Resurrection Society. Quickly reveal your true name. You remnants of the Divine Treasury Society shall not escape my grasp." His voice boomed like thunder, causing the entire space to tremble. The fire of fury burned fiercely in his eyes, as if he intended to incinerate the man before him. In response to such a fierce inquiry and pressure, the elder merely lowered his head slightly, and after a moment of silence, he replied in a deep voice, "I am Lewis Jones." Hailing from the Lewis family, as he spoke, he gradually straightened his posture. Though somewhat stooped, he still radiated an indescribable aura of authority. Upon hearing this name, the black-clad priest was momentarily taken aback, his expression swiftly contorting into a more sinister grimace. Through clenched teeth, he managed to force out a few words. "So, you are the descendant of Lewis, one of the 4 great martial lords. Humph, even if it leads to mutual destruction today, I shall eradicate you completely." Before his words could fully dissipate, a powerful aura erupted from him, sweeping through the crowd like a surging torrent. At that moment, the unconscious woman's eyes snapped open. Confusion flickered in her gaze, but it quickly shifted to clarity. She surveyed her surroundings, finally locking her eyes on Randall and Lewis Jones. Suddenly, her brow furrowed as if recalling something. "Grandfather," she called softly. Lewis Jones's body trembled slightly as he hurried forward to support the woman, asking with concern, Child, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? She shook her head, her tone resolute. I am fine, grandfather. Is this man our enemy? Lewis Jones nodded, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Indeed. Child, that he belongs to the Resurrection Society, and we must overcome him. With that, Lewis Jones summoned his vital energy, preparing to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Randall. Meanwhile, Randall's gaze sharpened as he declared, Is it you who stands against me? Today shall be your demise, and you, child, are a descendant of the Habsburgs. Do not let this man deceive you. Liu Jiao watched the two factions, retreating helplessly, knowing he was outmatched. The tensions between them mounted, and a fierce battle was imminent. Seemingly in sync, Qi and Jiao exchanged glances before simultaneously unleashing a mighty shout, their feet crashing down onto the ground with tremendous force. With this surge of power, they propelled themselves towards Elder Jones at an astonishing speed, leaving no reservation as they unleashed their full prowess as true martial artists. Come forth. In the face of the oncoming assault, Elder Jones displayed no fear, responding with a thunderous roar that reverberated like thunder. Following this, he swung his arms wide, generating an invisible force that abruptly emerged. The two long blades on the ground were drawn toward him. Soaring into his grasp, upon seizing the twin blades, Jones wasted no time. He leaped into the air, akin to a swift eagle pouncing upon its prey, and violently struck towards Qi and Jiao. The fierce blade's momentum produced a piercing whistle, as though it sought to rend the very air itself. Qi and Jiao exhibited remarkable coordination. As Jones leaped and swung his blades, they swiftly reacted. Without hesitation, they split to the sides, launching an assault on Jones from different angles. However, despite their exquisite teamwork, the disparity in strength remained glaringly apparent. Qi, as a fourth-tier martial artist, felt an overwhelming force crash against him when his weapon clashed with Jones's long blade. He was unable to withstand the onslaught and was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily against a nearby wall, stirring up clouds of dust on the other side. Although Jiao was somewhat stronger, having reached the sixth tier of martial arts, he too gained no advantage in a direct confrontation with Jones. In a mere exchange, he was forcefully toppled to the ground by Jones's terrifying strength, landing unceremoniously before the black-clad priest, a seventh-tier martial lord. This was only the second seventh-tier martial lord Liu Jia had encountered thus far. He recalled the last time, in that tranquil and profound valley, when he merely gazed at the mysterious figure in black from afar, his perception of that formidable power not yet fully realized. Yet now, this formidable being named Lewis Jones stood vividly before him, an unparalleled aura crashing over him like a tidal wave, leaving Liu Jia profoundly shaken. Indeed, as a remnant of the Divine Treasury Society, possessing such terrifying martial prowess was hardly surprising. He could hear the black-clad priest muttering to himself, slowly removing his hood to reveal a pristine white robe beneath. Then, with a gentle lift of his hands, a massive fireball, ablaze with ferocity, materialized without warning. The heat radiating from it was so intense it seemed to warp the surrounding air. With a swift motion of his arm, this colossal fireball surged forth like a wild stallion, hurtling directly towards Elder Jones. Pointing a finger at Jiao, a beam of fiery light shot forth like lightning, instantly embedding itself within Jiao's body. The luminescence appeared to possess a wondrous magic, rapidly permeating every corner of Jiao's physique. As the light integrated, the ghastly wounds that had marred Jiao's body began to heal at a visibly accelerated pace. With a furious roar, he surged forward, charging directly at Elder Jones. Chapter 44. Bitter battle with bloodshot eyes. Jiao was a vision of ferocity, his bloodthirsty demeanor chilling to behold. Clenching his fists, he launched himself at Elder Jones with the swiftness of an arrow released from its bow. At that moment, Elder Jones had just managed to cleave through a raging inferno and had not yet caught his breath when Jiao was upon him without hesitation. Seizing Jones's shoulders with hands like iron claws, Jiao opened his massive maw and bit down fiercely. Taken aback by this sudden onslaught, Elder Jones could only hastily raise his arm to defend himself. Yet, despite his quick reaction, Jiao's razor-sharp teeth easily tore through his arm. Inflicting a deep gash in excruciating pain, Elder Jones mustered all his strength and violently swung his arm, flinging the tenacious Aju away. Just as Aju was tossed aside, Randall of the Habsburg family, wielding a staff shimmering with mysterious light, charged forward with ferocity. Elder Jones had no time to contemplate. He quickly raised his other arm in a hurried block, followed by a lightning-fast kick that struck Randall with tremendous force. Unable to withstand the impact, Randall was sent hurtling backward. It must be noted that these priests clad in white possessed a unique ability to harness elemental forces to enhance their physical attributes. Thus, they would be able to contend with formidable warriors in a remarkably short span of time. Having suffered a significant setback, Randall let out a furious howl, and in an instant, a raging inferno enveloped him. As if he had transformed into a deity of fire risen from the depths of hell, fueled by boundless wrath and murderous intent, Randall launched a fierce assault against Old Jones once more. Meanwhile, the previously hurled Aju shook his head and sprang back to his feet, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, unhesitatingly charging towards Old Jones again. Thus commenced a breathtaking and intense battle. Old Jones found himself in a precarious situation. Besieged from both sides with keen eyes, he deftly sidestepped Aju's fierce lunge, while simultaneously striking out at Randall. Flames erupted from Randall's fist, yet Old Jones remained undaunted, wielding his palm like a blade to sever the flames. Seizing the opportunity, Aju attempted a sneak attack but was swiftly kicked aside by Old Jones. The conflict escalated, with Old Jones gradually gaining the upper hand. He bellowed a battle cry, unleashing a powerful technique that sent Aju and Randall staggering back several paces. The two exchanged glances, realizing they faced a formidable adversary. However, they did not falter. After adjusting their stances, they launched another offensive, resolute in their determination to jointly vanquish Old Jones, in dire straits yet composed. Old Jones swiftly evaded Aju's assault. Simultaneously, he formed a seal with his hands and chanted incantations, causing a blue barrier to suddenly materialize, blocking Randall's flames. Mastering both magic and martial prowess, Randall gritted his teeth and intensified the flames, attempting to breach the barrier. However, Old Jones's strength surpassed their expectations. The barrier stood unyielding, impervious to their efforts. Aju seized the moment to flank Randall, aiming for a surprise strike. Old Jones sensed his intent, pivoting and delivering a swift kick that forced Aju back. That moment, Old Jones's eyes gleamed with resolve as he detected the openings in Aju and Randall's defenses and acted with remarkable speed. With a sweeping motion of his hands, a powerful gust of energy surged forth, sending Aju and Randall hurtling away. Old Jones's face was contorted with arrogance as he threw back his head and let out a thunderous, maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha! You two foolish imbeciles think you can thwart me. The treasures of this place are destined to belong to my illustrious Lewis family. With that, he exuded a formidable and domineering aura, as if the very air around him had solidified under his arrogance. Yet, the white-clad priest Randall remained unfazed, his expression dark as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Old Jones, his voice raspy as if scraped by sandpaper. As long as I stand guard, you shall not succeed. The treasures of Habsburg are a legacy of my family, and they belong solely to us. At this juncture, a glimmer of profound hatred flickered in Randall's eyes as he gritted his teeth and continued. My name is Randall, and I bear this name to eternally remember the heinous crimes your ancestors have inflicted upon my kin. Today marks the time of my vengeance. Just then, the fire elements surrounding Randall seemed drawn by an invisible force. Swiftly converging together, the fire elements gathered. A blazing gateway of flames began to slowly take shape. This fiery portal, towering and majestic, was etched with mysterious runes and patterns, resembling an entrance to another realm. The Fire Lord, who had previously displayed immense power before the crowd, was poised to descend upon the world once more. Cursed be this moment. You dare summon the Fire Lord in such a confined space? Do you not realize that this will plunge us all into despair? Old Jones seethed, his face turning pale as he rushed towards the flaming portal, his weapon gleaming ominously as he sought to shatter this impending harbinger of doom and prevent the Fire Lord's emergence. However, at that moment, Aju, who had seemingly succumbed to the ground, miraculously rose once more, his eyes reflecting a desperate and frenzied determination as he launched another attack against Old Jones. "Get away from me, you nuisance!" Old Jones roared, his rage boiling over, his eyes nearly bursting with fury, veins protruding from his forehead. He gripped his massive blade tightly, exerting all his strength in a fierce swing, the blade slicing through the air as he traversed the treacherous path. He deftly evaded the colossal hands of the Flame Lord that descended upon him with alarming frequency. At that moment, the Flame Lord loomed like an enraged giant, its eyes ablaze with searing flames. Fixated on the two diminutive humans before it, akin to mere ants, with fury, it swung its massive fists, striking against its broad chest. With each thunderous blow, the surrounding fire elements seemed summoned, rapidly converging towards its imposing form. Then, the Flame Lord tilted its head back and unleashed a deafening roar that shook the very earth, raising its fists skyward before crashing them down upon the ground. A resounding boom echoed through the air, causing the ground to tremble violently as if an earthquake had struck, a manifestation of the Flame Lord's signature technique. Earth-shattering fist. In an instant, Randall and Old Jones were immobilized by this overwhelming force. Their bodies rendered utterly rigid. It was only a second later that they regained the ability to move. Yet, at that precise moment, a gigantic fireball, the size of 4 or 5 meters, hurtled towards them with cataclysmic intent. Accompanied by another thunderous impact, Randall and Old Jones had no time to react before being sent sprawling, ultimately embedding themselves into the unforgiving stone wall. Lu Jia and Jiang Yue felt an immense force surge towards them. Their bodies unable to respond, akin to kites severed from their strings, they were viole immediately. He lunged toward the final scroll, his fingers gripping it tightly, as if fearing it might vanish into thin air. Upon casting his gaze upon this last scroll, a surge of ecstatic joy welled up within Lu Jia. For, just as he had anticipated, the scroll was densely inscribed with all the vital information pertaining to this place. Unable to contain his excitement, Lu Jia eagerly began to peruse the precious scroll with meticulous attention. His eyes moved swiftly like a scanner, not overlooking a single word or line of text. As he delved deeper into the reading, the secrets and key information hidden within gradually unfolded before him, igniting an ever-growing exhilaration, in his fervent desire to imprint this invaluable knowledge deeply into his mind. Lu Jia focused intently on memorizing every detail, savoring and reflecting upon the profound meanings contained within. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away quietly, while he remained utterly engrossed in the exploration and absorption of this information. Chapter 47. The stone coffin. Jiang Yue felt utterly disheartened, convinced that she was the unluckiest of souls. What was initially a simple task for her trio had turned into an ordeal. The assignments of her companions sounded significantly more daunting than her own, which merely involved tracking a trifling first-tier martial artist. However, who could have imagined that this seemingly inconsequential first-tier martial artist would lead her to witness 2 thrilling brawls in the village? Not only that, but chaos reigned throughout the mountains, with tumultuous battles erupting in every direction. Poor Jiang Yue found herself continuously wounded and battered amidst this fray, utterly disheveled, as if matters couldn't worsen. Just when she thought her misfortunes had reached their peak, she inexplicably plummeted into a bottomless pit, the precise location of which remained a mystery. Now, her entire body felt as if it were falling apart. Racked with unbearable pain, Jiang Yue vividly recalled the moment she and her companion, Lu Jia, encountered the formidable Flame Lord, trembling in a corner. The Flame Lord swung a massive hammer with a ferocious force, sending the unfortunate duo sprawling to the ground. Suddenly, the ground gave way beneath them, and they plummeted into the abyss of darkness. Upon regaining consciousness, Jiang Yue found herself ensconced within a dim, eerie cavern. A gently flowing underground river passed by her side, and after all, even the frail Old Jones, despite his weakened state, remained an insurmountable mountain for him, a second-tier martial artist. Any rash action would only plunge him into an abyss from which he could never return. As time ticked away, approximately 15 minutes later, the seemingly lifeless Old Jones began to stir. He slowly wriggled his body, struggling to rise from the ground. Then, with a sudden leap, he ascended onto the stone sarcophagus. Upon glimpsing the interior of the sarcophagus, a look of wild ecstasy spread across his face, and he could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I've struck gold. It turned out that the entire sarcophagus was filled with glimmering ancient gold coins. Shining brilliantly under the faint candlelight, Old Jones trembled with excitement, his eyes shimmering with avarice. According to his earlier calculations, this place not only housed mountains of gold and resplendent jewels, but also invaluable martial arts texts and enigmatic forbidden techniques. If I can successfully transport these treasures, the Lewis family shall undoubtedly rise again, dominating the region. At that time, Doli City and Dongshan City may very well become my domains. The Moor mountain range would naturally fall into my grasp. Perhaps even the hidden treasures of the Habsburg family would all come into my possession, Old Jones murmured to himself, as if envisioning his glorious future. At that moment, a slender figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the previously silent Grand Hall. Jiang Yuer had been searching tirelessly and finally arrived at this location. However, when she raised her eyes and saw Old Jones standing atop the sarcophagus, his face alight with excitement, her heart sank, and she inwardly cursed her misfortune. Instinctively, Jiang Yuer sought to turn and hide, but before she could make a move, she was already caught in the gaze of Old Jones's sharp eyes. Little girl, come here, Old Jones called out, wearing a seemingly benevolent smile as he beckoned Jiang Yuer. Yet at that moment, to her, his kind visage appeared to conceal a gruesome, terrifying maw, poised to devour her. Little girl, what's wrong? Are you hurt? Old Jones inquired, leaping down from the sarcophagus and striding towards Jiang Yuer with swift steps. Faced with his questioning, Jiang Yuer, her expression tense, stammered, "And nothing's wrong, as she spoke. Her body instinctively began to retreat, her muscles tensing in preparation for any sudden developments. Meanwhile, Lu Jia, observing the unfolding scene, remained vigilant. Sensing the atmosphere growing increasingly tense, he dared not act recklessly but cautiously curled into a ball, stealthily circling closer to Old Jones and Jiang Yuer. The entire scene was fraught with tension, as if a fierce battle was on the verge of erupting. Little Yuer, where is that boy Lu Jia? Did you two get separated? Old Jones asked with a feigned smile, embodying the guise of a kindly elder. Yet, his steps did not falter, and in the blink of an eye, he had circled around to block Jiang Yuer's retreat, sealing her escape within the Grand Hall. With a swift glance, Old Jones noticed several wounds on Jiang Yuer's body, his brow furrowing in concern as he remarked, "Oh dear, you've been hurt. Let me see how severe it is," before his words could settle. His emaciated left hand shot toward her like lightning. Jiang Yuer's heart sank. She knew that falling into Old Jones's clutches would spell disaster. Gritting her teeth, a resolute glint flashed in her eyes. And without hesitation, she chose to strike first. In an instant, her long sword had vanished, and she charged bare-handed towards Old Jones's already severed right arm. Old Jones, seeing this, scoffed disdainfully, raising his right foot and delivering a powerful kick with astonishing force. With a resounding thud, Jiang Yuer was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, blood spewing from her mouth as she traced a tragic arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. However, Jiang Yuer was indeed formidable. After landing, she swiftly rolled and sprang back to her feet. Though her face was pale as a ghost and blood stained the corner of her mouth, she resolutely clenched her fists. Preparing to engage Old Jones in a desperate battle once more, at that moment, Lu Jia, who had been observing the combat from the shadows, suddenly felt a spark of hope. He realized that if Old Jones had still possessed the strength of a seventh-tier master, that last kick would have surely been fatal for Jiang Yuer. Yet now, despite being sent flying and sustaining internal injuries, Jiang Yuer remained unharmed and still had the strength to fight back. This indicated that Old Jones's abilities had been significantly diminished. With this revelation, a glimmer of hope ignited within Lu Jia. Old Jones fixed his fierce gaze upon Jiang Yuer, and with a roar, he lunged at her like a ferocious tiger. Jiang Yuer stood undaunted, swiftly raising her arms to block the impending strike. Yet, Old Jones's strength was overwhelming. Despite her desperate efforts to resist, she was once again sent flying, akin to a kite severed from its string. Seeing this, A smug grin spread across Old Jones's face as he prepared to pursue her relentlessly, ready to deliver a fatal blow. But just then, a figure sprang from behind him like a wraith. It was Lu Jia. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a powerful kick to Old Jones's back, sending the unprepared man tumbling forward, landing face first into the ground. With a heavy gasp, Old Jones struggled to rise, his already battered body torn further by the movement, blood gushing from the reopened wounds and staining the earth beneath him, particularly at the sight of his missing right arm. The empty sleeve flapped in the wind, causing him to sway unsteadily as he attempted to regain his balance. Once steady, Old Jones brushed off his chest with his remaining left arm, scanning Jiang Yue and the recently emerged Lu Jia. A smile suddenly cracked across his weathered face, but due to the severity of his injuries, this smile appeared grotesque and menacing. "Ha ha, you two little rascals, are you planning to show ingratitude and turn on this old man?" Old Jones chuckled darkly, as if dismissing the two before him entirely. Hearing his words, Jiang Yue couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. "Jones, when have you ever spoken a word of truth? Bringing us here was likely a meticulously crafted scheme of yours from the very beginning. I was foolishly convinced of my own cleverness, failing to see through this." A glimmer of regret and helplessness flickered in her eyes. Lu Jia gritted his teeth, glaring at Old Jones with resentment. "Old fool, given the situation, spare us the pretense. You, a dignified 7th-tier martial master, deliberately concealed your strength to bring us insignificant characters to this place. Did you truly believe we would be foolish enough to trust you to let us go unharmed?" His voice trembled slightly with anger. In response to their accusations, Old Jones showed no sign of shame. Instead, he laughed even more maniacally. He, since you are so eager to cooperate, how about I grant you the honor of perishing together within this sarcophagus?" With that, he swung his left arm violently, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that surged toward Jiang Yue and Lu Jia. Feeling the overwhelming force of the wind, Jiang Yue and Lu Jia's expressions changed dramatically as they hastily summoned all their strength to resist the attack. Jiang Yue clasped her arms together, attempting to withstand the blow. Meanwhile, Lu Jia dodged to the side to evade the direct impact. However, their efforts proved futile. Old Jones's strength far surpassed their expectations, and the gust of wind easily shattered Jiang Yue's defenses, slamming into her body. Blood spewed from her mouth as she was hurled backward, crashing violently against the stone wall. Lu Jia, witnessing this, felt a surge of alarm and rushed to her side. "Jiang Yue, are you all right?" he asked with concern, lifting her up. Jiang Yue shook her head, gritting her teeth against the pain. "I'm fine. But what should we do now?" At that moment, Old Jones advanced step by step, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. "It seems you can only accept your fate," he sneered. Struggling to rise from the ground, Jiang Yue gritted her teeth, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, but her gaze remained resolute. "This is not over yet." Drawing a deep breath, she surged forward like a swift leopard, charging at Old Jones while shouting, "Lu Jia, let us attack together." Merely adopting a defensive stance is utterly insufficient to withstand his onslaught. I observe that he too is nearing his limits. Let us exchange injuries, and even if it results in mutual destruction, we must drag him down with us. Upon hearing Jiang Yue's call, Lu Jia's eyes suddenly sparkled with determination. Without hesitation, he strode forth, closely following Jiang Yue as they both lunged fiercely at Old Jones. However, at that moment, Old Jones found himself in a situation starkly different from theirs. As they plummeted from above, he was fiercely entangled with the Flame Lord. Throughout their descent, the two continued to engage in a violent struggle, causing their eventual landing spot to shift. Jiang Yue and Lu Jia fell into an underground river, while Old Jones landed directly on an expanse of open ground. Yet, even so, the battle Old Jones faced was far from easy. He fought against the Flame Lord on the ground for an entire night, barely achieving victory. This arduous battle nearly drained half of his life force, leaving him battered and exhausted. The pain from his wounds served as a constant reminder that if he did not tend to them soon, he would meet his demise. Yet, these two young adversaries persistently harried him, and his remaining strength was insufficient to swiftly eliminate them. As Old Jones gazed at the rushing Jiang Yue and Lu Jia, He silently lamented his plight, feeling no fear from their approach. His injuries were grave, and now, confronted with their combined assault, he found it increasingly difficult to withstand. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the last vestige of his strength, attempting to evade their onslaught. However, the teamwork displayed by Jiang Yuer and Lu Jia was impeccably synchronized, leaving him with no avenue of escape and forcing him into a head-on confrontation. Just then, Jiang Yuer seized the opportunity, her fingers poised like a sword, aiming directly at Old Jones's vital points. With no means of evasion, Old Jones could only watch helplessly as the pointed strike approached. Yet, just as the strike was about to pierce him, he unexpectedly leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding the blow by landing atop a stone sarcophagus. Old Jones struggled to dodge Jiang Yuer's relentless attacks, his injuries rendering his movements sluggish. Observing this, Lu Jia promptly unleashed his martial prowess to assist Jiang Yuer in the assault. Under their combined pressure, Old Jones gradually succumbed to despair. A glimmer of hopelessness and unwillingness flickered in his eyes. Once a revered and formidable seventh-stage martial sovereign, he now found himself in such a pitiful state, akin to a tiger brought low, beset by hounds. Prior to this, he had vanquished a formidable sixth-stage warrior, a white-robed priest, and a powerful flame lord engulfed in raging flames, each battle a breathtaking spectacle that left onlookers in awe. Yet, who could have imagined that this battle-hardened master, having braved countless life and death trials, would now be left utterly spent and grievously wounded? And before him stood two mere second or third stage younglings, their faces alight with cunning, eyes glimmering with greed and murderous intent, as though they could already envision this once mighty martial sovereign falling prey to them. Despite the bitter resentment swelling within him, Old Jones's weary body could scarcely endure further combat. Confronted by the relentless advance of these two young foes, he clenched his teeth, summoning the last flicker of strength to make one final stand. Chapter 50. A grim exit. The three of them leapt onto the ancient and mysterious stone sarcophagus like agile swallows, engaging in a breathtakingly intense battle. Initially, Old Jones displayed astonishing strength, his power surging like an unstoppable tide. A mere casual strike from him could send the other two flying as if they were kites with severed strings. However, as time wore on, Old Jones's strength visibly waned. His punches and kicks lost their former might, to the point where even Lu Jia could withstand his blows. Each strike produced only a meager force of perhaps 100 pounds. Meanwhile, Lu Jia and Jiang Yuer were in no better condition. Their plight was indeed grim. Lu Jia's body was battered, with not a single piece of fabric remaining intact, resembling someone who had just weathered a violent storm. He was bruised and swollen, blood seeping from his nostrils and the corners of his mouth, indicating severe internal injuries. Beside him, Jiang Yuer was equally drenched in sweat, her body marked by various wounds, yet she gritted her teeth and persevered. In that moment, their coordination was impeccable, forming a steadfast front against Old Jones. Jones, cease your futile resistance. This day marks your demise, Jiang Yuer gasped, glaring fiercely at Old Jones. Indeed, old man, considering the camaraderie we once shared, it would be wise for you to end it yourself, at least this way. You can retain some semblance of dignity, rest assured. I shall ensure you are properly laid to rest, Lu Jia added, gritting his teeth as he bore the pain. In truth, the old man's tenacity exceeded Lu Jia's expectations. If he did not fall soon, Lu Jia feared he might collapse first. Ha, little brat, do you really think your trifling skills can take my life? Such delusion. Old Jones scoffed, a disdainful smile crossing his face. Even if you possessed the ability to slay me here, which of you would claim the treasure that fills this cavern? His mocking laughter echoed ominously in the cave, sending chills through the air. Upon hearing this, Lu Jia's countenance darkened, a glint of cold fury flashing in his eyes. He clenched his teeth without uttering a word, then surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. Following their fierce life-and-death struggle, Lu Jia's proficiency in his technique had evolved into a seamless flow, his internal energy surging forth unceasingly. Moreover, he had skillfully adapted Jiang Yuer's sword techniques, innovating and executing them with remarkable agility. He could now effortlessly integrate his techniques into his strikes, each punch and kick infused with tremendous power, akin to a tidal wave. Meanwhile, Jiang Yue, noticing the gravity of the situation, furrowed her brows and exhaled deeply. She understood that they could not allow Lu Jia to confront Old Jones alone. The consequences would be dire. Resolute, she sprang forward, leaping as gracefully as a dancing fairy towards Old Jones, determined to prevent any discord between them until the formidable threat posed by Old Jones was neutralized. With her palm transformed into a sword, Jiang Yue unleashed a series of fierce strikes towards Old Jones, her movements swift and fluid, coordinating seamlessly with Lu Jia's assault, causing Old Jones to momentarily falter. Old Jones was taken aback. He had not anticipated the formidable strength of these two young warriors, especially Lu Jia, whose techniques were both enigmatic and powerful. Nevertheless, being a seasoned veteran, Old Jones quickly adjusted. Employing all his strength to counter their attacks, the battle raged on, each side exchanging blows in a fierce contest. The cave reverberated with the clash of swords and the howling winds of their strikes as the fight entered a fever pitch. Suddenly, Old Jones identified a flaw in their coordination, delivering a kick to Lu Jia's chest. Lu Jia, caught off guard, was sent sprawling. Jiang Yue, in a state of panic, rushed forward to assist him, but Old Jones seized the moment to strike at her. In a crucial instant, Lu Jia, despite the pain, leaped up and unleashed a powerful strike to block Old Jones's attack. Old Jones staggered back a few steps, allowing Lu Jia and Jiang Yue a brief respite. Exchanging determined glances, they resolved to unleash their final gambit. Lu Jia summoned all his energy, striking simultaneously at Old Jones with both fists, while Jiang Yue wielded her sword, its brilliance illuminating the cave as she cast a net of light toward Old Jones. Sensing their combined might, Old Jones realized he was facing a lethal blow. Gritting his teeth, he braced himself to withstand their onslaught, resulting in a tremendous collision that echoed through the cave, followed by a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Lu Jia and Jiang Yue stood panting, while Old Jones lay sprawled on the ground, his breath faint. This fierce confrontation concluded with their hard-won victory. Coughing violently, Old Jones expelled a torrent of blood. Akin to a flood breaking free from its dam. At that moment, he was on the brink of exhaustion. The relentless series of fierce battles had drained him utterly, both physically and mentally, while the relentless onslaught from these two had become the final straw that broke the camel's back. "No more," Jiang Yue declared, her face as cold as ice, her eyes glinting with lethal intent. She stepped forward, bringing her foot down heavily onto Old Jones's bloodied chest, pressing down with all her might. With a sharp crack, Old Jones's ribcage shattered, his breath ceased, and the light of life extinguished in that instant. After vanquishing Old Jones, Jiang Yue slowly straightened, her gaze shifting to Lu Jia, who stood atop the stone sarcophagus not far away. They shared a silent moment, their eyes locked, as the air around them seemed to freeze in stillness. At this moment, with the absence of a common external threat, the once fragile alliance between them swiftly crumbled into dust. For they all understood that what lay ahead was the grim reality of facing one another, the last two survivors in this world, destined to become eternal adversaries. "You may keep everything here. I shall take my leave, if that is acceptable?" Lu Jia tentatively inquired. Jiang Yue lifted her gaze slightly, a bittersweet and helpless smile gracing her lips, as she sighed deeply and replied, "You comprehend, do you not? When we were above, perhaps we could part amicably. Yet now, here, amidst this mountain of treasures, there can only be one who survives. Only one victor." As she spoke, Jiang Yue's eyes dimmed, as if she had foreseen the brutal outcome of this impending conflict. Chapter 51. Only one victor. Lu Jia, having lived for so many years, never anticipated that he would personally end the lives of so many. During these days wrought with bloodshed and cruelty, the blade in his hand had become stained with the blood of countless souls. In this world governed by the law of the jungle, where deceit and treachery prevailed, it seemed that only oneself could be trusted. Having journeyed alongside the woman opposite him for half a month, they had weathered storms and fought side by side. Yet today, they were to engage in a battle for survival, for neither could tolerate the existence of another who knew that pivotal secret. After all, the dead are the most reliable keepers of silence. Lu Jia, you are but a mere second-tier warrior. You stand no chance against me. As you previously suggested, it would be best to end it yourself, thereby preserving a modicum of dignity for us both, Jiang Yue said coldly, her silver teeth clenched. We have traversed countless trials together, and now you ask me to surrender and meet my demise? I find that unacceptable, Lu Jia murmured softly. With a graceful leap, he descended from the stone coffin, advancing toward Jiang Yue with deliberate steps. I still recall our first encounter, when I fell victim to your capture. At this moment, I wish to try again. Lu Jia had not finished his sentence when he lunged forward like an arrow released from its bow, swiftly closing the distance between him and Jiang Yue. Jiang Yue, quick to react, sidestepped. Clenching her fist, she thrust forward, transforming her punch into a pointed strike aimed directly at Lu Jia's face. Lu Jia tilted his head back, narrowly as for the few items scavenged from that cunning old fellow Louis Jones. Although they were all battered and incomplete, they undoubtedly possessed an extraordinary history. However, due to Lu Jia's belief that these objects occupied too much space and offered little practicality, he ultimately chose to abandon them within the stone coffin. If given the chance, he would certainly venture back into the ruins to take another look. On the other hand, the iron token carried by Jiang Yue, inscribed with the two characters 7 blessings, was deftly pocketed by Lu Jia, as it might prove unexpectedly useful in the future. Speaking of the Grand Bronze Hall, after much arduous searching, Lu Jia managed to open only one of the stone coffins. As it creaked open, a musty, decayed scent wafted forth. Upon closer inspection, he found a mere handful of weapons within the coffin, perhaps a dozen in total. Regrettably, most of these weapons had succumbed to the ravages of time. Rendered decrepit and dull, their original sharpness long lost. Only a few remained in relatively good condition. Lu Jia had initially set his sights on a magnificent golden spear, its imposing presence strikingly captivating. Yet, after careful consideration, he decided against the spear, recognizing that its cumbersome nature would hinder his mobility. Instead, he selected a uniquely shaped curved dagger, which he hung at his waist for any unforeseen circumstances. The dagger's material was a mystery. It was entirely jet black, akin to thick ink, possessing a depth and purity of color that was almost mesmerizing. Curiosity piqued, Lu Jia stepped closer and gently touched it. Feeling an icy chill, as though he were brushing against a piece of ancient ice. Intrigued, he sought to test the blade's sharpness and, without hesitation, picked up a nearby boulder, raising it high before striking down upon the mysterious item. A sharp crack echoed as the seemingly indestructible stone was effortlessly cleaved in two, the cut smooth and flawless, devoid of any cracks or imperfections. Lu Jia's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the enigmatic object in his hand. Overwhelmed by a profound sense of astonishment, he scrutinized the item, excitement gleaming in his eyes, fully aware that this treasure would serve as a potent ally in his quest for greater heights. Even more exhilarating was the fact that he harbored within him a black warrior's heart, 1/5 of which had already been assimilated. Contemplating this, Lu Jia felt a surge of enthusiasm, silently calculating that with a stroke of fortune, the attainment of the 6th tier was certainly not an unattainable dream. With this anticipation and newfound confidence, he suddenly sprang into action like a coiled spring. Reflecting on the past month of hardship, he had subsisted on the flesh of blind fish within the subterranean ruins, his body now a mess and his once pristine garments utterly tattered. After enduring 3 grueling days of climbing to escape the abyss, he finally emerged into the sunlight. Lu Jia was determined to reward himself for his struggles. He slowly resumed his steps, re-entering the familiar terrain of the Moor Mountains. A gentle breeze caressed his face, bringing with it a long-missed sense of tranquility and comfort. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Taking a deep breath, Lu Jia reveled in the beauty and serenity of nature. His spirits soaring. Arriving at a nearby stream, he gazed at his disheveled reflection in the crystal-clear water. With a chuckle, he leaped into the stream, washing away the grime and cleansing his tattered clothes. Feeling rejuvenated. "Excuse me, friend?" The sudden voice struck him like thunder on a clear day, startling Lu Jia to his core. Instinctively, he reacted with the agility of a monkey, executing a somersault while swiftly grasping the dagger at his side, positioning it defensively before him. His face, now etched with vigilance, His eyes wide and fierce, he demanded, "Who goes there?" Turning towards the source of the voice, he beheld a figure on the opposite bank of the stream. Clad in a flowing green cloak that swayed gently in the breeze, blending seamlessly with the surrounding scenery. Though the distance was great and the light dim, he could discern a long scar running from the man's forehead to his chin, resembling a fearsome centipede. His prominent hawkish nose added an air of malevolence to his demeanor. At that moment, the mysterious man slowly removed his hood, revealing his true visage. He appeared to be a man of perhaps 40 or 50 years, with the passage of time etched deeply into his features. Yet, what caught Lu Jia's eye were the stark white eyebrows that stood out like frost against his skin, rendering him both striking and peculiar. "Friend, I must confess, one of my companions has gone missing. Have you perchance seen him?" As the man spoke, he took a few steps closer to the stream's edge, despite the babbling brook between them. Lu Jia could feel the formidable aura emanating from this individual. The man was as robust as a mountain, and his mere presence exuded an unyielding pressure. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Lu Jia's heart sank, realizing he was no match for him. Gripping his dagger, he cautiously began to retreat, replying, "I know not what you speak of. Please, leave this place and do not entangle me in your troubles." At that moment, all he hoped for was to extricate himself from this predicament, for his current strength was utterly inadequate to confront such a figure. Chapter 53. The fear of lacking fuel. Days prior, my friend had urgently reached out to me, her words laden with anxiety and urgency. She informed me that she was about to enter an unknown realm and urged me to hasten to her side, claiming it was not far from my current location. At this juncture, the burly man with the hawkish nose stepped forward, closing the distance to the babbling brook. His gaze locked onto Lu Jia across the water. He spoke slowly. "Do you truly not know what I am speaking of? I am not jesting. She sent a distress signal from here, and I need you to assist me." Yet, in the face of this aggressive stranger, Lu Jia was engulfed in confusion and wariness. He clutched his dagger, gradually retreating, his legs tense and ready to flee at any moment. From the very outset, the overwhelming pressure this man exerted made it clear to Lu Jia that he could not contend with him. With a resigned sigh, the man suddenly stamped his foot, launching himself like a released arrow straight toward Lu Jia. Without hesitation, Lu Jia turned and bolted. Unfortunately, the disparity in their strengths was too vast. Within mere moments, Lu Jia felt a powerful gust of wind rush past him from behind. In a critical instant, he gritted his teeth and swung his dagger backward with all his might. A sharp sound echoed as the man's sleeve was effortlessly severed. Fortunately, the man reacted swiftly, pulling back just in time. Otherwise, his entire arm might have been cleaved off, however, before Lu Jia could catch his breath. The man executed a flip midair and delivered a powerful kick. The blow landed with the force of thunder, sending Lu Jia tumbling to the ground like a rag doll. Struggling against the searing pain, Lu Jia attempted to rise, but his body refused to obey. He understood that if he did not find a way to escape, he would likely perish today. At that moment, he spotted a massive tree nearby, thick enough for 3 people to embrace. Formulating a plan, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength and rolled toward the tree. The burly man, believing Lu Jia was incapacitated and unable to resist, approached him with growing confidence. However, as he drew near, he discovered that Lu Jia had vanished. Lu Jia, seizing the opportunity, had concealed himself behind the tree. Gripping his dagger tightly, he held his breath, waiting for the perfect moment. The man searched in vain, ready to depart, when Lu Jia suddenly sprang forth from behind the tree, charging at him like a tiger descending from the mountain. He unleashed a flurry of strikes, the blade flashing brilliantly. "Are you done playing? Humph." The hulking man smirked coldly, a glimmer of malice in his eyes. Just then, a glint of steel flashed as Lu Jia hurled his dagger with all his might toward the man. Yet, the man remained unfazed, sidestepping effortlessly to evade the lethal strike. In an instant, the man clenched his left fist, akin to a cannonball discharged from its barrel, delivering a swift and brutal blow to Lu Jia's side. A sharp crack resounded, reminiscent of bones snapping. Lu Jia's body convulsed violently as if struck by lightning, curling into a tight ball, crashing heavily to the ground. Ha ha, I was merely toying with you, and you took it seriously. The man crouched down, peering down at the writhing Lu Jia with a look of mockery and disdain. Young man, be wise and quickly speak the truth. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite and resorting to our customary methods. At this moment, Lu Jia was already drenched in sweat, with beads of perspiration rolling down his forehead, soaking the earth beneath him. He clutched his body tightly, attempting to alleviate the excruciating pain that pierced through him. But that punch had been too heavy, nearly shattering his internal organs. At this moment, he felt as though the gates of heaven were opening before him, his heart filled with dread and despair, leaving him devoid of any courage to resist. I say, Lu Jia managed to force out a few words through gritted teeth. The item is in that cave, his voice frail as a whisper. Pointing toward a nearby peak, the burly man rose to his feet, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. If you lie, you shall face dire consequences. He turned and strode purposefully toward the cave. His steps resolute and powerful, Lu Jia watched his retreating figure, secretly relieved. He knew he had momentarily escaped calamity. However, his body remained motionless, lying quietly as he awaited recovery from his injuries. Time passed, and eventually, Lu Jia could barely move again. He struggled to rise, staggering in the opposite direction of the burly man. He resolved to leave this perilous place, never to return. Humph! He dares to let me go so easily? Surely, he believes himself to possess absolute strength and confidence, thinking he can capture me with ease once more. But he should not underestimate the situation. Lu Jia pondered, his fists clenched tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. With this thought, Lu Jia quickened his pace. Initially, he walked briskly, but soon he was striding forward with great haste. Ultimately, he cast aside all hesitation, breaking into a full sprint, moving like a tempest toward his destination. At this moment, Lu Jia's mind was consumed by a singular thought. Fate determines life and death, while fortune lies in the heavens. Having come this far, he could only risk everything for one last effort. Regardless of the trials and tribulations that lay ahead, be it Dragon's lair or Tiger's den, he must not retreat a single step, even if it meant being shattered to pieces in the end. It was far better than being captured by the enemy as easily as one might catch a chick. Lu Jia ran, as if fueled by an inexhaustible energy, having sprinted for nearly a day and night. His clothes were drenched in sweat, yet he paid no heed, fixated solely on the thought of escaping the confines of the Moer Mountains. Finally, through relentless perseverance, the landscape before him opened up. He had successfully stepped beyond the boundaries of the Moer Mountains. Nevertheless, he felt no sense of relief, fully aware that danger still lurked as long as the man entered the cave. With its intricate terrain, traps, and the corpses strewn about, he would likely be momentarily ensnared. Yet, the village was no longer safe. Returning would be too great a risk. I must head toward the city-state. Lu Jia pondered while gasping for breath. Suddenly, a long-lost friend surfaced in his mind, recalling the night spent conversing with that youth. Excitement flickered in Lu Jia's eyes. He then raised his voice to the heavens. Doli City, here I come. His roar reverberated through the air, startling a flock of birds into flight. Before the echoes faded, Lu Jia set forth again, charging toward Doli City like a gust of wind. His silhouette, illuminated by the setting sun, appeared extraordinarily resolute, as if nothing could impede his advance. Chapter 54. Arrival as dawn broke. A veil of soft mist still enveloped the earth, resembling a delicate shroud. At this moment, Lu Jia slowly opened his eyes, concluding his meditative state. After a night of focused cultivation, his mastery as a third-tier martial artist had solidified, and his strength had significantly increased. Nevertheless, he encountered a bottleneck in mastering the essence armor technique. Due to a lack of essential supplementary materials, he could only temporarily set it aside. Fortunately, his progress with the Tongyuan technique was quite smooth. He could now manipulate it at will, and the power of the Tongyuan slash had grown remarkably stronger than before. After a brief rest, Lu Jia resolved to set out immediately for the nearest village or town. He hoped to procure some necessary provisions, a mount for travel, and scarce materials to continue his journey. As Lu Jia advanced, He soon arrived at the valley where a fierce battle had once transpired. The memories of that harrowing experience still haunted him. However, considering that nearly 2 months had passed, he presumed that no dangers would remain. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, he decided to traverse the winding official road through the valley, saving significant travel time. The peak before him was not particularly towering, yet the terrain was undulating, with the path twisting like a great dragon coiled among the mountains. Viewed from above, Lu Jia, making his way along the road, resembled a tiny, inconsequential black ant, steadily marching toward his goal. Just as Lu Jia was fully engrossed in his journey, several dark figures suddenly surged toward him like lightning. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were thick ropes. Alarmed, Lu Jia's years of combat experience informed him that this was no ordinary occurrence in the blink of an eye. He erupted with astonishing speed, darting past as if a specter and executing an elegant roll away from danger. Ah, this is intriguing. A skilled fighter, indeed. Hurry, summon the others. With that shout, several figures of varying heights slowly rose on the hillside, and soon after, a few majestic steeds galloped toward him. Lu Jia's expression turned grim. For his current predicament, regardless of who awaited him, he had no choice but to carve a bloody path through. He slightly turned his head to glance up the slope. There, the figures stood, appearing timid and clearly a group of inept novices. Humph! I shall deal with these first before confronting those riders, he thought, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. With that resolve, Lu Jia focused his energy, leaping forward with the speed of an arrow. Charging toward the slope, his figure was as swift as lightning, creating a fierce gust of wind in his wake. The individuals on the slope, upon witnessing this, were instantly struck with terror, their faces paling as they scrambled in disarray to flee up the hill. Yet, amidst the chaos, 2 warriors stood apart from the rest, clad in heavy armor and each wielding a gleaming long knife at their waists. Unfazed by Lu Jia's aggressive approach, they exchanged a determined glance and simultaneously shouted. Charging toward him with their blades raised, the 7 Fortune merchant caravan operated as usual, adhering to their established rules, making bi-monthly trips between Dongshan City and Doli City. Known for their ruthless methods, they would frequently capture solitary travelers along the way. Situations like this were commonplace. They typically deployed one team for rest and vigilance while another secured the routes. Upon spotting any lone wanderers, regardless of their identity or background, they would seize the opportunity without hesitation. Lu Jia gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging as he summoned his powerful legs, propelling himself forward like an arrow once more. He deftly sidestepped the descending long knife, and seizing the moment, he unleashed a powerful strike, his fist crashing like a hammer against one warrior's neck. A dull thud echoed as the warrior was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Jia dashed forward, snatching the fallen long knife. Without hesitation, he pivoted and swung the sharp blade toward the second warrior. However, Lu Jia found himself in a challenging situation. Both warriors were first-tier fighters, clad in sturdy armor. Had it not been for their protective gear, he could have easily dispatched them with his previous attacks. Yet, this armor necessitated further decisive action on his part. With that thought in mind, Lu Jia wasted no time, striding rapidly toward the fallen warrior. As he approached, he lifted his right foot high and unleashed a powerful kick. The kick struck the warrior's helmet with thunderous precision, sending it flying far away. Following that, Lu Jia brought down the knife, cleanly severing the warrior's head. After dealing with that side, he swiftly turned and ran to the other warrior, bending down to examine him closely. To his dismay, he discovered that his previous strike had indeed broken the warrior's neck. The man had already succumbed, devoid of breath and life. Just as Lu Jia prepared to exhale in relief, a furious roar erupted nearby. Damn it! He turned to see a group of heavily armored soldiers swiftly approaching on horseback. In the blink of an eye, the leading soldier leaped from his mount, soaring onto the hillside with agility. A mere 2 or 3 strides away, the soldier surged towards Lu Jia like a specter. In the blink of an eye, the gleam of the long blade in the soldier's hand flashed menacingly, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind as he aimed a vicious strike at Lu Jia. Reacting with remarkable swiftness, Lu Jia raised his own long knife to parry the blow in that instant. The two blades collided with a resounding clang, sending sparks flying. The tremendous force of the impact caused both combatants to stagger back a few paces before regaining their footing. At least a third-tier warrior. Lu Jia mused internally, while his hands remained in constant motion without a moment's hesitation. Having faced countless life-and-death battles in recent days, Lu Jia had cultivated a habit of showing no mercy once combat commenced. He understood all too well that mercy towards foes equated to cruelty towards oneself. In this brutal, perilous world, any hint of leniency could lead to fatal consequences. Thus, confronting his adversary, Lu Jia's gaze was icy, emanating a chilling aura of lethal intent. Chapter 55. The might of the black blade. The blade in Lu Jia's hand glimmered coldly, its speed as swift as lightning. The technique he wielded. The Tong Yuan slash harnessed the blade as a conduit, thus amplifying its power far beyond that of mere physical prowess. However, his opponent was a master of martial arts, with a solid foundation and armor of unparalleled strength. The soldier wielded a long knife, its movements seamless and impenetrable. Despite Lu Jia's fierce onslaught, he found it challenging to gain the upper hand in a short period. The two engaged in a fierce battle. Transitioning from the hillside to the main road, at that moment, several armored warriors arrived in haste, unhesitatingly joining the fray to assist their comrade in confronting Lu Jia. Instantly, Lu Jia felt the pressure mount. The situation growing increasingly dire. One soldier, realizing the futility of subduing Lu Jia in a short time, swiftly turned his horse and galloped away, evidently seeking reinforcements. With the arrival of a third-tier warrior to bolster the ranks, the soldiers coordinated their efforts, forming a formidable formation that significantly enhanced their collective strength. At this juncture, Lu Jia faced a daunting challenge. Attempting to slay one of them would be exceedingly difficult, while unleashing his full power would expose him to a barrage of attacks from the remaining soldiers, risking simultaneous blows from multiple long knives. For a moment, Lu Jia found himself ensnared in a dilemma, torn between retreating and continuing the arduous struggle. Just as Lu Jia grappled with his thoughts, the distant sound of galloping hooves suddenly pierced the air. A few swift horses raced towards him like the wind, their riders agile and poised, each drawing their bows and knocking arrows. With a whoosh, an arrow shot through the air, aimed directly at Lu Jia's vital point. Startled, Lu Jia's expression shifted to alarm as he hurriedly rolled backward, narrowly evading the projectile. Upon regaining his composure, a sense of dread washed over him as he discerned yet another formidable adversary. Judging by the aura, this individual was likely not merely a third-tier master, but possibly had already attained the fourth tier. This was indeed a significant predicament, Lu Jia contemplated. Having evaded the arrow, Lu Jia immediately leaped forward, charging towards the archer. He needed to eliminate this most threatening adversary before the others could encircle him. However, his opponent was evidently prepared. With a deft flick of the reins, the horse executed a swift turn, and arrows flew from the bow, preventing Lu Jia from closing the distance. Reluctantly, Lu Jia was forced to retreat. A sense of foreboding creeping into his mind, as more enemies converged upon him. He realized he could no longer afford to delay. In that critical moment, Lu Jia's eyes sharpened, and he gripped his long knife, striking it back with a fierce flourish, conjuring a sharp gust of wind. In an instant, the two blades collided with a resounding crash, sending a shower of brilliant sparks into the air. Lu Jia's footwork shifted, his form swirling like a specter as he deftly parried the third-tier warrior's long knife with his right hand, while his left swiftly drew a black, curved blade from his waist. In that fleeting moment, the cold gleam of the black blade darted forth like a streak of darkness, aimed directly at the third-tier warrior. Astonishingly, this strike effortlessly pierced through the warrior's seemingly impenetrable armor. As if it were no more than fragile parchment, Lu Jia, taken aback by the unexpected sharpness of the unassuming black knife, momentarily lost focus. He had not anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous weapon would possess such extraordinary lethality. Meanwhile, the third-tier warrior stood aghast, his eyes widening in disbelief as he fixated on the deep wound marring his chest, a look of incredulity etched on his face. Nevertheless, seasoned by numerous battles, Lu Jia quickly regained his composure. He delivered a powerful kick to the chest of the third-tier warrior. With a muffled grunt, the warrior's body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Without hesitation, Lu Jia plunged into the ranks of the remaining warriors, brandishing his weapons with fierce intent, in his right hand. He wielded the standard long knife, parrying and countering the onslaught of attacks. In his left, he clutched the black curved blade, each swing imbued with lethal intent in a matter of mere exchanges. 4 or 5 armored soldiers fell beneath the blade's deadly arc, staining the ground with their blood. The mounted warriors and their accompanying subordinates stood frozen, as though spellbound, paralyzed by fear at Lu Jia's ruthless display of skill. His prior ferocity instilled a profound sense of dread, rendering them hesitant to advance. Lu Jia's eyes were bloodshot, resembling a wounded beast, as he fixed his gaze upon them with unyielding intensity. Clutching a sharp long knife in each hand, he positioned them crosswise before him, their blades gleaming ominously. Gradually, he began to retreat, each step executed with utmost caution. Despite having successfully ambushed and slain a third-tier master, Lu Jia knew well that facing this caravan of 20 to 30 guards, the likelihood of killing another was slim. A wise man avoids immediate losses. Retreating was the most prudent course of action. Yet, even as he withdrew, he could not afford to lose face. Thus, he maintained a steadfast gaze upon his foes, backing away step by step. Finally, after retreating over 100 paces, Lu Jia abruptly sheathed his blades and, with the agility of a leopard, sprang up the adjacent hillside. His movements were fluid and graceful, and in the blink of an eye, he had scaled the summit, vanishing from sight. Watching Lu Jia's departing figure, the knights collectively exhaled a long sigh of relief. Reflecting on the peculiar black long knife he had wielded, an unsettling apprehension gripped their hearts. Had they truly engaged Lu Jia, the black blades might have claimed more lives. Though letting Lu Jia escape had incurred considerable losses, it was preferable to contending further and facing potentially dire consequences. With this in mind, the mounted warrior gritted his teeth, resolutely deciding. So be it. This time, they would simply consider it a tremendous loss, vowing to recover their fortunes on future journeys. He then waved his hand, leading his subordinates to regroup and continue their onward journey. However, unbeknownst to them, Lu Jia had not strayed far. He concealed himself in the shadows, keenly observing the caravan's every move. He calculated that these individuals would inevitably transport his goods to a designated location for trade. Fixating intently on the caravan's silhouette, he contemplated how best to follow them undetected. This time, he was determined to seize the opportunity for vengeance. Had this been the old Lu Jia, he might have chosen to endure such circumstances. But after enduring the harrowing trials of recent times, he was no longer the timid, mediocre Lu Jia of yore now. He firmly believed in one principle. Grievances must be avenged without delay. One must never allow hatred to linger overnight. Otherwise, one would only find oneself ensnared in deeper suffering in a more passive predicament. Thus, regardless of the peril this undertaking entailed, he would not retreat a single step. Chapter 56. The Ambush. At this moment, Fu Gao, the leader of the Chifu trading caravan, felt as if an immense weight bore down upon him, suffocating his spirit. Recalling the harrowing experience from the last expedition led by Fuin, he still felt a shudder of fear. That mission had culminated in total annihilation, and the boss had erupted in fury, berating their group severely. Yet, life must go on, and business could not afford to halt. Thus, it was Fu Gao's turn to lead the caravan this time. Determined to avoid repeating past mistakes, Fu Gao racked his brain and exerted all his efforts to devise a plan. After careful consideration, he invited a fourth-tier martial artist from the Seven Sins Guild, who was on leave, to accompany him as a guard. Additionally, the caravan already boasted a capable third-tier captain among its ranks. With such a formidable lineup, Fu Gao was confident that this venture would be foolproofed. As they traveled, they encountered minor inconveniences along the way, yet overall, the journey progressed smoothly. Just as Fu Gao began to feel a sense of triumph, believing he might recoup some losses at the sight of their previous misfortune, the unexpected arrival of a terrifying calamity struck. When the slave-capturing warriors returned to camp in haste, recounting their harrowing encounters to Fu Gao, He felt the world around him darken, nearly collapsing from shock. It turned out that their adversary was a mysterious figure, seemingly ragged and lacking even a horse, yet possessing the terrifying strength of at least a third-tier warrior. Following this fierce confrontation, our side suffered the loss of a total of 7 warriors, including a third-tier captain and a second-tier fighter. Meanwhile, that enigmatic adversary emerged unscathed, retreating without a scratch. Upon reflecting on this, Fuga's countenance turned ashen, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He was acutely aware that returning to Dongshan City with such a dismal record would likely result in a severe punishment awaiting him. He might well be flayed alive to appease his employer's wrath. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, the earth descended into a shroud of darkness. Suddenly, a roaring bonfire ignited in the open expanse, its warm glow flickering and illuminating the surroundings. Fuga and the others gathered around the fire, their silhouettes cast in somber relief, each face revealing a semblance of contemplation and concern. Fuga lowered his gaze slightly and turned to the armored Lord Kong beside him. Inquiring in a subdued tone, "Lord Kong, might you elaborate further on that individual's circumstances? It would assist me in devising a response." Upon hearing this, Lord Kong gently shook his head and replied, "To speak candidly, Fuga, my knowledge concerning that individual is rather limited. Initially, I did not partake directly in this matter until someone hastily sought my aid, prompting me to lead a contingent of riders to the scene." At this juncture, Lord Kong paused momentarily, seemingly recalling the harrowing scene from that day, before continuing, "By the time I arrived, the situation was already dire. That person had brutally slain our captain and all the other brothers. Yet he emerged entirely unscathed. This clearly indicates that his prowess cannot be underestimated. I feared that if we recklessly engaged him again, our men would suffer grievous losses, so after much deliberation, I ultimately resolved to let him go." Lord Kong, a distinguished descendant of the illustrious Kong family's 22nd generation, hailed from a collateral branch of the clan. Though he possessed commendable talent, he lacked the right to inherit the family estate. Thus, he resolutely chose to join the Chifu Merchant Guild, subsequently becoming a member of the Seven Sins Brigade. It is worth noting that the Kong family is one of the major stakeholders in the Chifu Merchant Guild. Consequently, the tasks he typically undertook were rarely arduous or complex. Situations akin to the current predicament were, for him, akin to a leisurely vacation, devoid of life-threatening risks. The campsite selected by the Chifu Merchant Guild was undoubtedly a superb choice. Meticulously deliberated upon, it was situated not far from the mouth of the valley, with towering mountains stoutly shielding it from the howling winds, resembling a natural barrier. A crystal-clear stream meandered alongside, its gentle babble providing not only a convenient water source, but also infusing the entire camp with a sense of vitality. The terrain was as flat as if it had been painstakingly polished, devoid of any ruggedness or obstacles, offering an expansive vista that allowed for comprehensive surveillance of the surroundings. This commendable temporary encampment undoubtedly showcased the exceptional vision and judgment of the experienced leaders like Fuan and Fuga. In this spacious clearing, 30 blazing bonfires were distributed in a seemingly haphazard yet harmonious manner. Surrounding each fire were groups of people, nearly 300 in total, engaged in laughter, feasting, or lounging on the ground, each with their own fate. Meanwhile, the remaining guards tasked with the camp's safety were organized into 3 small squads, diligently carrying out their nighttime duties. At this moment, on the path along the mountainside, Lu Jia's figure lay in silent ambush. Like a nimble wildcat, he crouched low, carefully concealed behind a stout tree, his keen, hawk-like eyes fixated on the brightly lit camp below, vigilant for any sign of movement. The merriment of the camp's occupants enveloped them, the atmosphere lively and relaxed. Liu Jia understood that this was not the optimal moment to strike. He must bide his time until the deep hours of the night, when all would succumb to slumber, thus presenting the perfect opportunity for him to unleash his prowess. Gently caressing the black knife in his hand, its blade glinting with a cold, lethal light, he silently calculated the passage of time. Gradually, the bonfires dimmed, and the surrounding light grew increasingly murky. As if the entire world had been cloaked in shadow, Liu Jia stealthily crouched lower, akin to a nimble wildcat, skillfully concealing himself behind a prison cart. He awaited the opportune moment, his gaze fixed intently on the activities ahead. That instant, a guard turned his back, oblivious to Lu Jia's presence. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lu Jia sprang forth like an arrow released from its bow. With his left hand swiftly and forcefully encircling the guard's neck, rendering him incapable of escape, his right hand wielded the black knife without hesitation, delivering a rapid succession of fatal thrusts. Each strike found its mark with precision, blood gushing forth, splattering Lu Jia's garments and face. Only when the guard's life force had entirely ebbed away, his body crumpling to the ground, did Lu Jia relinquish his grip. He casually retrieved a cloth from his sleeve, meticulously cleaning the blood from the knife. However, just as he prepared to pursue his next simultaneously, they must devise a means to accelerate their pace, ensuring they reach Doli City in the shortest possible time. After all, once they enter Doli City, they will be utterly safe. Upon finishing his statement, Fu Gao squinted his eyes, pausing briefly before resolutely issuing his command. "All right, everyone listen carefully and act according to my instructions." "Understood," someone echoed enthusiastically. "Let us proceed." The others responded in unison. Thus, the members of the trading company quickly concluded their discussions and dispersed to attend to their tasks. That night was destined to be one of restless anticipation. As everyone silently awaited the dawn, eager to embark on their journey anew, at long last, the day broke, and the convoy set off once more. However, they had not traveled far when they encountered an attack by the bandit known as Lu Jia. This assault was even more ferocious than the previous one. Catching the traders off guard, Lu Jia, like a wraith, lurked in the underbrush beside the main road, holding his breath and fixating intently on the winding convoy approaching. As the lengthy procession drew near, Lu Jia's heartbeat quickened. Finally, the moment had arrived. He sprang forth like a bolt of black lightning, the razor-sharp black knife in his hand slicing through the air with a chilling glimmer. In the blink of an eye, two unsuspecting guards had their heads severed, blood splattering everywhere. The remaining guards were taken aback, their faces contorted in shock as they roared and charged at Lu Jia. Yet, he was remarkably agile, slipping away like a gust of wind before they could encircle him, vanishing without a trace. Seeing this, Lord Kong was furious and immediately rallied his cavalry to pursue. However, Fu Gao rushed forward to intercept him. "My lord, the cargo and slaves are of utmost importance. If we recklessly abandon them, and more bandits come, the consequences will be dire." Although reluctant, Lord Kong tightened the reins, gritting his teeth as he watched Lu Jia flee. In the days that followed, such attacks occurred incessantly. Each nightfall or perilous stretch of road would see Lu Jia appear out of nowhere, launching his swift ambushes. The entire caravan was plunged into extreme panic and exhaustion, each member's nerves frayed to the breaking point. Within just a few days, 8 more guards had fallen victim to Lu Jia's surprise attacks. Now, the once mighty caravan was reduced to a scant dozen guards, who could scarcely maintain order over the sprawling convoy, forced to huddle together, bracing for the worst. However, Lu Jia also faced challenges. During one of his ambushes, just as he swung his knife at a guard, he was unexpectedly seized by another heavily armored warrior. Simultaneously, in the distance, Lord Kong, quick-witted and swift, drew his bow and released an arrow that struck Lu Jia's arm with pinpoint accuracy. Lu Jia grunted in pain, enduring the agony as he broke free from the soldier's grasp, wounded but escaping the scene once more. With only one more day until they would step into the borders of Doli City, Fu Gao remarked leisurely, a hint of relief creeping onto his weathered face. As they drew closer to Doli City, the official road widened, and the throngs of pedestrians increased day by day. Even the formidable merchant convoys dared not engage in mischief here. Knowing that being caught red-handed could lead to dire consequences, it seemed that if their enemies wished to settle their grievances thoroughly, today would be their only opportunity. "Brothers, summon every ounce of spirit you possess. If we can endure this final day, we shall emerge unscathed." Lord Kong, mounted on a magnificent steed, surveyed the surroundings with a piercing gaze, calling out to the crowd. Just then, a rapid clatter of hooves echoed from the official road, and suddenly, the front of the Chi Fu trading convoy came to an unexpected halt. The crowd turned to see a ragged, disheveled man standing resolutely in the middle of the road, his left hand gripping a pitch-black curved dagger that glimmered ominously, while his right hand firmly held a hefty iron spear, its sharpened tip aimed skyward, poised to strike at any foe. Chapter 58. Confronting cavalry. Lu Jia held his breath, standing as still as a statue. His eyes sharp as a hawk, fixed on the slowly advancing Chi Fu trading convoy. This stretch of road represented his final opportunity for vengeance. He could not let it slip away. After extensive observation, he had concluded that this caravan boasted no more than 15 guards, the majority of whom were merely first-tier protectors. Only one warrior, whose true strength was uncertain but likely in the third or fourth tier, posed a significant threat. Yet, he believed that with sheer determination and a desperate fight, success was not out of reach. At that moment, the blazing sun hung high above, mercilessly casting down waves of heat. Sweat poured from Lu Jia as if from a spring, yet in stark contrast, his focus remained unwavering, intensifying rather than dissipating. In that instant, he was transported back to the day when Master Huang had departed. Alone, he had honed his blade and forged his resolve, day after day until his will became unbreakable. Finally, Lu Jia made his move. He lifted his right foot and forcefully pushed off the ground. Propelling himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, his speed akin to lightning. The intensity of his presence felt as if a single man could constitute an entire army. Simultaneously, the caravan's guards sensed the disturbance. And in unison, they shouted, as 6 or 7 heavily armored knights on tall steeds charged directly at Lu Jia. Both sides surged forward with astonishing speed, the distance between them closing rapidly, on the verge of a direct confrontation. In that critical moment, Lu Jia suddenly swung his right arm, launching the spear from his grasp like a dragon emerging from the sea. With a muffled thud, the spear pierced through the bodies of 2 horses. The tremendous force sending both riders crashing to the ground. Lu Jia paid no heed to this, his gaze fixed intently on the remaining knights. As expected, the few remaining riders leaped effortlessly over the fallen steeds, continuing their assault on Lu Jia's opportunity. Lu Jia's eyes blazed with determination as he focused on the 4 warhorses ahead, his black knife whirling in his left hand like a nimble black dragon before swiftly transferring to his right. He crouched low, leaping forward like a cheetah. In an instant, the blade flashed, resembling lightning slicing through the night sky, accompanied by the sound of snapping bones as the legs of the 4 warhorses were severed. The horses collapsed in a cacophony of dust and chaos. However, as Lu Jia succeeded in severing the horse's legs, he was unfortunate enough to receive a wound on his back. The sharp blade tore through his clothing, embedding itself deep into his flesh, blood gushing forth and staining his back. Yet, Lu Jia gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, his steps never faltering as he deftly maneuvered between the disoriented knights who had just fallen. The knights, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, appeared flustered. Before they could regain their composure, Lu Jia wielded his black knife with ferocity, and in mere moments, 6 knights fell, screaming, into pools of blood. The fierce battle concluded with alarming swiftness, leaving the surrounding onlookers unable to react in the blink of an eye. The once imposing 6 knights lay lifeless. Witnessing this, Fu Gao's heart raced in panic as he turned to Lord Kong. His face a mask of terror, seeking assistance. "Why, Lord?" Fu Gao began, his voice trembling noticeably. Lord Kong, too, was pale, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He swallowed hard, watching Lu Jia's precise and lethal methods of combat. Reflecting inwardly, such ruthless decisiveness, even I would find it difficult to match his prowess. Everyone, attack together, kill him. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lord Kong steeled himself and stammered out the command. With that, he brandished his long knife, pointing decisively in Lu Jia's direction. The remaining 9 knights, receiving the order, wasted no time in spurring their steeds forward like a tempest, thundering towards Lu Jia. The sound of hooves echoed through the air, shaking the very earth beneath them. Lu Jia gritted his teeth, feeling his hands tremble slightly. The cavalry was not easily dealt with. What seemed simple had required all his strength as he watched the 9 knights charging at him once more. Lu Jia shook his head, casting aside all distractions. Gripping his black curved knife tightly, he roared and launched a counteroffensive, crashing into the cavalry like a black meteor. His knife danced in a flurry of black light, each swing trailing a spray of blood. However, the knights were well-trained and coordinated, swiftly surrounding Lu Jia in an attempt to exhaust his stamina. Lu Jia's breathing grew increasingly labored, and several wounds adorned his body. At that moment, he suddenly perceived a subtle flaw in the rhythm of their attacks. With a sharp gaze, Lu Jia sidestepped just as one knight lunged with his spear, deftly severing the weapon's shaft in a single motion. Leveraging the force to leap into the eye in a flash, Lu Jia soared upward, delivering a kick that struck one knight with the swiftness of lightning. The knight, caught off guard, was sent flying several paces away by the sheer force. Immediately, Lu Jia skillfully seized the startled horse, nimbly mounting it. Gripping the reins tightly, he mercilessly lashed the horse's flank. The steed, stung by the pain, neighed and bolted forward like an arrow released from the bowstring. In that moment, Lu Jia and his mount were a harmonious blend of man and beast, exuding an unstoppable momentum. In the blink of an eye, he charged toward another knight. With a swift stroke of his blade, a glint of cold light flashed, and the knight's arm was severed in an instant, blood spraying forth. Without pausing, Lu Jia struck again, this time cleaving the head of a horse with a resounding crack, the head tumbling down in response. Thus, Lu Jia broke through the encirclement of foes with an unstoppable force. Yet, he did not relent. Instead, he yanked the reins with vigor, forcing the horse to change direction rapidly. Poised to charge once more, at that moment, he spotted a spear embedded in the ground. Quick-witted, Lu Jia bent down and snatched the iron spear. Using the horse's galloping momentum, he hurled the spear like a javelin with tremendous force. The spear arced through the air, slicing with a fierce wind, and pierced the bodies of two knights directly. As time passed, the battle intensified. Yet Lu Jia fought with growing ferocity, showing no signs of fatigue. It was unclear how much time had elapsed, but when the smoke cleared, only Lu Jia remained, solitary atop his steed, while the once mighty knights lay scattered as lifeless corpses, strewn amidst pools of blood. Chapter 59. Inescapable fate. Lu Jia sat quietly on horseback, his posture slightly forward, gripping the reins tightly. His already tattered garments were now soaked in blood, a deep crimson, as if he had just returned from the depths of hell. Emanating a chilling aura of sanguine dread, from a distance, he resembled a blood-soaked demon descending upon the earth. Not far off, Fu Gao of the Seven Fortune Merchant Group lay sprawled on the ground, his face a mask of terror, utterly shattered in spirit. The once mighty escort was now decimated, and those servants who had once obeyed his every command had vanished without a trace. What filled him with despair was the fact that the fourth-tier expert he had hired at great expense, Lord Kong, after directing the cavalry's charge, had turned tail and fled the battlefield without a hint of intent to fight. At that moment, Fu Gao was left isolated and defenseless as the sole survivor of the merchant group. "It's all over," Fu Gao muttered to himself, his spirit seemingly vacated. He understood that the Seven Fortune Merchant Association had suffered such a grievous loss that he was surely doomed. With this thought, Fu Gao trembled as he lifted his gaze toward Lu Jia, who appeared engrossed in the aftermath of slaughter. Motionless, a flicker of hope ignited within him, and he quietly rose, cautiously preparing to flee this dreadful place while the opportunity remained. However, fate seemed unwilling to spare Fu Jiao. As he passed by a cage, filthy hands suddenly reached out, clutching his garment with a vice-like grip, before Fu Gao could utter a cry for help. The slaves trapped within the cage lunged forward like famished beasts, seizing his throat tightly. Despite his desperate struggles, he was ultimately unable to free himself from their grasp. In mere moments, his body slumped to the ground. Breathless, time trickled by, and after what felt like an eternity, Lu Jia gradually emerged from the haze of slaughter, his expression impassive as he surveyed the sea of corpses, his gaze tranquil as water. As though the events unfolding before him were entirely unrelated to his existence, he gave the reins a gentle shake, urging his steed toward the caravan. Upon reaching the caravan, Lu Jia dismounted and made his way toward the cages holding the slaves. With a determined motion, He forcefully broke the locks on the cages, flinging the doors wide open. He repeated this process, liberating each slave from their confinement. After completing this act, Lu Jia remounted his horse. Retrieving a torch from his cloak and tossing it toward a laden cart, in an instant, flames erupted, spreading rapidly throughout the caravan. In the blink of an eye, the once mighty convoy was engulfed in a sea of fire. Thick smoke billowing skyward. Nearly 300 slaves stood in close formation, their expressions blank as they gazed at Lu Jia. He looked back at them, as if seeing a reflection of his former self. From this moment forward, you are free, Lu Jia spoke slowly. Flee as far as you can before the adults arrive. Do not allow yourselves to be captured again. With a wave of his hand, he turned his horse toward Doli City. Thank you for saving us. One day, I shall repay your kindness. Came voices from behind him. Lu Jia's heart began to calm amidst the echoes of slaughter. An enigmatic sensation washed over him, fleeting and elusive. Friend, is it not a bit excessive to cause such a ruckus in Doli City? Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated in Lu Jia's ears, laden with immense pressure and intimidation. Startled, Lu Jia's heart raced, his body tensing as if faced with a formidable adversary. He swiftly unsheathed the ebony blade from his waist, its cold aura palpable, gripping it tightly as he entered a heightened state of alert. His eyes darted around, scanning for the source of the voice. Who are you? Where are you hiding? Have the courage to show yourself, Lu Jia shouted, his voice tinged with anxiety and anger. Yet, the only reply was the oppressive silence of the surroundings. This eerie stillness quickened Lu Jia's heartbeat, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Silva, the deputy captain of the 2nd Patrol Team in Doli City, witnessed a gleaming iron chain hurtling toward Lu Jia like a streak of lightning. Lu Jia reacted with remarkable speed, raising his blade to deflect the sudden onslaught. However, just as the chain was about to collide with the blade, it veered sharply in midair, as if possessed, and swiftly ensnared Lu Jia's body. In an instant, he was tightly bound, unable to move. The force of inertia caused him to lose his balance and crash heavily to the ground. With a resounding thud, dust billowed as Lu Jia fell hard. He struggled to rise, but the chain constricted tighter, leaving him powerless to break free. In that moment, he felt utterly helpless, filled with shock and fear. Slowly, Lu Jia opened his eyes, finding the world around him shrouded in darkness. As his vision gradually cleared, an enormous head appeared abruptly above him. The size of the head was beyond comprehension, at least 1.5 times that of an ordinary person. 2 large ears flapped like fans, and a gaping mouth seemed capable of devouring a cow, instilling terror. Below that massive head was a towering, formidable figure, clad in black garments that hugged his muscular body, enhancing his mystique and authority. On the man's back rested 2 heavy iron rods, glinting menacingly, sending chills down the spine. At that moment, the strange figure grinned, revealing a jagged row of yellow teeth, and said, "Come with me, little one, I will take you to a good place." As the passers-by on the official road noticed the unfolding scene, they erupted into a frenzy of whispers and speculation. "Oh dear, this poor fellow is truly unfortunate to have fallen into the clutches of this terrifying creature," lamented one. "Indeed, even if he survives, he may well lose half his life," another echoed. Others chuckled in delight. "Ha ha, it seems we will soon witness this fellow in the duel arena. He single-handedly toppled an entire merchant convoy." This duel promises to be incredibly thrilling. Chapter 60. Imprisonment or promotion. Lu Jia felt as though his head was about to explode, his body aching as if struck by a heavy hammer. Summoning all his strength, he struggled to lift his leaden eyelids, yet the world remained a blur, akin to peering through a thick fog. Once he adapted to the haze, he began to slowly survey his surroundings. One finds oneself seemingly ensconced within a vast, dimly lit hall, where robust and ancient bronze columns rise majestically, supporting the heavy ceiling above. The surfaces of these pillars are marred by the ravages of time. Adorned with mottled scars and verdigris, exuding an air of antiquity and enigma. Flanking the grand hall, towering weapon racks stand in orderly formation, cluttered with an array of weapons haphazardly strewn about. Some of these armaments lie in disrepair, their edges riddled with chips, while others glimmer with a chilling light, evidently forged not long ago. Casting one's gaze downward reveals several rows of wooden seats, arranged in succession, yet at this moment, they stand empty. Devoid of any presence, Liu Jia vigorously shook his heavy head, endeavoring to clear the fog of confusion that enveloped him. With each shake, the sense of dizziness lessened marginally, and his vision gradually began to coalesce. After considerable effort, he finally discerned the entirety of the hall's interior. The innermost section of the hall, 3 lavish chairs fashioned from tiger skin were placed with utmost precision, each intricately carved and exuding an imposing presence. Surrounding these 3 tiger skin thrones were nearly 100 ordinary wooden seats, densely packed together. From this arrangement, it was evident that this space served as a venue for gatherings and discussions. Just as Liu Jia was quietly observing, a sudden, resonant voice broke the silence. "Ah, you're awake." The unexpected utterance startled Liu Jia, prompting him to instinctively shift his body and laboriously turn his head to the side. Before him stood a robust, middle-aged man clad in a black tunic, striding confidently towards him. "Silva has captured a troublemaker, and that would be you, I presume," the man remarked, circling Liu Jia with keen scrutiny. After leisurely completing 2 laps around him, he halted, shaking his head slightly as he mused. "KK. Nothing particularly remarkable here." As he spoke, the man gently rubbed his chin with his left hand, as if deep in thought. Liu Jia's gaze was fixed intently on the imposing figure before him, his mind racing with speculation. Though the man appeared relatively youthful, he emanated an indescribable aura of authority. His sharp, hawk-like eyes seemed capable of piercing through to one's very soul. Combined with his steady, powerful gait and the subtle pressure radiating from him, Liu Jia recognized that this individual was no mere ordinary person. The man, noticing Liu Jia's intense scrutiny, smirked slightly, revealing a half-smile. He then slowly crouched down to meet Liu Jia's gaze, lowering his voice as he warned, "Listen well, kid. This is not a place for you to act recklessly. Stay put and don't try any tricks. Once that glutton returns, he will deal with you." Rising to his full height, he crossed his arms and loomed over Liu Jia. At that moment, a thunderous voice roared from outside the hall. "Hey, old Luo, I knew you were waiting for me here." Accompanying this uproar, a towering figure burst into the grand hall with fervor. This individual stood over 9 feet tall, resembling a colossal iron tower. His muscles bulged with explosive power, each step seeming to shake the very ground beneath him. "Is this guy reliable? Ha, just wait for me. Once I take care of him, we can head out for drinks and feasting," the burly man bellowed, directing his exuberance towards the earlier figure. The muscular giant, exuding strength and confidence, continued his approach towards Liu Jia without a moment's pause. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Liu Jia, a veritable mountain of immovability. Before Liu Jia could react, the giant swiftly extended a hand, as thick as a tree trunk, and seized the iron chains binding Liu Jia with a firm grip. Yanking him upward, Liu Jia felt an overwhelming force lift him off the ground, his feet dangling in the air. "You little rascal! Stop wasting my precious time. Now, you have 2 choices. Either obediently join me and enjoy a life of luxuries, or wait to be thrown into a dungeon to suffer. Make your choice quickly." The giant's voice boomed like thunder, reverberating through the air. Inside the tavern, the atmosphere was lively and boisterous. The air was filled with the clamor of voices, as if the very roof might be lifted by the cacophony. People stood and sat, raising their cups high, reveling in jubilant cheers and hearty drinks, immersed in a sea of merriment. Liu Jia, still somewhat dazed, pondered in confusion. "What is happening? Just moments ago, they were so aggressive towards me, and now they want me to join them." This turn of events is utterly unexpected. However, anyone with a sound mind would know how to choose in such a fortunate circumstance. With that thought in mind, Liu Jia quickly exclaimed, "Big brother, I am willing to join you. To have the opportunity to follow someone of your stature is truly a stroke of luck for me." Hearing Liu Jia's perceptive response, the giant nodded in satisfaction, then casually pulled up a chair and sat down with a carefree demeanor. He called out to the bartender, "Bring this brother a cup. Tonight, we shall drink to our heart's content." The bartender promptly complied, swiftly presenting a clean cup to Lu Jia. Without hesitation, Lu Jia raised the cup high, imitating others as he shouted, "Drink, drink up." The surrounding patrons enthusiastically echoed his call. "Brothers, keep drinking." Lu Jia's voice grew more fervent, fully immersing himself in the joyous atmosphere. Thus, he raised his cup alongside the others, savoring this rare moment of revelry. At that moment, Lu Jia couldn't help but exclaim, "I never imagined I would become part of the regular army so easily. It seems the days ahead are filled with promise." Meanwhile, the counselor of the Seven Fortune Guild in Doli City, Li Xiao, was anxiously awaiting the patrol division's response. After 2 consecutive incidents involving the transport caravans, he knew it was imperative for him to take action. Chapter 61. The patrol division. The residences of several major departments under Doli City encircle the Lord's Manor for ease of communication and affairs. As one of the most crucial departments, the patrol division oversees a 1,000-strong patrol army responsible for the daily safeguarding of Doli City, working in tandem with the Lord's Guard to maintain the city's defenses. The director of the patrol division, John Howard, is one of the most influential figures in all of Doli City. Since the incident outside the city, Li Xiao had hurried to the patrol division early the next morning, his heart heavy with urgency. Yet, he found himself waiting in the reception area, anxiously rubbing his hands while casting longing glances at the director's office door. As time ticked by, several pots of tea had been replaced on the table before him. Yet the director's presence remained elusive. Li Xiao inwardly lamented. If the president of the Seven Fortune Guild were to arrive, he would have surely been ushered in by now. Alas, he was merely a lowly counselor. As the sun climbed higher, nearing noon, just when Li Xiao was on the brink of despair, he finally heard the announcement. "The director requests your presence." Upon hearing this, Li Xiao felt as though he had grasped a lifeline and quickly rose to follow the messenger. Along the way, he kept his head bowed, eyes glued to his feet, taking cautious steps as if afraid to breathe. Thus, he trailed closely behind the messenger to the director's office door. Upon entering, before he could steady himself, a deep and authoritative voice resonated from above. "Why does the Seven Fortune Guild seek me in such haste today?" Li Xiao trembled, unable to think clearly, and with a thud, he fell to his knees. Tears streaming down his face as he implored, "I beseech the director to take action for our guild. In just a few months, our transport caravans have faced 2 calamities within Doli City, resulting in complete loss of the entire fleet and virtually all cargo. I implore you, Director, to uphold justice for us." As he spoke, he repeatedly bowed his head, quickly bruising his forehead. "Enough, raise your head." The director's rich and resonant voice flowed like a soothing stream. Easing the tension in the room, he raised a hand in a graceful gesture, exuding calm authority. Hearing this, Li Xiao quivered, quickly replying, "I dare not." Before he could finish, he bowed deeply once more, trembling as he pushed himself up from the ground. Having knelt for so long, his legs felt numb, and he swayed slightly, but he steadied himself, gradually lifting his gaze forward. Before him stood a man clad in a pristine white robe, simple yet commanding. Though he was over 60 years old, time had only etched subtle lines on his face. His eyes remained as bright as stars, filled with vitality. At this moment, he wore a gentle smile, looking warmly at Li Xiao. His expression reminiscent of the comforting warmth of spring sunshine. Li Xiao took a deep breath, striving to quell the tumultuous beating of his heart. Steeling himself, he spoke, "Sir, I have come in desperation. I beseech you, esteemed sir, to exhibit a modicum of compassion and assist this humble individual." As he uttered these words, his voice unwittingly quavered with a hint of sorrow. Fear not, pray. Recount your troubles at a leisurely pace. As long as the matter falls within my jurisdiction, I shall do my utmost to assist. Your master and I have met on one occasion. Considering this connection, should you truly find yourself in distress, I shall not stand idly by," John Howard replied in a soothing tone, his eyes betraying a glimmer of concern. "Director, the Seven Fortune Chamber of Commerce has suffered grievous losses from 2 recent assaults. The first incident remains shrouded in mystery, making it difficult to investigate, but the second attack occurred just outside Doli City, where the assailant audaciously committed his heinous acts in broad daylight, slaying dozens of my merchants." Li Xiao, emboldened by Howard's calm demeanor, gesticulated fervently. So many witnesses beheld the aftermath, and the perpetrator was apprehended by a member of the city patrol, specifically by your second patrol team, Silva. Seated calmly, Howard's expression was as tranquil as a still pond. Seemingly impervious to the tumult surrounding him, he delicately lifted the teacup before him, parting his lips to take a small sip of the steaming beverage, then placed the cup back upon the table. Remaining silent throughout, standing nearby, Li Shao appeared increasingly anxious and agitated, his voice rising in intensity. "Director Howard, I implore you to advocate for me, that vile criminal. Please, I beg you, allow me to handle him. If you would but entrust me with that scoundrel, the Seven Fortune Chamber of Commerce shall resolve this matter on our own, without burdening you any further." Upon hearing this, Howard raised his gaze slightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he thoughtfully rotated the teacup in his hands. I see. You wish for me to hand him over to you, correct?" At the moment his words fell, the atmosphere in the room turned icily frigid, as though an invisible chill had swept in from all directions, causing a shiver to run down one's spine. Li Shao's complexion drained of color, beads of sweat beginning to form upon his brow. It was only then that he realized the impropriety of his earlier impulsive remarks. Suddenly weak-kneed, he knelt before Howard, trembling uncontrollably, murmuring, "Please, my lord, spare me. I spoke in haste. I humbly hope you will not hold this against me." "Return to your post," Howard instructed. "This matter involves the city patrol, and I shall handle it with due diligence. As for your Seven Fortune Chamber, your recent endeavors have been rather disreputable. However, I am currently disinclined to concern myself with such trivialities. But should you continue to intrude upon my presence uninvited, do not blame me for my unforgiving nature," he replied, his expression impassive and his tone as flat as a calm lake. Upon hearing these words, Li Shao trembled, quickly bowing deeply and responding, "Yes, I shall heed your counsel." He then retreated cautiously towards the door. The reception room was modest in size, simply and unpretentiously furnished. Director Howard sat firmly at the head of the table. A refined tea set laid out before him, from which tendrils of steam rose, mingling with the delicate aroma of the tea that filled the room. The surroundings were silent, devoid of any extraneous noise, save for the whispering fragrance of tea that seemed to imbue the tranquil space with an air of mystery. Chapter 62. Compromise. Old Luo strolled through the resplendent garden, where verdant trees provided ample shade, and blossoms flourished in vibrant hues. The winding path meandered through the floral display as he ambled towards a pavilion, suddenly enchanted by a melodious tune wafting through the air. The sound of the flute seemed to possess an enchanting quality, causing the surrounding flowers to sway gently in rhythm. Intrigued, old Luo quickened his pace towards the source of the music. Upon nearing the pavilion, he beheld a man clad in white, gracefully playing a jade flute. Old Luo stood quietly outside, captivated by the exquisite melody, reluctant to interrupt the serene performance. As the final notes faded, the man lowered his flute, his gaze meeting old Luo's, his eyes calm yet imbued with depth. "Old Luo, it has been some years since we last met, has it not?" A gentleman, dressed in a pristine long robe and exuding an air of elegance, sat leisurely upon a stone bench in the pavilion. Turning slightly to regard his companion with a smile, old Luo, upon hearing the words, displayed a wry smile. "Director Howard, you are indeed a busy man, preoccupied with countless affairs. How could you find time to meet with someone of my humble stature?" As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Howard, whose commanding presence inspired a profound sense of admiration. Howard chuckled heartily at old Luo's remarks, setting his jade flute aside and rising to approach him. He scrutinized old Luo with warmth in his eyes, exclaiming, "You old rascal! After all these years, you remain unchanged. I recall when we first became partners. You were just as obstinate, always engaging in banter with me. Can you believe nearly 30 years have flown by?" Old Luo joined in the laughter, shaking his head as he reminisced. "Indeed. I still remember our time together in the Second Army when you were yet unmarried. Now, your son has grown to become the vice-captain of the 4th team." Although old Luo held a relatively modest position, his long-standing acquaintance with Howard and his seniority allowed him to speak freely and casually. "Since you are here, let us share a drink," Howard suggested, gesturing for a servant to bring forth a selection of appetizers and 2 fine bottles of wine. Seated at the table, they savored the delectable dishes while leisurely reminiscing about their shared past. Time seemed to slow in that moment, with only the gentle murmur of their conversation and occasional bursts of laughter echoing within the intimate space. Unbeknownst to them, the hours slipped by, and the 2 bottles of exquisite wine gradually dwindled amidst their jovial exchange. Eventually Howard, seemingly nonchalant, inquired, "I have heard that Silva recently apprehended an individual reputed to be quite ruthless, having taken many lives. Is there any truth to this?" Upon hearing this, old Luo's relaxed demeanor instantly shifted to one of seriousness. He straightened his posture and replied earnestly, "Indeed, that is the case. That unfortunate fellow was led astray by the 7 Fortune Chamber. He single-handedly challenged an entire merchant convoy's guards and, astonishingly, emerged victorious." Old Luo shook his head in disbelief, a hint of admiration gracing his features. Continuing, he remarked, "To be honest, I find myself rather impressed by this young man. He not only possesses remarkable skills, but also exhibits an audacity that borders on fearlessness. Consequently, Silva recruited him into our patrol team, and I wholeheartedly support this decision, hope that through rigorous training, he will emerge as a valuable asset to our ranks." With that, old Luo raised his cup, taking a sip, his eyes reflecting hopeful anticipation for the future. "Have you both considered the implications of his audacity in slaying so many members of the 7 Fortune Chamber? How shall we account for this to the public?" Howard remarked, idly rotating his exquisite wine glass, his tone unperturbed. Old Luo, upon hearing this, erupted like a powder keg, leaping from his seat, his eyes wide with fury as he glared at Howard, exclaiming, "Director, what do you mean by that? Do you intend for me to surrender that individual?" My face flushed with anger, veins bulging upon my forehead. I was nearly beside myself. He has already been officially inducted into our patrol team. As the head of the city patrol, how can you utter such words? Do you truly mean to cast him aside? Howard, observing old Luo's barely contained fury, felt a pang of exasperation. He sighed inwardly, recognizing that while old Luo possessed many admirable qualities, his stubbornness often led to unnecessary conflicts. Were it not for this glaring character flaw, his abilities and achievements would have warranted a promotion long ago. "Calm yourself, my friend. Please, sit down so we may discuss this further," Howard urged, reaching out to grasp old Luo's arm in an attempt to guide him back to his seat. However, old Luo, engulfed in his ire, remained resolute, unwilling to comply. After some persuasion and gentle tugging, old Luo reluctantly settled back into his chair, though his eyes remained ablaze with indignation, fixed upon Howard as if awaiting a satisfactory explanation. Howard, shaking his head in resignation, began, "What I mean to convey is that the 7 Fortune Chamber itself is of little consequence. However, this incident transpired within the jurisdiction of Doli City, and numerous witnesses beheld the entire episode. Thus, as enforcers of the law in this city, we must provide the public with a satisfactory resolution." "What do you mean?" "Listen to me. The villages of Kongju, Cetriel, and Porto have tragically suffered the calamity of annihilation. Such a brutal occurrence must prompt a thorough investigation by Doli City. Therefore, this mission is entrusted to your patrol teams 2, 3, and 4. I have already informed your deputy commander, Zhou Xing, and instructed him to personally lead the team to the incident site, selecting the most elite squads from your patrol for this task. This individual must be included in the team, and upon the completion of the mission, we will publicly declare that this person has unfortunately perished, assigning them a new name. As for all subsequent related matters, I shall take care of them myself." Howard spoke in an unusually calm tone, yet the gravity in his gaze was unmistakable. After listening to this, old Luo stood in silence for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully, indicating his understanding. He then turned and left the room, preparing to convey Howard's directives to Deputy Commander Silva of the 2nd Patrol. This is a significant operation, with Deputy Commander Zhou Xing leading the team, Silva from the 2nd, himself from the 3rd, and John S. son, David Howard, commanding 300 men. Chapter 63. The mission. The military structure of Doli City is meticulously constructed and consists of 5 main components: the Imperial Guard, the Lord S Guard, the City Patrol, the Field Army, and the 5th Division. Among these, the Imperial Guard is the most intimate protective force of the Lord of the Doli family, comprising fewer than 30 members. These guards hail from noble families that have thrived for over 5 generations within Doli City, and only those who have reached the 6th tier or above are eligible for selection. Their sole responsibility is to ensure the safety of the Lord and their family, exhibiting unwavering loyalty exclusively to the Lord. Once one becomes a member of the Imperial Guard, it is a lifelong commitment until their death. The Lord's Guard is slightly larger, totaling 300 individuals. This unit is tasked with safeguarding the Lord's residence and ensuring the Lord's safe passage during outings, similar to the Imperial Guard. They heed only the Lord's commands, with all members being proficient in at least the 4th tier. It is due to these two elite forces that the Lord can tightly grip power, effectively managing and governing all of Doli City. The City Patrol comprises 1,000 individuals, intricately divided into 10 squads. Each squad is led by a captain and a vice-captain. However, during times of peace or when no special missions are at hand, only one can fulfill their duties while the others remain on standby. Notably, the entire City Patrol is commanded by the renowned chief and captain of the City Patrol, Lord John Howard, a formidable figure who has attained the 8th tier. His deputy, also a formidable ally, is Zhou Xing, possessing 7th tier strength and is not to be underestimated. The squad leaders and their deputies are all elite individuals with 6th tier prowess in addition to the City Patrol. There is a much larger field army, boasting 5,000 soldiers. The supreme commander of this army is the Lord of Doli City, who appoints a vice-commander during wartime to lead operations. Within the field army, there are 5,000 strong units, each led by a commander of 8th tier strength, responsible for daily operations. The personnel structure of these units aligns closely with that of the City Patrol and during peacetime. They also adopt a rotation system to ensure efficient operation. Moreover, there exists a rather unique and little-known organization known as the 5th Division. This division belongs to the Penal Department, yet its internal workings remain obscure to the outside world. Rumored to consist of approximately 100 personnel, their secretive nature has kept all relevant information concealed. Upon old Luo's hurried return, he promptly sought out Silva and David. As soon as the three convened, they began to diligently organize personnel. Although it appeared they were mobilizing 300 men from their respective teams, in reality, they aimed to carefully select the most elite among them. This would not only enhance their overall strength, but also enable them to execute the mission with greater swiftness. After a rigorous selection process, the composition of this elite squad was finalized. 3 captains, each boasting remarkable 6th tier strength. In addition, there were 10 5th tier fighters, 20 4th tier experts, and 66 3rd tier elites. With the inclusion of the vice commander, a 7th tier powerhouse, they formed a perfectly balanced force of 100 elite warriors. With such combat capability, unless they encountered top-tier foes of the martial sovereign level, the completion of this mission seemed assured. At this moment, within a grand yet somewhat dim hall, nearly 100 figures were seated closely together. Upon closer inspection, one would find Silva, old Luo, and David among them. The head of the assembly, sat a tall man, approximately in his 40s or 50s, adorned in splendid silver armor that exuded an imposing aura. His eyes glimmered like icy beams, scanning every corner of the hall with a piercing intensity that inspired awe. "Is everyone present?" asked Deputy Commander Zhou Xing, seated at the elevated position. "Yes, everyone is here," the assembled responded in unison. "Very well, since my brothers are all here, I shall outline the task at hand," Zhou Xing began. His voice measured. "According to the 1st and 2nd reports from the 5th Division, we have gained some insights into the events occurring in the eastern part of Doli City. Our mission is to locate the enemy's hideout. Everyone will form their own squads and report solely to their captains. Silva, old Luo, and David stay behind. The rest may return to prepare. We shall convene at the East City Gate tomorrow morning to embark on our journey." "Yes." The seated individuals rose in unison, responding in disciplined accord. As soon as the words were spoken, they gradually turned and exited the hall, leaving it eerily vacant, with only Ada, old Luo, and David remaining. At this juncture, Zhou Xing observed the retreating figures until they vanished from sight, then turned to the 3 before him, softly remarking, "Now that everyone has departed, let us discuss this matter. What are your thoughts regarding this operation?" Silva leaned in closer, his large head almost touching the table, a broad smile on his face as he eagerly presented an exquisite wine cup, deftly extracting a bottle of fine wine from his pocket and pouring a generous glass for Zhou Xing. Old Luo, however, shook his head gently, his brow furrowed in perplexity. "Hey, boss, something feels off this time. Typically, we wait until after departure to disclose the specifics of the mission, yet this time, the details have been shared before we even set out. This isn't quite your usual style." At that moment, David, who had been silent until now, sprang from his seat as if propelled by springs, his eyes shining with excitement. "Haha, I get it now, Deputy Commander Zhou. You must be suspecting that there are traitors among us, and you're using this opportunity to flush them out. You three," Zhou Xing sighed. "Looking at the trio with their distinct personalities, the general staff is taking this matter very seriously. That old schemer, Jose, personally accompanied a Russian from the 5th Division to discuss this with the chief. I'm not privy to the specifics, but two things were made clear to me. First, there are ghosts at home. Second, there are certain things in the Moor Mountains." Chapter 64. A long-awaited reunion. Doli City is vast and prosperous. Liu Jia exited the assembly hall under the pretense of purchasing some items. Parting ways with the others, strolling through the bustling streets, Liu Jia felt a sense of nostalgia, recalling the last time he had shopped was years ago in the company of a friend at a commercial street. Now, wandering in a foreign realm, he found the experience rather enchanting. The wide, lively thoroughfare was filled with the clamor of street vendors. Shops lined both sides of the street, showcasing a dazzling array of goods, enticing snacks wafting aromatic scents, lively street performances drawing crowds, splendid fabrics, an assortment of weapons, and tea houses and taverns aplenty. Liu Jia rummaged through his pockets. Though his belongings had been confiscated upon his entry into the city patrol, they had returned his items after he agreed to join. During this time, he had amassed a fair amount of gold and silver coins. As he ambled along, he stopped frequently, clutching various delicacies tightly in his hands. Resembling a gluttonous child, he chewed incessantly, a satisfied smile gracing his face, inwardly marveling. I must say, there is something quite delightful about eating while walking. Unbeknownst to him, he had been wandering for quite some time, and his legs began to feel wearied. It was then that he spotted a tavern in the distance, aptly named the Fortune Tavern. The tavern exuded an air of grandeur, its entrance adorned with two large crimson lanterns swaying gently in the breeze. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode into the establishment. Upon crossing the threshold, he was greeted by a rich amalgamation of intoxicating aromas from the spirits and delectable dishes, provoking a salivary response. Ascending the staircase to the second floor, he chose a window-side table that afforded a view of the bustling pedestrians below. He then raised his hand to summon the server, ordering an extravagant feast laden with an array of sumptuous dishes. In no time, the table was adorned with a procession of culinary delights. Gazing upon the enticing spread, his appetite surged, and he eagerly began to indulge, since embarking on his path as a warrior. Liu Jia's remarkable capacity for consumption had increased exponentially in earlier days. He required merely 3 bowls of rice to sate his hunger, yet now, even several pounds of meat seemed a mere trifle. Had it not been for a streak of fortuitous encounters with several generous benefactors, he might have found himself destitute due to his insatiable appetite. It was rumored that the military compensation from the city patrol was quite substantial. Yet for Liu Jia, a newcomer, the timing of his first pay remained an enigma. Just as he pondered this, a voice rang out from ahead. "Liu Jia?" He looked up to see a robust figure, resembling a stout hill, fixating on him with unwavering attention. Upon discerning the features of the newcomer, Liu Jia could hardly contain his astonishment and elation. It was none other than his friend Antonio from Cetrial Village. "Is it truly you?" Antonio exclaimed, unable to mask his excitement as he approached, clasping Liu Jia's hands fervently, his voice trembling with emotion. "Your sudden disappearance left us all in a state of panic. I even feared the worst for you. Who would have thought we would reunite here today? Antonio, I never anticipated encountering you in this place," Liu Jia replied, his face beaming with surprise, his voice slightly quavering with excitement. He stepped forward, gripping Antonio's hand tightly, as if fearing that letting go would cause him to vanish. Antonio, equally exhilarated, exchanged a smile with Lu Jia before they settled into a nearby vacant table. Lu Jia, with a flourish, beckoned the busy server from a distance, announcing, "Dear server, please bring us 10 of your finest signature dishes." Once they were comfortably seated, Antonio eagerly inquired, "Brother, where have you been all this time? I have been quite worried about you." He regarded Lu Jia with concern. Taking a deep breath, Lu Jia began recounting his recent ordeal. "Alas, it is a long tale. I was abruptly seized by a group of unknown assailants, and my journey was fraught with trials and tribulations, barely escaping with my life. After much wandering, I finally arrived in this city of Dolai. By the way, dear Antonio, how have you been?" Lu Jia briefly narrated his experiences during his absence. Finally, he inquired with urgency, "What is the situation back in our village? Is everyone well?" At this, Antonio's previously cheerful demeanor dimmed considerably. With a heavy sigh, he spoke gravely, "Ever since your abduction, the conflicts between our two villages have persisted unabated. However, none could have anticipated the sudden arrival of a group of mysterious figures clad in black. They ruthlessly set fire to our village without a moment's hesitation. Now, we are displaced and homeless. Fortunately, we encountered a significant figure from Doli City, who, moved by our plight, took us in with us. We followed him here." As he spoke, a shadow of sorrow crossed Antonio's face. "Damn it!" Lu Jia clenched his fists, veins protruding on the back of his hands, his heart brimming with fury and indignation. The once peaceful villages in the eastern part of Doli City had been mercilessly obliterated, constituting a horrific calamity. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Those responsible must not escape justice. With this resolution, Lu Jia silently vowed that this mission might serve as the key to unraveling the mystery and identifying the orchestrators behind these heinous acts. Taking a deep breath, Lu Jia calmed his emotions and slowly began to share his current circumstances. "I have joined the city patrol and am fortunate enough to be part of the patrol forces. Each day, I am tasked with patrolling the outskirts of the city and maintaining order. What about you? What work are you engaged in here in Doli City?" In response to Lu Jia's inquiry, Antonio leisurely elaborated, "The over 50 warriors who left our village have mostly come to Doli City. That significant figure selected a few astute individuals to assist him, while the rest of us have followed his advice and joined the militia. Unfortunately, entry into the militia is not easily attained. Some were unable to pass the assessments. Thankfully, Lord Alushan is quite benevolent. He tirelessly sought positions for those who could not join the militia, securing them roles as guards for noble merchants, thus providing a means for survival. One cannot help but commend Lord Alushan as a reliable and commendable individual. We owe our stability here to his support." As he concluded, Antonio's gratitude for Lord Alushan was palpable. Chapter 65. Departure. Brother Lu Jia. Who would have thought we would have this opportunity to reunite? Truly, fate has smiled upon us, Antonio exclaimed, his cheeks flushed with excitement as he raised his cup. Exclaiming, "Cheers!" Lu Jia, in kind, lifted his cup and joined him in a hearty toast. Thus, the two friends engaged in a spirited exchange, unwittingly consuming 3 or 4 flasks of fine wine. Only after their hunger and thirst were satiated did they pause. Exchanging addresses and promising to meet again soon. It is worth noting that the City Patrol is a powerful institution, and its benefits are correspondingly generous. Even a newcomer like Lu Jia was allocated a quaint private courtyard. Though modest in size, the courtyard was exquisitely designed, featuring 3 charming little rooms and a serene, tranquil garden. In the center of the garden stood an ancient stone table, beside which leaned a somewhat weathered weapon rack, suggesting that the previous occupant was likely a martial artist. After arranging some personal belongings he had just acquired, Lu Jia stepped into the courtyard, crossed his legs, and sat upon the ground, preparing to commence his training. He practiced a technique known as Tongyuan Gong, renowned for its formidable power and efficacy. Should he successfully break through to the 4th level before the impending mission, his chances of survival during the operation would undoubtedly increase significantly. With this thought in mind, Lu Jia inhaled deeply, gently closed his eyes, and cleared his mind of distractions, focusing intently on circulating his internal energy, following the methodical guidance of his technique. As moments passed, a faint white glow began to emanate from his body, merging him with the surrounding environment in a manner that was both mysterious and solemn. The eastern sky gradually brightened as dawn approached, casting its gentle light upon the earth after a long and tranquil night. Liu Jia slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air, as if releasing the fatigue and pressure accumulated throughout the night. Rising to his feet, he let his arms fall naturally by his sides, feeling the flow of energy within him, and sighed deeply as he had anticipated. Ascending from the third to the fourth level was no trivial feat. This threshold loomed like an insurmountable chasm, demanding greater effort and time to breach. Nevertheless, Liu Jia remained undeterred, his gaze resolutely fixed on the horizon, silently encouraging himself. With persistent effort, he would one day surmount this hurdle. He reached for the sleek, ebony-curved blade beside him, carefully drawing it from its sheath. The blade glimmered coldly in the faint morning light, reminiscent of a star in the night sky. Holding the hilt with his left hand, he gently polished the blade's surface with his right, moving with practiced precision as if handling a rare treasure. Once finished, he closed his eyes, allowing the techniques of Tongyuan slash to flicker through his mind. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, his form shifting as he began to wield the black blade with the grace of a dragon emerging from the sea. Liu Jia moved with agility, his steps fluid and dynamic, each strike imbued with formidable strength and intricate technique. As his movements quickened, the air around him seemed to stir, forming subtle vortices of energy. After completing a series of maneuvers, a light sheen of sweat appeared on his brow, yet his breathing remained steady and even. He paused to catch his breath before walking to the nearby water trough to freshen up. Once he had completed his ablutions, Liu Jia gathered his weapons and belongings, preparing to depart for the assembly point outside the city when he suddenly heard a faint rustling sound. Turning, he saw old Luo emerging from the adjacent room. Clad in heavy armor, old Luo appeared imposing, and he carried another set of simpler armor in his hands. Upon seeing Liu Jia standing at the entrance, Lao Luo wasted no time and directly tossed the armor he was holding over. "I noticed you were practicing yesterday when I retrieved this, so I took the liberty of holding onto it for you. Hurry and put it on," Lao Luo said in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, Liu Jia did not hesitate. He promptly set down his weapon and belongings, swiftly accepted the armor, and donned it. Although the armor felt somewhat heavy, Liu Jia's movements were deft, and in no time, he was fully equipped. Once prepared, he grasped his weapon and packed tightly and followed closely behind Lao Luo, striding towards the eastern gate. "You're quite ruthless, but remember, out there, brute strength alone won't suffice. One must always keep a vigilant eye on everything." Lao Luo continued to walk ahead without looking back, muttering reminders for those trailing behind. "Here's an idea. Come up with a brand new name for yourself. Upon your return from this mission, use this new moniker to navigate the world," Lao Luo stated succinctly, leaving no room for ambiguity. Upon hearing this, Liu Jia had already grasped the essence of the suggestion. He silently followed Lao Luo, deep in thought. After a brief moment, he suddenly raised his head, a smile gracing his face, and called out to Lao Luo's back, "Captain, you may call me Gon from now on." The choice of a new name was indeed appealing. With this, the former Liu Jia could be buried deep within his heart. After all, constantly bearing the old name while engaging in acts of violence and thievery would inevitably evoke feelings of guilt and unease. Now, adopting this fresh title could serve as an alias in a virtual realm, allowing him to pursue his endeavors with a lighter conscience. The two walked briskly and soon arrived at the eastern city gate. At this moment, a contingent of elite soldiers from the city patrol had gathered in considerable numbers, each one spirited and well-equipped, standing in orderly formation at the gate, exuding an aura that was both formidable and intimidating. Not far off, a support unit had also assembled nearly 100 fine steeds, all meticulously selected, robust and vibrant, unmistakably of superior quality. Everything was prepared, awaiting the arrival of personnel to set off at once. Before long, the sound of galloping hooves approached from afar. The crowd turned to see Zhou Xing riding a tall and powerful steed emerging slowly from within the city. His gaze was piercing as it scanned the three captains and the gathered soldiers. His expression devoid of emotion. At this moment, David hurriedly stepped forward, clasped his fists in salute, and said, "Reporting to Deputy Commander Zhou, The 100-strong action team of the city patrol is assembled and awaiting your orders." Zhou Xing nodded slightly, then coldly commanded, "Mount up, let us depart." No sooner had he spoken than he swung his whip, and his steed surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. The elite 100 of the city patrol, without a moment's delay, swiftly mounted their steeds and closely followed Zhou Xing, galloping eastward. In an instant, the sound of hooves resonated through the air, raising a cloud of dust that obscured the sky. Resembling an unstoppable torrent of steel. Chapter 66. The 3 expeditions to Kongju village. After 2 weeks of travel, the cavalry was redivided into 3 teams, each led by Zhou Xing, Lao Luo, and David, heading towards Kongju village, Citrial village, and Porto village respectively. Following the recent attack in the eastern part of the empire, the 3 villages had been consumed by flames, and the upper echelons of Doli City had made every effort to control the flow of information to prevent panic. Lu Jia closely followed Lao Luo as they rode swiftly towards the enigmatic Kongju village. Seated atop his horse, Lu Jia expertly guided the reins with one hand while occasionally rubbing his nose with the other. Inwardly musing, "Kongju village indeed seems destined to cross my path. This marks my 3rd visit here." Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Kongju village, accompanied by over 30 others. The group dismounted, proceeding to set up camp in an orderly fashion. Preparing to spend the night there. "Lu Dong! Lu Dong!" Lao Luo shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing across the open fields. "Where the hell are you? Get over here now." Moments later, a tall, muscular man hurriedly approached, responding as he ran, "Coming, Boss Luo." Upon reaching Lao Luo, the man was slightly out of breath, wearing a somewhat ingratiating smile. Lao Luo shot a glare at Lu Dong and bluntly asked, "Aren't you from the eastern part of the empire? Quickly tell me what you know about Kongju village." As he spoke, Lao Luo's sharp gaze fixated on the dilapidated remnants of Kongju village. As if seeking to discern something from its ruins, Lu Dong scratched his head, then lowered it in contemplation for a moment before replying, "Boss Luo, there are over a dozen large villages in the eastern part of our empire. However, due to the complex terrain, these villages have been divided into several regions. The 3 villages that face disaster are all located in the northeast, adjacent to the Moer mountain range." He continued, "Kongju village is the largest among them, primarily inhabited by the Kong clan, along with some outsiders, totaling around 2,000 inhabitants, with over 100 martial artists. Beyond that, I am not well informed. I haven't returned here in nearly a decade." Lao Luo nodded slightly in acknowledgement but did not respond verbally, instead silently gazing at the village known as Kongju, seemingly imprinting it deeply in his mind. As time passed, the sun gradually sank, and the darkness of night enveloped the land. Lu Jia glanced around, noticing a lack of special arrangements, and thus entered a tent by himself. The tent was spacious enough to accommodate 2 people. After exchanging brief greetings with his tentmate, he sat cross-legged on the ground, adjusting his breathing, preparing to commence his meditation. Lu Jia gently closed his eyes, focusing intently as he activated his cultivation technique. The flow of his internal energy coursed through his meridians like a gentle stream. Just as he completed 2 cycles of his practice, he suddenly felt a gentle poke beside him. Not daring to be negligent, Lu Jia took a deep breath, slowly exhaled, and calmly concluded his session. He then opened his eyes and looked towards the source of the poke. He saw his tentmate placing a finger on his lips, signaling for silence. Understanding the gesture, Lu Jia nodded and followed the direction indicated by the finger to peer outside. Through the thin fabric of the tent, he observed flickering flames casting shadows of several figures, who were hunched over and scurrying like phantoms between the tents. Their movements were furtive, leaving him uncertain of their intentions. A sense of alarm surged within Lu Jia. These shadows appeared far from benign. His companion murmured, "I have a feeling they are searching for something," exuding an air of malevolence. Lu Jia furrowed his brow, cautiously pulling back a corner of the tent to gain a clearer view. That moment, one of the shadows halted in front of their tent, causing both of them to tense up, hands poised on their weapons, ready to draw at a moment's notice. The shadow seemed to sense something, slowly extending a hand toward the tent. Just as it was about to touch the fabric, a wolf's howl echoed from afar. Startled, the shadow quickly withdrew its hand, rejoining the others before hastily fleeing. Lu Jia, his mind in disarray, found it impossible to continue his meditation. Steadying himself, he took a deep breath and gravely turned to his companion, Song Chao, and asked, "What do you think is going on here?" Song Chao, a robust man with dark skin and a towering physique, had arms considerably longer than average. Yet, contrasting with his rugged exterior was his remarkably composed demeanor. He cautiously scanned the surroundings, ensuring the shadows were no longer visible before slowly responding. "This matter is far from simple. Our group of over 30, clad in armor and mounted on fine steeds, has galloped here. Even the most reckless brigands would hesitate to provoke a fully armed contingent like ours. As for the smaller thugs, they wouldn't dare come close." As Song Chao spoke, he raised his gaze to meet Lu Jia's. Lu Jia felt a chill run down his spine under Song Chao's intense stare, but mustered the courage to reply, "If, as you say, these individuals are not responsible, then those sudden shadows must be targeting us specifically. Furthermore, knowing our capabilities, they still dared to infiltrate our camp. They are indeed bold." After saying this, Lu Jia let out a resigned, bitter smile, lightly shaking his head, worry evident on his face. Song Chao clapped Lu Jia on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Brother, do not panic. Regardless of who they are, we are no pushovers ourselves." Lu Jia nodded slightly, yet his brow remained furrowed. As the two conversed, the dawn began to break, prompting them to pack their belongings, don their armor, and arm themselves with blades before stepping out to join the others. Upon gathering, they quickly realized that most of their companions were already aware of the events from the previous night, though none had chosen to raise an alarm. Old Luo surveyed the crowd without uttering a word, promptly issuing orders to scour the ruins of Kongju village in search of anything of value. As the group ventured in, they found themselves amidst a scene of devastation, with remnants of walls strewn about, charred remains everywhere, and many corpses already exposing their bones, feasted upon by snakes and insects. Ultimately, it was Lu Dong who discerned something amiss. He stumbled upon a sealed room and forced his way inside, discovering several corpses within, their walls adorned with unfamiliar symbols. Old Luo observed the scene and gestured for Lu Dong to make a rubbing of the symbols before exiting without a glance back. Chapter 67. The peculiar confrontation the search conducted by the 3rd Patrol Team concluded rather abruptly, leaving Lu Jia both astonished and perplexed. What had begun with grandiosity and vigor, as if they intended to turn over every inch of earth, ended merely after a morning's work. Subsequently, the team swiftly gathered their gear and set forth towards Cetrial village. As the cavalry advanced, the only sounds accompanying them were the crisp and orderly clatter of hooves, with no one daring to utter a word. The atmosphere was steeped in solemnity, rendering the entire assembly unusually mute. Lu Jia's thoughts lingered on the mysterious shadow he had observed outside the tent the previous night, pondering the true nature of those lurking figures in the darkness and when they might reveal themselves again. After a day of relentless travel, the cavalry finally reached the outskirts of Cetrial village just as nightfall approached. Shortly thereafter, David's contingent arrived at the scene. By then, the advance team led by Zhou Xing had already established the camp, ensuring ample space for the 2 following groups. The 4 senior officers refrained from issuing further commands or strategies. Upon dismounting, they proceeded directly into the tent, closing the door behind them to engage in clandestine discussions of grave matters. Lu Jia watched them file in, then gazed up at the sky as dusk deepened, before he and his companion Song Chao began to erect their own tent, intending to rest properly for the night. As the darkness enveloped the land completely, bonfires were ignited in succession, their flickering flames illuminating the faces of those gathered. The group congregated around the fires, merrily roasting savory skewers while indulging in fine wines, laughter and merriment breaking the earlier silence. Yet amidst the revelry, an unsettling feeling crept over Lu Jia. Suddenly, a melodious flute sound wafted through the air, enchanting in its quality, causing the once raucous crowd to gradually quiet. The people exchanged glances, uncertain of the source of the music. Lu Jia felt a jolt of alarm. He sensed a connection between this flute and the shadow from the previous night. At that moment, Song Chao tugged at Lu Jia's sleeve and whispered, "This sound is quite eerie." Before anyone could react, a group of individuals clad in black robes emerged slowly from the surrounding woods. Their faces obscured by hoods. One of the robed figures stepped forward and declared, "We mean no harm. We simply seek to borrow something from your esteemed territory." The crowd tensed, and Lu Dong stepped forth to inquire. "What is it that you seek?" The black-robed figure raised a hand, pointing toward Zhou Xing's tent, stating, "There lies an item of great value, one that has been lost to my clan for many years." Confusion washed over the crowd, while Lu Jia fixed his gaze upon the black-robed figures, acutely aware that the night was unlikely to pass peacefully. "Exercise caution. Let us assess the situation," Lu Jia murmured to Song Chao. Nodding in agreement, despite the unfolding events, Zhou Xing's tent remained eerily still, with none of the four officers emerging in that moment. Lu Dong found himself with no choice but to speak on behalf of the others. As a formidable fifth-level peak warrior, he was well acquainted with the fighters among the cavalry. With no one else stepping up to take charge, the role fell to him. With a serious expression, he fixed his determined gaze upon the uninvited guests and proclaimed in an authoritative tone, "Friends, I implore you to listen. There truly is nothing of what you seek here. It would be prudent for you to depart swiftly." As he spoke, his right hand instinctively tightened around the hilt of his sword, ready to draw at the slightest provocation. However, the lead black-robed figure merely scoffed at Lu Dong's firm rejection, remaining unfazed. He remained steadfast upon his mount, extending a finger toward Zhou Xing's tent, and retorted, "Ha! This matter is not for you to decide. The item we seek is within that tent, and should you insist on obstructing us, we shall have no choice but to retrieve it ourselves." His tone was laced with both menace and defiance. Lu Dong sighed heavily, as if releasing the weight of his frustrations with that breath. "If that is the case, then let us cease this discussion." Before his words had fully settled in the air, he surged forward with the swiftness of an arrow loosed from a bow, his sword shimmering with a cold light under the sun. Striking toward the throat of the lead black-robed figure with lightning speed, that moment. Seeing Lu Dong take the initiative, the rest of the group wasted no time in joining the fray. Charging forth with fierce determination, resembling a pack of hungry wolves, Liu Jia led the charge, gripping his obsidian blade tightly as he swung it mercilessly at one of the black-robed figures. The force behind his strike was tremendous, accompanied by a howling wind. Should it connect, the foe would either perish or be grievously wounded in an instant. The air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries, marking the onset of a fierce melee. Despite the relatively small number of black-robed figures, each was remarkably skilled. Faced with the onslaught from Lu Jia and his comrades, they exhibited no signs of panic, instead maneuvering with precision and coordination. Just as Lu Jia managed to inflict a wound upon one of the black-robed figures, a shocking spectacle unfolded. The wound began to heal at an astonishing rate, almost as if it had never existed at all. Lu Dong furrowed his brow, murmuring, "These individuals are decidedly peculiar. Everyone, stay alert." Though the group felt trepidation, they pressed on with their assault. At that juncture, one of the black-robed figures let out a sinister laugh. Forming hand seals as a cloud of black mist erupted from his palms, spreading toward Lu Dong and the others. This mist seemed to possess corrosive properties, withering all flora in its path. As both sides found themselves locked in a stalemate, a hearty laugh rang out. "Ha ha, such commotion. How could Zhou Xing possibly miss it?" Zhou Xing, accompanied by three others, approached leisurely. Lu Dong, upon seeing him, felt a surge of relief. "Commander Zhou, your arrival is timely. These black-robed figures are exceedingly strange." Zhou Xing glanced over the battlefield, his expression shifting slightly. "Exercise caution. Do not underestimate them." With that, he led his subordinates into the fray. Zhou Xing, a formidable warrior, dispelled the black mist with a few powerful gusts and swiftly struck down several foes. Seeing their situation deteriorate, the leader of the black-robed figures shouted, releasing another wave of black mist. And amidst the obscuring smoke, they retreated swiftly. The crowd attempted to pursue, but Zhou Xing halted them, saying, "Do not rush. This situation is peculiar. A reckless chase may lead to an ambush." Lu Dong clenched his fists in frustration, watching the retreating figures with gritted teeth. Yet, recognizing the wisdom in Zhou Xing's words, he begrudgingly settled into a state of patience. Chapter 68. Waiting. An atmosphere of restlessness and anxiety spread through the ranks like a plague. The enemy struck like phantoms, appearing and vanishing at will, plunging the unit into a state of utter disadvantage. Faced with such a formidable predicament, the members found themselves at a loss, casting hopeful glances toward the officers, yearning for a plan to emerge. Meanwhile, the 4 officers had retreated into their tent, sealing the entrance as they focused intently on devising strategies to counter the threat. The nearly 100 individuals left behind could only stand helplessly, awaiting orders from their superiors. At that moment, a stir arose among the crowd. The others instinctively divided into 3 smaller teams, organizing themselves to take turns on guard and duty tasks. Each member understood the gravity of the situation, recognizing that even the slightest lapse in vigilance could prove disastrous. Liu Jia, stifling a yawn, cast a glance toward the officer's tent, then shook his head lightly before retreating into his own tent. The second team was assigned to the first watch, while Liu Jia's group was designated for the second. Seizing the opportunity, the team members returned to the camp to rest briefly, utilizing this precious time to engage in further training. Since the day Liu Jia successfully acquired the Tongyuan skill, he had immersed himself in the underground cave, diligently practicing for over half a month. His perseverance bore fruit, as after extensive study and training, he began to see tangible results. The operation of his techniques grew increasingly fluid. Once everything was running smoothly, Liu Jia finally emerged from the cave. However, even after departing from the secluded sanctuary of cultivation, he dared not succumb to complacency. Unless extraordinary circumstances arose, he resolved to diligently pursue his practice every single day, refusing to squander even a moment of precious time. With the accumulation and sedimentation of days, Liu Jia's foundation at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier had become increasingly solid, resembling an indomitable fortress standing resilient against the test of time. Yet, despite this, he had yet to uncover that crucial breakthrough point, enabling a leap from the 3rd tier to a higher realm. Perhaps it was only amidst fierce battles, skirting the precipice of life and death, that genuine breakthroughs could be attained. Liu Jia silently recalled the heart-stopping battle he had endured during his ascension from the 2nd to the 3rd tier, his thoughts drifting back to that unforgettable moment. The scene vividly replayed in his mind, as if it had transpired just yesterday. Unbeknownst to him, the eastern horizon was beginning to glow with the first light of dawn, as the morning rays filtered through the thin clouds, casting gentle glimmers. At that moment, a faint sound of tapping interrupted Liu Jia's reverie. It was his teammate Song Chao, lightly patting him on the shoulder, signaling it was time to rotate shifts. Liu Jia, brought back to the present, slowly opened his eyes, emerging from his meditative state. He then nimbly exited the tent, stretching his slightly stiff body against the refreshing morning breeze, indulging in a delightful yawn. At this juncture, the 3rd patrol team, comprising approximately 30 members, had gradually emerged, communicating through mere glances without necessitating excessive verbal exchanges. They instinctively began to seek out the 2nd team members, preparing for the handover of their guard posts. Liu Jia and Song Chao were assigned to a location near the intersection of the mountains and the woods. Just then, they inadvertently caught sight of Lao Luo leisurely stepping out from the camp. He was warmly greeting the surrounding team members as he walked, making his way directly towards Liu Jia and Song Chao. "Captain!" Liu Jia and Song Chao exclaimed almost in unison, nodding in unison to express their respect for Lao Luo. Lao Luo smiled and raised his hand in acknowledgement. As he reached Liu Jia and Song Chao, he slightly bent forward and inquired softly, "How do you two feel?" Throughout this exchange, Lao Luo's deep and piercing gaze remained fixed on the undulating Moer mountain range ahead. Approaching 60 years of age, Lao Luo had spent years on the front line of patrol duties. Although time had left some gray strands in his hair, his stature remained as upright as a pine tree. Standing beside Liu Jia, he resembled an impregnable fortress, instilling boundless reassurance. "It's rather bothersome," Song Chao remarked, slightly pursing his lips in irritation. "Those black-robed figures have vanished without a trace since then. I can't fathom where they have gone." Meanwhile, Liu Jia leaned closer, tilting his head to scrutinize Lao Luo's eyes, his face etched with confusion as he queried, "Captain, what exactly is the mission we are executing this time? Could it possibly be related to those elusive black-robed figures?" "Lao Luo," upon hearing this, refrained from providing an immediate answer. He merely patted Lu Jia and the other individual beside him on the shoulder, then with a serious demeanor, cautioned, "Don't rush. Be patient for a moment. The truly intense battle is about to commence, so you both must remain vigilant and be fully prepared. Do not inadvertently risk your lives with that." Lao Luo turned and strode back toward the camp. Lu Jia silently watched as Lao Luo's figure receded into the distance until it vanished from sight. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, he suddenly sensed an unusual commotion erupting in the previously tranquil woods before him. "Who's there?" Lu Jia's heart tightened, and he called out sharply, swiftly drawing his weapon alongside Song Chao, both entering a heightened state of alert. At that moment, a shadow darted from the trees with the swiftness of lightning. Reacting instinctively, Lu Jia swung his blade with ferocity toward the shadow. However, to his astonishment, the figure was exceptionally agile, effortlessly evading his fierce strike with a mere roll to the side. "Hold your attack." "It's me." Just as Lu Jia prepared to strike again, the shadow stood upright and removed the black hood covering its head. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be his teammate Lu Dong. Nonetheless, Lu Jia remained cautious, stepping back 2 paces and positioning his weapon defensively before demanding, "What on earth happened?" Chapter 69. Encounter with the burrowing beast Lu Dong. Lu Jia's eyes widened as he fixated on the figure clad in black. A sense of alertness surging within him, he exchanged a quick glance with Song Chao. Despite their half-certainty that Lu Dong was indeed their teammate, neither dared to let their guard down in such a tense situation. Lu Jia gripped his sharp curved blade firmly, holding it steadily in front of him, just in case. Meanwhile, he slightly turned his head and shouted, "Someone, quickly go summon the captain." At this moment, the other team members had already noticed the unusual commotion. Upon hearing Lu Jia's call, a quick-thinking member dashed toward the officer's tent to inform Zhou Xing and the others. Moments later, Zhou Xing arrived hastily with several subordinates. He approached Lu Jia and Song Chao with a smile, waving his hand and saying, "All right, everyone lower your weapons. There's nothing to worry about." He then turned to the black-clad figure and explained, "I sent Lu Dong out on an errand, and it seems it caused quite a stir. No need to be alarmed. Just continue with your tasks." With that, Zhou Xing gestured for Lu Dong to follow him as they departed. Lu Dong hurriedly clasped his hands in greeting towards Lu Jia and Song Chao. Revealing a broad smile, "Brothers, hold on. We'll have a good chat later." Before he could finish, he strode briskly after Zhou Xing, disappearing deeper into the camp. Watching their receding figures, Lu Jia let out a long sigh of relief, lightly touching his chest as he murmured, "Thank goodness nothing happened. That truly scared me." He turned to glance at Song Chao, who bore a similarly startled expression, shaking his head with a wry smile. "Look at us, so tense. It's rather embarrassing." Following Zhou Xing, Lu Dong entered the officer's tent. By noon, several individuals emerged from the tent in succession, calling for assembly as everyone returned to camp for task assignments. Zhou Xing stood atop a rock, surveying the gathered brothers, suddenly bursting into hearty laughter. "Brothers, have you gotten tired of waiting?" The crowd below, puzzled, could only respond with awkward chuckles. Lu Dong brought back news. The black-robed figures had entered a cave in the Moer Mountains, which served as their stronghold. "Now, we shall go eliminate them," Zhou Xing proclaimed, his voice ringing out, "Leave not a single one alive. Do you hear me? We hear you. Exterminate them all." With that furious shout, Lu Jia fiercely swung his sharp curved blade, cutting through the air with glimmers of cold light. In that moment, he mused to himself, "These formidable gentlemen truly cannot remain idle for even a moment. They always gather together, scheming to accomplish something earth-shattering." The large group swiftly mounted their horses, the sound of hooves resonating through the sky. Under Lu Dong's lead, they surged like a torrent towards the mysterious and treacherous Moer Mountains. Initially, the path was relatively smooth, but as they delved deeper into the mountains, the terrain grew increasingly steep and rugged, prompting everyone to gradually slow their pace. When the mountain road became so steep that even the horses struggled to ascend, they had no choice but to dismount and cautiously trek on foot, leading their steeds by the reins. Since Zhou Xing issued the command, Lu Jia's mind had not ceased its whirl of thoughts. The key pieces of information concerning the black-robed figures in the Moer Mountain cave incessantly circling in his mind. Could this operation be related to the legendary Habsburg family treasure? If so, formidable seventh-tier martial lords or enigmatic white-robed priests might emerge to obstruct them. The mere thought sent a shiver down Lu Jia's spine. After all, facing such formidable foes, a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Yet, in an instant, he recalled that their side boasted the presence of Zhou Xing, a martial lord of exceptional prowess, which bolstered his confidence and dispelled the earlier anxiety. The group continued to navigate cautiously until they finally discovered a concealed cave. Zhou Xing waved his hand. Enter the cave and search. Inside, the cave was dark and damp, permeated by a foul odor. They hadn't ventured far when they encountered a massive fork in the path. Zhou Xing quickly made arrangements. I will team up with Silva and head left. Lao Luo, you and your group go right. The rest of you spread out behind to search for clues. Thus, the group divided into several teams, each taking a different route. Liu Jia followed Zhou Xing cautiously down the left passage, where the walls intermittently flickered with an eerie green light, as if countless eyes were watching them from the shadows. Suddenly, a deep, rumbling roar echoed ahead. As a colossal azure beast blocked their path, it emanated a pungent stench, and its blood-red eyes fixated intently on the group. Liu Jia gripped his curved blade tightly, his palms slick with sweat, while Zhou Xing, calm and composed, took a step forward. Exuding an overwhelming aura, Liu Jia assessed the situation and realized that this burrowing beast was significantly larger than the one he had encountered previously, likely at least a fourth tier or beyond, with tough skin and substantial mass. Nevertheless, before the patrol team, it was merely a large target. In an instant, Zhou Xing moved like lightning, surging forward as if propelled by an invisible force. His sword, gleaming coldly, sliced through the air, unleashing a fierce sword aura aimed directly at the beast's left flank. A dull thud resounded as the beast's side was brutally cleaved open, a gaping wound several meters long, with blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering the ground around them in a shocking crimson. Seizing the momentum from his strike, Zhou Xing darted through the massive body of the beast like a wraith. The grievously injured creature let out a frenzied howl of pain, its voice echoing ominously, sending shivers down their spines. Its previously fearsome visage contorted in agony, becoming even more terrifying. Despite its suffering, the beast turned with great effort, preparing to retaliate against Zhou Xing. Yet Zhou Xing did not even glance back at the furious beast as he continued to sprint ahead, shouting, "Keep up!" In an instant, the others understood his intent and quickened their pace, closely following Zhou Xing's lead, leaving no room for complacency. Silva was the first to draw his twin hammers from his back. In a flash, he leaped forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. Charging directly at the burrowing beast, he swung his hammers with ferocity, one striking the beast's impenetrable skull with a resounding thud, leaving it momentarily dazed. In quick succession, the other hammer crashed into its jaw, plunging the beast into a state of confusion. Unfazed, Silva swiftly maneuvered to keep pace with Zhou Xing. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the group mirrored their comrades' resolve, launching a coordinated assault on the beast as if they were an intricately synchronized team. Each individual unleashed their full potential, inflicting numerous wounds upon the beast's massive form, causing blood to spray in all directions amidst the fierce battle. Finally, it was Liu Jia's turn to strike. With a grave expression, he slowly drew forth his jet-black long knife. Instantly, an invisible pressure radiated from him. He silently channeled his energy into the technique of Tongyuan Slash, his power coalescing into the dark blade. With a sweeping motion of his arm, a flash of cold light cut through the air, the knife descending with unparalleled force, landing squarely on the beast's already weakened head. A crisp crack resonated as the creature's skull was severed, rolling lifelessly to the ground. Having delivered this lethal blow, Liu Jia did not spare a glance at the fallen beast and hastily turned to follow the others. On this expedition, he and Song Chao had chosen not to accompany Lao Luo but instead remained steadfastly behind Zhou Xing. Given the dangers they faced, they had to maintain constant vigilance, for even the slightest misstep could lead to disaster. Chapter 70. The strange Liu Jia wielded that mysterious and powerful black knife. which had yet to encounter anything it could not sever. This blade was exceptionally sharp, akin to a legendary weapon, granting Lu Jia boundless strength and confidence. Were it not for the might of this knife, merely facing the heavily armored members of the Seven Blessings Merchant Guild would have placed Lu Jia in dire straits. Yet, at this moment, he could effortlessly behead a fourth-tier burrowing beast. As they delved deeper into the cavern, the surrounding environment grew increasingly dark and profound. Although they encountered no other unusual occurrences along the way, the lurking presence of the burrowing beast heightened their tension. Liu Jia cautiously trailed at the back of the group, his thoughts drifting back to the first time he had set foot in this underground cave. At that time, he had been accompanied by that peculiar old man and the enchanting Jiang Yuer. Now, reflecting on it, their bones had likely turned to dust, dissipating in this dark subterranean realm. The labyrinthine caves beneath the Moor Mountains twisted and turned, resembling a maze. Without a knowledgeable guide, the group would soon lose their way and become trapped forever. Lu Jia gazed at Zhou Xing and Silva ahead, observing them stride purposefully into the depths of the cave, neglecting to examine their surroundings or consider the potential dangers. A wave of concern washed over Lu Jia. Was it truly safe to proceed so recklessly? What if they encountered an unforeseen crisis? As Lu Jia hesitated whether to caution them, a low, rumbling roar suddenly resonated from the darkness ahead. The sound rolled like distant thunder, causing the entire cavern to tremble slightly. Zhou Xing and Silva halted abruptly, gripping their weapons with heightened vigilance. Liu Jia's heart raced, and he tightly grasped his black knife. Moments later, a massive, towering burrowing beast emerged from the shadows, emanating a foul odor and glowing with a ghostly green light in its eyes. This creature was clearly different from those encountered before. Even its mere presence was suffocating. Zhou Xing shouted and charged at the beast, with Silva following closely behind. Liu Jia understood that retreat was not an option, and he surged forward alongside them. He swung his black knife, only to find it barely leaving a scratch on the beast's tough hide. In a fit of rage, the beast swung its claws, sending Silva flying as he failed to evade in time. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Jia infused all his spiritual energy into the black knife and struck forcefully at the beast's leg joint. This time, the knife penetrated slightly, eliciting an enraged roar from the beast as it turned to attack Lu Jia. In that critical moment, Silva hurled a steel chain to ensnare part of the beast's body, granting Lu Jia a brief respite to retreat. Zhou Xing's gaze sharpened as he spotted this fleeting opportunity. He bellowed, "Die!" With his voice echoing, the sharp long sword in his hand erupted with dazzling sword energy. He dashed forward like a bolt of lightning, his muscles taut, veins bulging as he unleashed a powerful strike. This blow was like a thunderous force, slicing through the air towards the beast's neck. A sharp crack resounded as the beast's sturdy neck was cleaved open, a gash several feet long, deep enough to expose bone, with blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering everywhere. The burrowing beast howled in agony, its cries piercing and deafening, causing the entire cavern to tremble as if it might collapse. Silva, who had been assisting the fight nearby, quickly grasped the thick iron chain tethered to the beast, summoning all his strength in a desperate struggle against the creature. However, the beast was exceedingly ferocious, possessing immense strength and tenacity even when wounded. As Silva fought with all his might, the beast suddenly lashed its head violently, causing its massive body to shake violently. Caught off guard, Silva was flung away like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the cavern wall with a dull thud. Witnessing this, Zhou Xing felt a surge of urgency. He knew that this burrowing beast was a formidable sixth-tier entity, and with their current numbers, defeating it would be no easy task. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Brothers below the sixth tier, retreat. Leave this to me and Silva." Upon hearing Zhou Xing's command, the others, though reluctant, understood the gravity of the situation. Remaining would not contribute to the fight and might even become a liability. Thus, they swiftly followed Zhou Xing's directive, vanishing into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Now, only Zhou Xing and the recently risen Silva remained on the battlefield, facing the still enraged sixth-tier burrowing beast. The creature was cloaked in a thick layer of fur, nearly a finger's breadth in depth. Remarkably resilient, impervious to ordinary blades. Even Zhou Xing, a 7th-tier powerhouse, would find it challenging to slay the beast in a short time. Therefore, the wisest course of action was to find a way to stall the beast. Creating enough space to maneuver, Liu Jia and the others cautiously retreated, moving back 100 paces. They widened their eyes, anxiously observing the breathtaking scene unfolding before them. Zhou Xing moved with the agility of a specter, deftly darting around the burrowing beast as it roared in ferocity. The sword in his hand glimmered with an icy sheen, slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning, executing a series of strikes, slashes, thrusts, and jabs, without a moment's pause. The formidable burrowing beast, however, was equally relentless, its massive form rolling violently in an attempt to crush Zhou Xing beneath its weight. Each roll stirred up a cloud of dust, sending a shiver of dread through onlookers. Amidst this fierce clash, Silva was not idle either. He tugged at the iron chains with great force, desperately restraining the beast's movements. At other times, he wielded the massive bronze mace, delivering thunderous blows to the creature's head or striking its stout legs to thwart its attacks on Zhou Xing. As time passed, the battle intensified, reaching a fever pitch. Finally, under Zhou Xing's relentless offensive, the burrowing beast began to falter on a sudden leap. Zhou Xing propelled himself skyward, his sword transforming into a streak of light, hurtling towards the beast's neck with blinding speed. In an instant, a piercing scream echoed through the air as the razor-sharp sword pierced the creature's throat. Mortally wounded, the burrowing beast could no longer resist. Its colossal body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and blood. It thrashed in agony for a moment before lying still. As if all vitality had fled, Zhou Xing and Silva panted heavily, their chests heaving like bellows. They exchanged a glance, initially sharing a fleeting smile that quickly ebbed away, replaced by a shadow of foreboding. One must understand that the burrowing beast is an exceedingly rare creature, its numbers so few that it leaves one astounded. Many spend their entire lives without the fortune of witnessing one, let alone encountering two in such a brief span. The improbability of this occurrence was too great to dismiss as mere coincidence. Zhou Xing furrowed his brow, pondering the peculiarities of the situation. There must be some sinister force at play, orchestrating events from the shadows. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on him, prompting him to sheathe his sword decisively and beckon to Liu Jia and the others nearby as they approached. He lowered his voice and discreetly issued instructions to each person. They nodded in agreement, determination flashing in their eyes, and promptly set about executing Zhou Xing's directives. Chapter 71. The Ominous Omen. Hey, how deep do you think this cave is? Song Chao inquired, his face a mask of confusion as he gently nudged Liu Jia beside him. Liu Jia, hunched over and proceeding cautiously, gripped a sharp black knife in his right hand while holding a torch aloft with his left, striving to illuminate the path ahead. Upon hearing Song Chao's question, Liu Jia shook his head slightly and replied in a hushed tone, "How would I know? We've been separated from Zhou Laoda for quite some time. Initially, we could hear some sounds, but now, aside from our own movements, the surrounding area is hauntingly silent, not a single living voice to be heard. Sigh, if we're not fortunate, we might just stumble upon the black-cloaked one's main force. And that would spell disaster," Song Chao lamented, unable to suppress a sigh. "Bah, close that ominous mouth of yours." Liu Jia shot him an irritated glance. "Hey, I was just joking," Song Chao chuckled, "but honestly, these black-cloaked individuals are too elusive. We've searched high and low with no clues to be found, and I have no idea how long this will take." His expression was one of discontent, grumbling about the laborious and thankless task they were engaged in. Liu Jia turned to look at Song Chao, clad in cumbersome armor that made him appear somewhat clumsy, and sighed in resignation. "All right, let us keep the chatter to a minimum. I just hope we don't encounter those black-cloaked figures. Otherwise, we may very well lose our lives here." At that moment, as they turned another corner in the cave, a sudden brightness greeted them. An expansive cavern hall loomed ahead, its grandeur astounding, and with just a few more steps, they could step into it. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that within the dark and profound cavern stood dozens of figures clad in black robes. They formed a circle, seemingly engrossed in some arcane ritual. The shadows cast by the flickering light rendered their forms eerie and spine-chilling. Liu Jia's heart raced, and he quickly grasped Song Chao's arm, signaling him to crouch low and extinguish the torch he held. Fearful that even the slightest misstep would draw the attention of the black-robed figures. "Look at you and your ominous mouth. You actually jinxed us by saying we might run into them," Song Chao whispered, his tone betraying his anxiety. "Shu, let us observe the situation first," Liu Jia replied, equally hushed, knowing that any miscalculation could be fatal. The black-robed individuals moved in perfect unison, repeatedly kneeling and rising as if under the influence of an invisible force. Among them, a few standing figures astonished Liu Jia. With a mere wave of their hands, they conjured roaring flames out of thin air, illuminating the previously dim cavern step by step, as the flames intensified. The interior of the cavern became increasingly discernible. Liu Jia's eyes widened, fixated on the enigmatic figures cloaked in black, blending into the shadows. Suddenly, the words blood sacrifice intruded upon his mind, striking him like a bolt of lightning. He recalled his previous encounter within the ancient Habsburg family ruins, where aged men had solemnly stated that to unlock the Habsburg treasure, one must gather 3 essential items: an ample supply of fresh blood, a corresponding key artifact, and an individual possessing the pure bloodline of the Habsburg family. Only then could the secrets buried in the depths of time be unveiled. Now, the sight of over 100 elite soldiers from the city patrol gathered within this cave was staggering. Each one was robust and vigorous, radiating an aura far surpassing that of the common bandits encountered before. If the black-robed figures possessed the necessary artifacts to unlock the treasure and were hiding descendants of the Habsburg lineage, then undoubtedly a monumental conspiracy was brewing here. A terrifying scheme to amass immense wealth at the cost of countless lives through bloody sacrifices. At this realization, a chill coursed down Liu Jia's spine. Spreading throughout his body, he understood that in the face of such perilous circumstances, a single misstep could lead to irrevocable doom. With utmost caution, Liu Jia reached out and gently tugged at Song Chao's heavy armor, simultaneously conveying a powerful signal with his eyes, urging them to retreat slowly. Song Chao, quick-witted, instantly grasped Liu Jia's intention, and the two moved like cautious mice, inching back silently, terrified of producing even the slightest sound. However, fate had other plans. At that tense moment, Liu Jia inadvertently kicked his leg against Song Chao's heavy armor. The resounding crack echoed sharply in the tomb-like silence of the cavern, jarring and disruptive. Instantly, all the previously still black-robed figures turned their heads in unison, their gazes piercing through the darkness towards Liu Jia's location. The foremost black-robed figure raised an arm without hesitation, pointing directly at Liu Jia. Barking an order, "Seize them!" With that command, a dozen black-robed figures launched themselves towards Liu Jia like arrows released from a bow. Realizing their hiding place had been completely compromised, Liu Jia and Song Chao shared a quick glance. And without a moment's hesitation, they sprang into action, turning to flee with all their might. They both understood that if captured by these black-robed individuals, their fates would likely be sealed. Thus began a harrowing chase through the dark and deep cavern. Encumbered by their heavy armor, Liu Jia and Song Chao ran with all their strength, yet the weight slowed them down. With the relentless black-robed figures closing in, they suddenly encountered a fork in the path. Without a second thought, they exchanged a brief glance and, in perfect synchrony, darted off in opposite directions. The black-robed pursuers hesitated momentarily at the fork, but soon a commanding figure among them rushed forward. And they swiftly split into 2 groups, each pursuing Liu Jia and Song Chao along separate paths. Chapter 72. Divide and conquer. Within the dimly lit cave, Liu Jia raced ahead, pursued by a throng of black-robed figures closing in rapidly. "We almost there," he urged, his heart pounding as Liu Jia anxiously recited incantations in his mind. He continually glanced back, fixating on the relentless pursuit of the 7 or 8 cloaked figures behind him. His heartbeat intensified, and beads of perspiration formed on his brow, yet his mind raced, calculating the distance between them in silence. Till last, when Liu Jia deemed the moment ripe, he propelled himself upward with great force. Soaring into the air, after a brief pause in midair, he descended like a cannonball, landing heavily on the ground before executing a nimble roll. Without hesitation, He sprang to his feet and darted forward with the swiftness of a released arrow. Just then, the cloaked pursuers arrived at the scene. Suddenly, the previously solid ground gave way without warning, creating a vast pit. The foremost of the cloaked figures, caught off guard, plunged headlong into the abyss, emitting a cacophony of terrified shrieks. Meanwhile, those behind reacted swiftly, leaping nimbly over the treacherous trap. However, when they turned to check on their fallen companions, they were confronted with the horrific sight of those who had tumbled into the pit. Writhing in agony, for the pit was littered with sharp wooden spikes that had impaled their thighs, blood splattering in all directions. Before the remaining cloaked figures could rush to their aid, a towering and formidable man, whose head was disproportionately large, appeared before them like a specter. "Ha ha! It truly works!" he bellowed triumphantly,